Welcome to Closeness in Distance. This is our biennial graduate conference. My name is Giorgio. I'm one of the graduate students representatives here at Indiana University, French and Italian department. My colleagues and I are glad to have you here. Before I give the floor to Lee and John to talk more of the theme that we have chosen for this year's conference, and to our chair, Oana Panaite, to officially open the event, let me just say a few words about the schedule of this two-day conference. Today we have graduate students and other scholars in the first stages of their career who will present their research. The last panel will end at 6:40 tonight, and of course EST. And at 8, we will have an informal socializing event on Zoom for the graduate students in our department, for the panelists from different universities who will speak today. We'll meet again tomorrow for 3 keynote addresses. We will have an exceptional guest at 9 a.m., Professor Carlo Ginzburg from UCLA and Scuola Normale di Pisa for Italian Studies. We will have Professor Amanda Dalola from the University of South Carolina at 12 for French linguistics, and Professor Carla Calarger from Florida Atlantic University at 2 for French and Francophone studies. Finally, tomorrow afternoon at 4:30, there will be the annual plenary meeting, again, for the graduate students in the French and Italian department here at IU. We are aware of the unusual circumstances in which this conference is taking place for the first time, maybe not the last, in a virtual format. We are extremely grateful to all of you for your participation, and we hope this event will be able to bring us, all things considered, some closeness in distance. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lee, and I am the Graduate Student Organization Representative for the French Linguistics side of the Department of French and Italian at IU. So I would like to thank, first of all, the Department of Spanish and Portuguese, the Department of General Linguistics, and the Department of Second Language Studies for their generous donations to make this conference possible. So the theme of closeness and distance around which this conference was planned is extremely related to the domain of linguistics. So the separation from others around us during the pandemic, separated temporally from the past and the future, and also separated mentally from our way of thinking that was all too common just 1 year ago. All of these shape the way that language changes and how we think about language as well. That is why the topic of distance is especially prevalent for this conference. I will now pass you over to John, who will surely have much more to say because he is the literature side of the department.
Thank you, Lee. As Lee mentioned, I'm John. I'm the Graduate Student Organization Representative for French Literature in the Department of French and Italian. The theme of this weekend, which, as you know, closeness and distance, is not so much a reflection on this last year of quarantine and isolation, as it is a testament to the capacity for our current events to illuminate themes and sentiments that had already guided and fashioned our ways of being in this world. As scholars whose task is one of analysis, reflection, and critique, the paradox of closeness in distance is a familiar one. For more or less, this is the task of interpretation, particularly for those of us as literature scholars, where the object of critique is at hand, graspable, imminent to our reality, and yet the history of the object, the forces that guided its production, the reflection and brilliance that crafted its substance, the multitudinous conflicts about its conclusions, and of course the history of its receptions, all lie at varying degrees of separation from the moment of our scholarly work. Now, this is just one fairly banal example, but it still speaks to the import of our theme. And so, as we all participate virtually in isolation, yet still manage to host and produce productive dialogues about our work and research, we hope that such closeness and distance as exemplified this weekend can be generative, permitting our research and reflection to suggest new ways of conducting ourselves in this strange world of distance. We thank all of you for participating and contributing to this weekend. I want to especially mention the Olga and Isa Ragusa Foundation for the Humanities and the Department of Comparative Literature for its support of this conference. Finally, we are greatly indebted to the Department of French and Italian, its chair, Professor Oana Panaite, and of course the tireless effort of Isabel Piedmont Smith in bringing to fruition the work of this conference. So thank you again. And now I'll turn over the word to our chair, Professor Panaite.
Thank you all very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us here in in Bloomington, Indiana, from near and far, and in some cases from very far. I would like to start with acknowledgements and then move on to just a few opening words. I believe that the GSO representatives have already spoken quite eloquently about and set the tone of this for this two-day conference. But I would like to take this opportunity again to thank our 4 GSO representatives, so Elke de Fever, John Hall, Lee Killy, and Giorgio Lossi for their tireless efforts all year long, not only in preparing this fantastic conference, but also for representing and working constantly on behalf of graduate students in our department and in general. So my thanks first go to them. Then, as Hal has already, John has already mentioned, I'd also like to thank our department administrator, Isabel Piedmont-Smith, for all of her work during this difficult period, and particularly for her assistance in organizing this conference. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce, albeit virtually, but nonetheless, it's a great pleasure to introduce our new staff member, our graduate services coordinator, Ben Reed. Ben, if you would say something so that your image pops up on screen. Students and faculty in our department have already been informed of his arrival, but I thought this would be a great chance for all of us to actually see Ben and say hi to him. The reason why I'm bringing up, of course, I start with acknowledgements and an expression of gratitude for our graduate students representatives and for our staff, is that this time period has been particularly trying for scholarship and for scholars, not only in their everyday work and their usual experience related to research, reading, thinking, writing, but maybe more importantly, this has been a testing period for the lived experience of research, for what it means, what it entails, what kind of impact scholarship and research generate, and also for all the systems of support that surround our life as scholars and researchers. So everything that contributes to and that helps us make our work possible is important and has come into focus during this time. And as the organizers of the conference have already mentioned, the title that they chose, the theme that they chose, is particularly striking because it's neither closeness in distance points neither to an oxymoron. It's not the bringing together of two incompatible terms, nor is it a mere juxtaposition, closeness and distance. But John mentioned it as a paradox, and Lee mentioned the language that that closeness and distance generate. I see it more like an incorporation. When looking at the very rich program that the colloquium presents, I see the many ways in which the two ideas, the two concepts and their manifestations are incorporated and communicate rather than be set in contrast. From Boccaccio, who has become our contemporary, at least since last March, through the Paris Commune, and to issues of class and gender in French language. The many facets of closeness and distance are clearly brought into view, and I'm sure that these 2 days will help us understand them better. And to end with a reference to one of our 3 extraordinary keynote speakers. In his book that was recently reissued in a new format again because of its extraordinary relevance. Carlo Ginzburg writes at the end of one very important chapter, To Kill a Chinese Mandarin. He writes about the fact that that excessive distance can provoke indifference, while excessive proximity can either engender compassion or murderous rivalry. I'm hoping that through these 2 days of rich and thought-provoking panels, we will find the right balance that will show how the humanities, how modern languages, how art disciplines in particular help us strike a balance between these two extremes that closeness and distance can generate. Thank you very much. Vi auguro dunque buon lavoro, buon travail, and I look forward to listening to all of you.
So welcome everybody to the first panel of today. We will start in the Middle Ages, as we should, and we are going to hear our first presenters speak on distance in medieval Italian literature. I am Pantalea Mazzitella, I'm a PhD candidate in Italian Studies here at IU, and I will be co-moderating this panel with Luca Fitzgerald.
Hi, my name is Luca. I received my MA in Italian from Middlebury College, and I work now at IU as the administrative coordinator for the Center for Religion and the Human, which if you don't know about it already, you should check it out. Today we're going to proceed with our speakers one at a time, and we'll ask you to hold all of your questions for the end. And I'm happy to introduce our first speaker, who is Max Matukin. He's a doctoral candidate in the Department of Comparative Literature at Princeton University. His work currently focuses on the phenomenon of false confessions in Italian, Old French, and Middle English literary works between 1200 and 1400. His talk today is entitled Flight in Dark Times, Confronting Distance in Dante's Earthly Paradise and Boccaccio's Valle delle Donne. Welcome, Max.
Thank you very much, Luca. Thank you, Pantale, and a great thank you to the organizers for putting this whole event together and for choosing indeed a theme that couldn't be any more appropriate, I suppose. So I'm going to try to share my screen with you so that you can see some of the quotations that I'll be using. Perfecto. There we go. So the flight from the world described by Hannah Arendt in her well-known essay on Lessing is not an act of self-alienation, but rather a form of distancing, whose reality paradoxically inheres in the world being escaped. Her concern is not literary, at least not explicitly, but in the cases of Dante's Commedia and Giovanni Boccaccio's Decameron, it very well could have been. Both adopt, as their necessary starting point and precondition, an act of distancing, of removal, whether that be from the pestilential Florence of 1348, or indeed from the world of the living. In the course of these parallel flights from the world, two moments stand out as the instances of greatest removal. Dante's entry into earthly paradise in Purgatorio 27, which marks the furthest point on his journey in the sublunar world, and the Brigate's excursion into the Valle delle Donne, presumably some 5 miles from Florence, which occurs at the end of day 6. This similarity does not appear to be entirely accidental, since distance is far from the only thing that these two episodes have in common. The entry into Eden occurs in the 61st canto of the poem. The excursion into the Valley of the Ladies takes place between the 61st and the 62nd novella of the Decameron, if one counts that of Filippo Balducci, which suggests a numerological correspondence between the two. Thematically, as we'll see, Boccaccio places his valley under the aegis of two different works, the Commedia and the Roman La Rose, drawing inspiration from both as he conflates them in his description of the landscape. What is more, the language he employs owes a great deal not only to Dante's descriptions of earthly paradise, and thus to the last cantos of Purgatorio, but also to the description of the heavenly rose in Paradiso 30 and 31. A comparative analysis of these two episodes has the potential to offer a glimpse into the intertextual relation that Boccaccio establishes between his Cento Novelle and his predecessor's poem. The question, How does the Decameron respond to the Commedia is as unavoidable as it is still unresolved. But the simultaneous presence of structural, thematic, and textual references in the conclusion of day 6 suggests that it may constitute an ideal point of departure for an intertextual comparison of the two works. Not only that, but the context of distancing, of removal, in which this literary encounter is paradoxically staged, may tell us something about the way in which these texts respectively position themselves vis-a-vis the very reality they leave behind. But before we begin, a bit of Decameronian context. The episode of the Valle delle Donne occurs at the end of day 6, the most Florentine day, the first in which the plague is explicitly mentioned, and the day that demonstrates the performative potential of speech, that is to say, its ability to affect reality primarily for the better. It is therefore a day of narrative proximity to the world that the Brigata has escaped from, as well as inevitably the most metatextual day of the whole Cento Novelle, beginning with the story of Madonna Oretta. By the 6th day, we have arrived at the conclusion of Boccaccio's Hexameron, the cultural archetype evoked by the work's title. If the Decameron therefore proposes, among other things, to recreate society in the wake of the plague's destruction through storytelling, then this is theoretically the point of arrival. Furthermore, the valley is not only the third locus of narration chosen by the Brigata, but is also, as already mentioned, the most distant from Florence. This means that if the Decameron is concomitantly to be seen as the narration of a pilgrimage of sorts, like the Commedia, then this must presumably be its destination. The episode itself is unique from a narratological point of view, since it is in fact entirely gratuitous within the plot of the Cornice. The Brigata could have moved to the valley on the 7th day, even without the brief excursion made by the 7 women. Its gratuitous nature, there and back again, evokes the structure of the Decameron itself, thus potentially highlighting the episode's poetic significance. Elisa's proposal to the other ladies of the Brigata to set forth towards the valley comes right after Dioneo's brief speech in which he defends his choice of theme for the subsequent day. Se alquanto s'allarga la vostra onestà nel favellare, non per dover con l'opere mai alcuna cosa sconcia seguire, ma per dare diletto a voi e altrui, non veggio con che argomento da concedervi possa nello avvenire riprendere alcuno. Dioneo dissociates actions from storytelling, words from deeds, thereby denying the exemplary value of the novelle and questioning the relation between reality and fiction, something he has just implicitly done in the story of Frate Cipolla, which coincidentally is a particularly Dantean novella in which the Friar of St. Anthony displays a certain resemblance to the Florentine poet. It is therefore not to be excluded that the excursion towards the valley may serve as an answer to Dioneo's speech, an experiment of sorts to test its validity. The landscape described in the conclusion to the 6th day constitutes both the culmination of the 2 preceding gardens and at the same time their negation. It takes up and develops the references to Dante's earthly paradise already present in the description of the first garden. Thus, the prato d'erba minutissima is protected by the sun, just as in Purgatorio, the selva antica casts shade that raggiar non lascia sole ivi. But to further develop this image already present in the introduction to the first day, instead of the second garden's fountain, Boccaccio describes a stream and a small, limpid lake, senza avere in sé mistura alcuna, which evokes Dante's Lete, compared with which tutte l'acque che son di qua più monde parriano avere in sé mistura alcuna. But this valley is also radically different, and is therefore modeled not only on the Dantean earthly paradise, but on 2 other sources as well. First of all, we are no longer on a hill, as in the 2 preceding gardens, but on a plain, ritondo come se a sesta fosse stato fatto, reminiscent of the circular figura of Dante's celestial rose. Boccaccio even borrows the rose's amphitheater-like structure. Le piagge delle quali montagnette così digradando giuso verso il pian discendevano, come nei teatri veggiamo dalla lor sommità i gradi, infino all'infimo venire successivamente ordinati, sempre ristringendo il cerchio loro. These evoke the gradi in the Mille Soglie of Paradiso 30 and 31. And although these terraces are full of vegetation and not of blessed souls, the term that Boccaccio uses to describe them, piaga or plaga, is a word that Dante uses twice to indicate the various heavens. This conflation of earthly and celestial paradise seems to negate the difference between the 2, and thereby the entirety of divine providence, from original sin to the last judgment, converting them instead into a perfectly earthly place that has nothing to do with the luce intellectuale of the Empyrean. But this operation of forcibly merging two distinct gardens into a single topographical location is also being carried out vis-à-vis another text, the second part of the 13th century Roman de la Rose, written by Jean de Meun. There, the allegorical figure of Genius denounces as false the square garden of Déduis with its fountain of Narcissus, which would therefore correspond to the Decameron's second garden, exalting instead the circular park of the mystical lamb with its font of immortality. According to Genius, the park stands to the garden as truth stands to fables. And yet the Valle delle Donne does not seem to negate the truth of the previous gardens, just as it does not presume to be the park of Christ. Instead, it simultaneously evokes and rejects the models of Eden, Paradise, and Genius's park. In other words, it does away with the process of providential fulfillment, which ties earthly paradise to the Empyrean and Déduis's garden to Genius's park. And yet, if there is a moment in the Decameron in which transcendence is implicitly evoked and may even seem possible, it is here. But the Valle also has another fundamental characteristic, which is that of artifice. Whereas the two preceding gardens were explicitly artificial orti conclusi, created by man, this locus amenus remains ontologically ambiguous. Like Dante's earthly paradise, which is surprisingly presented not as a garden, but as a divina foresta, the Valle delle Donne is emphatically not a garden. And yet, returning to the valley's circularity, the phrase come se a sesta fosse stato fatto quantunque artificio della natura e non manual paresse seems to hesitate between artifice and nature. The hypothetical if clause and the evocation of a compass function as a mise en abîme. It may be that appearances are deceiving, that this is in fact an artificial place and therefore perfect work, indistinguishable from nature. An analogous hesitation between ars and natura reappears in the description of the trees that grow come se qualunque e di ciò il miglior artefice li avesse piantati, whereas la terra sol da sé produce the flowers and trees of earthly paradise. Even purely natural phenomena are metaphorically rendered subject to human action, such as the waterfall, which sprizzando pareva da lungi ariento vivo che da alcuna cosa premuta minutamente sprizzasse. The almost Baroque simile confers to the description and to that which it depicts a marked sense of artificiality. Rhetoric and locus amenus become synonymous. The artifacts of the valley remains ambiguous, unknowable, as with a single gesture, Boccaccio conceals and discloses the human hand behind the landscape. Let's turn now to what actually happens in the Valle delle Donne, seeing as this brief and seemingly secondary episode may in fact constitute a central turning point within the Decameron. The unusually gratuitous and marginal nature of the excursion coincides with an altogether unusual form of narration. The episode is entirely devoid of direct discourse, and Boccaccio reminds the reader of his distance from the action, underscoring that he is recounting it secondo che alcune di loro poi mi ridisse. This statement, along with the absence of dialogue, separates the reader and the narrator from the women, placing the former in a position of voyeuristic observation. The best description of this phenomenon is to be found in Dante, coi piedi stetti e con gli occhi passai. The reader, too, is limited to following with his eyes as they meander through the Edenic landscape of the valley, witnessing vicariously the erotic scene of the bathing women, who senza sospetto d'esser vedute enter into the lake, which conceals them from the gaze as farebbe una vermiglia rosa un sottil vetro, which is to say, in no way at all. The reader remains external to the action, contemplating the scene that does not end in an Ovidian raptus or some other resolution. It remains akin to an unsatisfactory prelude, seductive but unfulfilled. But what happens in the Commedia? Dante's character finds himself impeded by the river Lete, and can therefore only cross it with his eyes to see first Matilda and then the procession that precedes Beatrice's arrival. Much like in the Decameron, Dante's eyes and the readers encounter a figure charged with erotic Ovidian connotations, the classic Donna Soletta in a locus amenus. But the style adopted by Dante, reminiscent of a Cavalcanti and Pastorella, as well as the association with Proserpine, are quickly dispelled by Matilda, who imposes a spiritual reading on the context in which she appears, remarking that luce rende il salmo delectasti. The psalm rejects the Ovidian evocations, just as Beatrice's words will later cut short Dante's Virgilian evocations. Unlike the reader and the narrator of the Decameron, Dante does not remain a passive observer. Instead, his bitter remorse constitutes the final stage of his purgation, until Dante riconoscensi il cor mi morse, ch'io caddi vinto. It is this absolute participation in the conversion of penitence and the rejection of a former life and infatuation that allow the poet to finally cross the river Lete. And whereas in the Decameron both reader and narrator remain separated from the bathers, Dante carries the reader with him into the river as he awakens nel fiume in fin la gola, thus allowing both reader and protagonist to go beyond sin and encounter Beatrice to later transcend the material world, a trasumanar that goes beyond the human condition to render divine grace manifest through a participation in the divine verbum. No such luck in the Decameron. Both reader and narrator remain detached from the women, and there is no longer a Lethe to cross because it has been transformed into a lake that, by definition, impedes any form of progress. This transformation evokes, both prospectively and parodically, the metamorphosis of the paradisiac river, which in Paradiso 30, mi parve di sua lunghezza divenuta tonda. The transition from the linearity of time to the circularity of eternity is substituted in the Decameron by an impasse that does not allow the women to do anything other than tornar verso casa. Upon their return to the second garden, Pampinea taunts Dioneo. Oggi vi pure abbiamo noi ingannati. But what does this lie consist in? So far, nobody has been able to supply a satisfactory response. It may be that the lie is that which follows. Narrò donde venivano e come era fatto il luogo e quanto di equidistante e ciò che fatte avevano. In other words, what we have just read. In this case, the lie would be the replacement of reality with narration, which does nothing other than demonstrate the very divergence between words and deeds that Dioneo had proclaimed earlier. Dioneo and his two companions are teased by Pampinea, just as the reader has been teased by the narrator. And the lie consists in the illusion created by narration of recreating reality, an illusion that inevitably produces disappointment. Dioneo's reaction, which is to immediately go with Panfilo and Filostrato to see the valley and to take the whole brigata there the next day, can be seen as a form of compensation, an attempt to transform Pampinea's story into reality. But the impossibility of this experiment is made clear by another Dantean citation. At the conclusion of the 7th day, Dioneo hands over the laurel crown to Lauretta with the words, Madonna, io vi corono di voi medesima reina della nostra brigata. Virgil's analogous words, io te sovra te corono Emitrio, serve to announce to Dante that he could now take his own piacere per duce and go beyond purgatory. Dioneo too tells Lauretta to do that which piacer sia di tutti. The difference lies in the fact that the brigata has not just arrived in earthly paradise. Rather, it arrived a while ago and found no way out. And so they can do nothing but go back, foreshadowing their return to Florence. The fundamental difference that this episode reveals between the Decameron and the Commedia lies in the relation that the two works establish between parole and fatti, between reality and their own fictions. In Dante's poem, the direct link between word and deed is the necessary presupposition for a text that is not speculative but practical in its aims, a performative potential confirmed, among other things, by the exemplar found on the terraces of Purgatory, which serve as a model for the poem itself. It is for this reason that Dante character himself must be present as a figura Christi, and therefore as a mediator between the reader and the reality he depicts. The poetic trasumanar requires not only faith in the divine logos, but also belief in poetic language's participation in it. As Erich Auerbach famously wrote about the biblical episode of Isaac's sacrifice, far from seeking, like Homer, merely to make us forget our own reality for a few hours, it seeks to overcome our reality. We are to fit our own life into its world, feel ourselves to be elements in its structure of universal history. As the episode of the Valle delle Donne demonstrates, Boccaccio, unlike his predecessor, opts for distance, a sort of alienation effect that refuses the direct relation between text and reader presupposed by exemplary literature, in order to establish a more ambiguous but also more autonomous relation. This hermeneutic distance allows for the perception of artifice, whether that of the valley or that of the novella, so that one may draw from it, as the author suggests, diletto e utile consiglio. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Thank you, Max, a lot for this insightful presentation. I can't wait to talk about that later. I'm going to introduce our second speaker, Marcello Bolpani. He received his PhD from Palacký University in Olomouc, Czech Republic in 2016. His research focuses on the work of Giovanni Boccaccio and on the narrative implications of space. He co-founded a comparative linguistic corpus of native Czech and Slovak students learning Italian. He is currently a high school teacher and an independent scholar. His talk today is entitled The Geography of the Decameron, an Overview. Please, Marcello.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I will share my screen now as well. Okay, great. So good afternoon, or maybe I should say good morning, since I am the only one who is in the European continent at the moment, I think. Thanks for having me here. I'm really glad to have the possibility to share with you a brief overview of my already 2016 old and so far the only one monography called The Geography of the Decameron, and original La Geografia del Decameron. The book was released by Prospero Editore in 2016, and it has been recently reviewed by your PhD candidate, Giorgio Losi, which I heartily thank for his positive feedback on Heliotopia Journal. So it was a good opportunity to meet this really quality group of students that are in charge of this conference, which I am glad to be today. In order to explain a little bit on which I worked on, basically, by working at the intersection between geography and literature, I was able, I hope, to carry out an in-depth examination of Boccaccio's perspective on the lands and the geography of Italy, and beyond it, of the entire Mediterranean basin and European continent at this time. Drawing on medieval cartographic sources such as planisphere, nautical journals or globes, I created new maps showing the routes of the most exotic, in my opinion, and adventurous travels of the characters throughout the 101 short stories in the Decameron, trying to introduce as well new theoretical perspectives. So let's see, as an example, one of my favorite short story novella, which is the 7th of the second day. This is the novella of Alatiel. Just a reminder, Alatiel is a princess, a barbarian princess, the daughter of the king of Babylonia, Alexander in Egypt, who is supposed to take a short journey from west side of Mediterranean to east side, from east side of Mediterranean to west side, to meet and marry her future husband, which is the king of Algarve in northern Morocco. But suddenly, during the journey, her ships wreck and around Majorca Island, so that her story suddenly changes. And thanks to this typical narrative U-turn, Boccaccio has the opportunity to depict a real Mediterranean adventure based basically on kidnapping, sex, and linguistic misunderstandings, involving this mute leading protagonist, the character, which is Alatiel. Alatiel actually experiments on her skin literally coast to coast within the world, as it was known at that time, which, by the way, follows the exact routes sailed by the 14th century merchants, which Boccaccio knew very well because he was in charge of the Bardi Bank Company in Florence and in Naples. So, as you might have noticed, I have underlined 3 different kinds of routes in this map. The first is the originary trip, the green cross, which it's the trip she was supposed to take. The real journey, the viaggio reale, which is the, how can I say, the sexual peregrination between Mediterranean. She is like taken by 8 or maybe 9, 10.000 volte during her story, and the counter journey or conto viaggio, as I found this neologism, which actually is the fake experience Alatiel makes up to save her dignity and virginity when she meets her father again after 4 years. And in the end, as you might remember, she finally meets her husband, and she makes him believe that she is still virgin. So, bocca baciata non perde la luna, ma rinnuova come fa la luna. But this is another story. The fact is that recreating this journey with the maximum fidelity which I could, it was quite a challenge, and I found interesting not only doing this not only for what concerns the novelle, but also taking as a nutshell of Decameron the Filocolo. Filocolo is an elder work by Boccaccio, which might be considered as one of the first novels in the Italian literature. As you can say, also in this case, we have the main character Florio with his tangled quest for her Bianchifiore in all the Mediterranean through all what was considered Europe in that time. And actually, this kind of retrace that I have done during my PhD period in Czech Republic helped me for the second part of my work, which I am going to introduce to you. So first part was like retracing merchant routes and narrative perspective, but let me precise that speaking of religion or otherness or alterity, there are no value distinction at all which I could find, nor by the author, neither by the character. So I will say there is some closeness in the distance between East, West, or Christianity or Islam, Muslim world. Which makes the Decameron, as I wrote many times, a masterpiece of tolerance between different views of the world, let's say. Beside the representation of journey, I also developed a new system for counting the many places named throughout the Decameron. This system, which I took from Ruth Ronan Frame system, makes available a structured framework which methodically has the various setting of the short story quite precisely presented. Let's have a look. For example, this choropleth map distinguishes primary settings from secondary settings, and a third category which I created was imaginary places that Boccaccio sets up. I think this distinction is useful in order to better understand the author's spatial conceptions. As you can see, for example, in this choropleth map, which represents the primary setting, we can easily notice that Florence is the undisputed queen of the city's setting, while, for example, Paris and Genève turn out to be very popular on secondary settings. But what these data tell us, which are Boccaccio's intentions when he depicts, for example, Venetians as foolish or Florentine as loaded with wit and tricks? Does his restricted geographical knowledge influence the precision of the places it tells about? These are the questions at the basis of my theoretical quest. So this question pushed me into more investigation. Thus, I decided to analyze also another point of view, which is the average kilometrical distance from a 0 point, which I identified with Florence, as Florence we might all agree that is the core of the Decameron as a setting. So taking Florence as a point 0 and calculating the kilometrical distance from that point 0 to the other main settings of every short story of each of the 10 days, I could come to interesting position. For example, I just give you two examples. We have day 6 and day 2. In the second day, whose story respect the main topic of happy ending adventures, we can notice that the average setting is quite far away, let's say exotical, from the concrete life of Italian Tuscany cities, which the author knew better and, of course, very well. On the contrary, when it comes to wit and smart remarks, in the day 6, which, by the way, has been underlined by the colleague Matukin now as a day of narrative proximity, if I don't get wrong, which this, and I agree completely on this, Boccaccio practically sets all the settings in Florence, all the stories in Florence, as we can easily notice in a glance. And this might lead us to the conclusion that an author describes better what he knows, and he puts better with concept, smartness, and of course indulgence in the characters that represents himself better. And moreover, if we consider the whole average of each day, or the whole average of each short story of each novella, I mean every first novellas of each day average, so average by day and average by novella, we are offered still interesting comparative data that I try to analyze as a complex framework, trying to integrate Boccaccio's intention as an author, which are the conclusions that in this brief overview I can share with you. I think I figured out that geography in the Decameron integrates various elements, such as spatial erudition, real journeys, fake journeys, imagination, exoticism, prejudice, but also tolerance, as we said, and in any case, a lot of what we call divertissement or ars gratia artis. So this is all from me, and I really thank you for your kind attention and for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcello, for sharing some of your work with these maps and some of the way that you've kind of been able to visualize the data in a new way. I'll now introduce our final speaker of this panel. Vincenzo Di Maggio is currently a PhD student in Italian and Medieval Studies at IU Bloomington. He received his BA in Humanities from the University of Pisa and Scuola Normale Superiore. His research interests include medieval lyric poetry and Romance languages and dialectical varieties in Italy. His talk today is entitled Dante Alighieri and Marginal Communities, the Case of Sardinia.
Hello everyone, thank you Luca. Just give me like half a second to let's start my presentation. Okay, so once more, good morning everyone. Thank you for being here and thank you in advance for your patience. Thank you Luca and Pantalea, especially Luca for the introduction, but also Pantalea. Today, I would like to share with you the initial results of a research project I have been working on for some time right now, an exploration of the portrayal of linguistic otherness in medieval literature, with a special focus on lyrical poetry. Hopefully, this might turn into my dissertation topic, so please be generous and large with your feedback. Today, I'd like to bring up to your attention the very peculiar case study of Sardinia and its portrayal in Dante's work. It looked like a topic particularly fitting into this conference because of the status of Sardinia, an island very close to Italy, both culturally and geographically, but defiantly, especially according to our medieval poets, not belonging to the peninsula. Also, the fact I am Sardinian myself may have played a part in this choice. This investigation has been triggered by an observation by Tudolinda Barolini in her commentary of the Divine Comedy. Barolini observes a Sardinian network in the lower circles of Inferno. Especially County 22 and 33 share some stylistic and thematic similarities, according to Barolini, mainly because their characters had to do with Sardinia. We're talking of famous or infamous people, such as Conte Ugolino and Brancadoria. What they found, and the point I will try to make here today, is a kind of doubleness in the portrayal of Sardinia. This doubleness, the fact that Sardinia is close yet inherently other and different, I think is the reason why Dante and other poets before him gave us a double-faced depiction of the island. On one hand, a land whose inhabitants are totally other than peninsular Italians, which implies they are somewhat barbaric and culturally inferior. On the other hand, the fact he portrays Sardinian ruling classes, which at this age are usually of Tuscan descent, as totally integrated into the Western European political system. Before I start, let me give you a quick overlook of medieval Sardinia's political landscape. After a dark age period with almost no documentation, we start to have information about Sardinia, I think about the early 11th century. This moment, the island features a very peculiar political organization. It is divided into 4 independent kingdoms called Giudicati. Judicates is the word historians usually translate this into. They were also called with the Sardinian name of Rennu or Logu, literally kingdom or land. Those are Gallura, Torres or Logudoro, Arborea and Cagliari, as you can see from the map. Anyway, and this is important, these kingdoms do not feature an administrative system feudal in nature. On the contrary, they are elective monarchies whose king or judge, as they were called in Sardinian, Donnu, literally lord, or rege, king, are chosen among the members of the Lagunale dynasty. In Sardinia's judicates, regality is transmitted by a parliament called Corona de Logu, made out of clergymen and landowners. The judges do not own the kingdom as a private property. In this respect, the Sardinian one is not a feudal system. For example, during their throne accession, they have to swear to protect the judicate's territorial integrity. At some point, and that's what we're interested in today, the republics of Genoa and Pisa start to use Sardinia as a commercial base. Very early, let's say early 12th century, the indigenous dynasties began to establish relations, mainly through dynastic marriages, with aristocratic clans close to the interest of Pisa and Genoa. Among them, Dantean families such as the Visconti, della Gherardesca, the Marqueses of Massa and Monferrato. So, starting from the 12th century, the judges still belongs to the Lagunale dynasty, but they are also related to these families. Also, these families gradually acquire more and more power in Sardinia. This leads to the formation of actual semi-independent potentates within the judicates. For instance, the most famous one, Conte Ugolino, personally owned a third of the judicate of Cagliari. So we can see this kind of shift of power from indigenous dynasties to continental ones. I want to start the adventure, the journey of Sardinia in the Romance literature with this text, before we skip to Dante. This is a poem from a very important professional troubadour, Rimbaud de Vaqueras. All the troubadour poems I'm going to read with you today, to show you today, are dated, I mean, between the 12th and the early 13th century. This text is kind of important because it's a dialogic text. It's a kind of experimental text. There are two characters, a lover poet, and the woman is trying to seduce. She's going to reject him, by the way. Here, the novelty lies in the fact that while the lover is like the conventional figure of the author, the woman is a Genoese bourgeois. Also, and that's probably the most interesting part, while the poet's part are in conventional literary Old Occitan, the woman speaks in Genoese dialect. By the way, this is likely to be the oldest witness of an Italian variety in a literary text. I'm sharing with you this cobla. It is important because this is based on a cultural opposition. The one between the poet, whose cultural emblem is the Provençal language, and a woman who rejects him. And even though she's flattered by the use of such a prestigious literary language, she opposes to it the Genoese currency, il genuino. According to her, that language, that prestigious literary culture is not worth a genuino, a penny. What I want you to notice here is that close next to pretty common emblems of cultural otherness, such as, the woman compares the language used by the poet to Barbari, literally Berbers, but more generically we could say Muslim, and German-speaking people. The third term of comparison is Sardinian dialect. This sounds kind of suspicious for different reasons. First, Sardinia is the most conservative variety, and it is still pretty much mutually intelligible with the neighboring Romance varieties, and it was probably much more intelligible at the time. Also, Rainbow de Vaqueras at this time is working for the Malaspina family, is a professional, and the Malaspina used to have huge economical interest in Sardinia. So this is interesting because here the position, even though it's portrayed as linguistic in nature, hints more at some kind of cultural opposition. Sardinian people do not belong to us. That's the main idea, the main gist. On the other end of the spectrum, there is a group of texts from the same period, written by some famous professional troubadour that feature an important member of the Sardinian ruling class. William, the judge of Cagliari, William I of La Commassa, also known with the dynastic name of Saluzio IV, judge of Cagliari. William is an extremely interesting character and some kind like a prototype of the characters we will find in the Divine Comedy, the Sardinian characters we will find in the Divine Comedy. He was the son of Albert Corso, Marquis of Massa, northern Tuscany. Albert was a vassal of the Comune of Pisa. He was also he was likely to be the son of Georgia, the daughter of Constantine II, judge of Cagliari. So he was belonging to the important dynasties, a Tuscan dynasty and an indigenous Sardinian dynasty. Though he grew up and was raised close to Pisa. Okay, so we can say he was a Tuscan nobleman. This is a long story, but the main gist is that there was a dynastic war among Constantine II descendants, and William was the Pisan candidate for Cagliari's throne. In 1187, a Pisan army enthrones him. Then he starts his career as a pretty conventional feudal lord. He wages many wars against his neighbors, fight for and against the Comune of Pisa. He is likely to have tortured and maybe worse his main opponent's wife and daughter. The Pope personally scolded him for that in a letter, and then he participated to the Third Crusade, like the full spectrum of the feudal lord experience across the 2 centuries. Moreover, and that's the reason I'm interested in him, he's the addressee of 3 troubadour poems. I'm quoting here the poems. I'm not going to read them. They are 3 texts, very different in scope, theme, and content. We have a kind of humorous description of a naked female body, the first one, Pusubertai Morik Tesaur, a political poem, and then just a kind of conventional love song. Peire Vidal and Elias Querel are 2 important professional poets. We don't know much about Peire de la Caravana, but this is a political servantess. That's what we know. We only know this name. In some manuscripts, he's Caravana, in others, he's Cavarana, but we have no idea who he actually was. Also, the first 2 texts are somewhat related. There's some kind of dependency, but we do not know the direction of this dependency. The important element here is all the poems here acknowledge William, and we can see how he features all the desirable traits a troubadour would like to find in a lord and a possible patron, their professional. He is gentle in a technical sense, valorous, ambitious, and above all, is generous and large. He partakes in the values of Western Europe aristocracy. The second element I want you to notice is the title they use to address William, especially in Peire Vidal's case. He is Marquess de Sardegna instead of, I don't know, Iudex Cagliaritanus, the judge of Cagliari. William had never been ruler of the whole island, even though he tried to assert his hegemony over it. Here, Peire Vidal and his colleagues do not use the rightful indigenous title, but the continental one. They acknowledge the authority of a Tuscan ruler over the island. I mean, an authority that has never been actual and enforced. And this is a kind of rule that unsettlingly resembles to a one colonial in nature. Okay, so there is this strong divide between the indigenous title and the continental one. It's not the judge of Cagliari, we should expect. This idea was summed up in a Giosuè Carducci poem, in a line kind of famous that says, Re in Sardegna, a Pisa cittadini, kings in Sardinia, citizens in Pisa. So we see in troubadour poetry a two-faced portrayal. On hand, Sardinians are other and different. On the other one, an important member of the ruling class, whereas he comes from a continental dynasty, he is in any respects one of us. I mean, one of them, I'm Sardinian. They share the same values. Fast forward to a century later, to our favorite poet, who, by the way, yesterday started his descent to hell. Dante's depiction of Sardinia is kind of close to what we saw in troubadour poetry. The first mention of Sardinia is in the Vulgari Eloquentia. I'm quoting these passages from the 10th chapter of the first book. In the Vulgari, Dante states that Sardinia is close to Italy. It is to associate to Italy, but it's not Italy. It's not Italian. At the end of the day, it does not belong. The second criticism Dante brings up is more interesting to us. He compares Sardinian people and Sardinian linguistic varieties to apes. As apes imitate man, the Sardinian language imitates Latin. I think this is mainly due to the extreme conservativeness of Sardinian dialectal varieties, but it also entails some kind of anthropological subordination of Sardinia to the people of the peninsula. Moreover, I cannot prove it, but Sardinia in the Middle Ages has been the first region of Romance Europe to use its own vernacular as the language for official documents. Okay, so this is possible not because they were particularly advanced, but because they did not know Latin well enough. This is this kind of contradiction. I think I cannot prove it, but I think Here, it is possible that Dante is hinting at the fact that in Sardinia, the local vernacular overtakes the traditional functions of Latin. I mean, official and public documents. This is the De Vulgari. Finally, sorry, in the Divine Comedy, this is a list of the appearances of Sardinian characters in the poem. Characters at points 2 and 3 are kind of similar in nature. They're all like high-end politicians who own personal properties on the island. The base of their political power is Sardinian, but their focus is the peninsular Italy. They're all vassal or citizen of Genoa and Pisa. Let me bring up two examples. Obviously, then their individual destiny are different. Nino Visconti was a close friend of Dante, and we find him in the Valletta dei Principi in the Purgatory, while Conte Ugolino, I mean, we know his story, his tragic story. But they're also interesting because, for example, Nino Visconti was the rightful judge of Gallura, so the Sardinian kingdom, the Sardinian king, the descendant of a Sardinian dynasty, but also the child of one of the most important continental Italian aristocratic family. He was the judge of Gallura, while also being the leader of the Guelph party in Pisa, and he tried to seize the power in Pisa. His grandfather, Ugolino della Gherardesca, was not the rightful ruler of a judicate. He used to own like personal properties, as we saw, but he was the leader of the Ghibelline faction in Pisa. So this is this like two-faced, ambiguous identity of these characters. It is pretty different. The case of the actually indigenous character, Michele Zanche e Frate Gomita, is kind of different. They are featured in Canto 22 of Inferno, and there are mainly two elements I want you to notice. First, they do not belong. Here we can find something pretty close and similar to what we saw in the De Vulgari Eloquentia. When Dante asked Ciampolo, do you know any Italian guy? Latino. Conosci tu alcun che sia latino? Here Latino has the technical meaning, the technical sense of Italian. Ciampolo replies with, I was with a guy that was from a place close to Italy, implying it was not Italy. I mi partì poco è da un che fu di lì vicino. Also, Dante, ancient commentators underscore this aspect. Sardinia is not Italy. Also, the other thing I want you to notice is the fact that this cultural difference, this cultural divide, is underscored by means of linguistic mimesis. Frate Gomita and Michele Zanche, in this passage, we see some very specific Sardinian political terms, just like donno. Donno is it means lord, it comes from Latin dominus, and it is like the equivalent of king. That's the royal title. What we can see here, also there's a third element that's implied, even though not explicited. These two characters, Frate Gomita and Don Michele Zanche, somewhat gives us this universal distrust Dante should have felt towards Sardinian people, because they are the vicars of the bearer of the rightful Ghibelline power, Enzo di Sardegna, that's the case of Frate Gomita, and the vicar of Nino Visconti, an extremely important Guelph leader. So like there's this kind of universality. No Sardinia in the Divine Comedy is portrayed in a positive way. And I think this one more element that reflects this kind of ambiguous and two-faced nature of Sardinian people. And thank you.
Thank you, Vincenzo, for your talk. So now we are ready to open the Q&A. You can just raise your hand physically or virtually using the emoji on the bottom of Zoom. Or if you are shy, you can send the question chat and we will read it for you, as you prefer. Akasha?
Thank you to all of you. Those were really wonderful and thought-provoking presentations. I'm going to try to ask a unifying question and let's see if I can pull it off. But so, of course, with the theme of this conference, with closeness and distance, there is the necessary delving into alterity, cultural alterity especially, and that's something that could potentially come up in all of what you've said. Max, I was kind of thinking along the lines of what you brought up in terms of this wonderful connection between the Valle delle Donne and earthly paradise in Dante's Purgatorio. But one term that doesn't come up in Purgatorio that does come up in another place in the Commedia is Castello, right? And there is a castle in the Valle delle Donne, and that took me not to Purgatorio, but of course to Limbo. And that too, just topographically, descriptively, has a great deal to perhaps offer in terms of it being read along with the Valle delle Donne. And of course, in that regard, we have cultural, religious alterity featured very explicitly, something that also comes up in Purgatorio 28 in simile form, when Dante likens himself to someone on the other side of the divide, in the case of Hero and Leander, or in the case of Xerxes trying to cross the Hellespont, right? So I wonder if you might comment on a connection that you could see there. Marcello, I was very, very struck by all of what you said about the ways in which we can use geography to better understand the Decameron, especially quantitatively in real time and space measure. I was really interested in what you were saying about the or what you graphically represented in the connection between the localizing of space in day 6, which is so incredibly Florentine, as Max brought up as well, and then of course day 2, which is ranging widely in the world. And I wonder if you might talk a little bit about how that could relate to the thematic emphases of those 2 days. So Fortuna, of course, in day 2, and wit in day 6. I wonder if you might think a little bit about how spatially related those 2 chosen topics are. And finally, Vincenzo, I wonder if you might say a little bit more about this back and forth between exoticism and let's say authentic representation of Sardinia, as you brought out so very evocatively in all of your citations. But of course, you were doing a lot of work in a little time. So I wonder if you might talk a little bit more about the your theoretical approach and how you might see a both and model perhaps in play, if there is Sardinia that is debased in some fashion, if Sardinian is related to Latin or Italian as a monkey, then we have some sort of a problematic representation. On the other hand, you have the very telling use of Sardinian words in the Commedia, and I wonder what you might find as a balancing act in all of those. So apologies, but I'm trying to cover all bases as much as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Akasha. We can start with Max, Marcello, and Vincenzo in order.
Thank you, Akash. That's a very interesting question, because so in the Valle delle Donne, we have this very bizarre landscape. We have the Valle, and then it's surrounded by 6 different hills, each of which has a castle on top of it. And there's a very similar landscape in the Caccia di Diana. So it's natural on the inside, but you always have sort of human dwellings in sight. On the contrary, in the second garden, which we have in the Introduzione to the third day, there is literally a castle which they come to inhabit. And the garden in which they're speaking belongs to the castle. And it is surrounded by walls, exactly like the garden of Déduit in Torremont de la Rose. So there's a very strange dynamic going on there. The garden of Déduit, much like the garden of the third day, is sort of defined by a form of exclusion, right? What defines the garden is precisely the fact that it is artificially enclosed. It keeps something out, ostensibly nature and wilderness. In the Valle, we both have that and we don't have that. There is no wall. It's a sort of, but on the other hand, Boccaccio is very specific. He says that there's only one entryway into this valley. It seems very much like a sort of fortified place of sorts, strangely. But at the same time, it goes back to this sort of hesitancy almost between the natural and the artificial, because, for example, there's this strange description of the 2 sides of the valley. There's the southern side and there's the northern side. One part is full of fruit trees and orchards and things like that. Once again, unclear whether artificial or not. And the other side is full of just sort of boschi, so like woods and things like that. It's unclear, once again, whether this is man-made or not. But it's interesting that there is a sort of a more perhaps unmediated relation to nature in the Valle than there is in the second garden. With relation to the earthly paradise that Dante portrays, I mean, that's almost even more problematic. I mean, we arrive in Purgatorio 27, but really most in Purgatorio 28, and we expect to see a garden, and we don't. Dante describes a divina foresta. In fact, the word giardino is never used. It is only ever used in Purgatorio once, and that is to describe Italy and not a real garden at all. It is very explicitly a foresta. It is something not created by man, something that man himself never actually touched, right? So in a way, those 3 have to somehow be mediated, though I don't know if I've really answered or not.
Well, sorry, just to comment on that last thing that you said, there is a human element in Earthly Paradise and Purgatorio as well, and it's in the very last thing that Matilda says in Purgatorio 28, when she talks about what the poets of old dreamed, right? And so that the role of poetry there in envisioning a place untouched by humans, I think is exactly that human element, if you will, that artistic element that is also the balancing act that Boccaccio is trying to pull off there, right?
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, the strange thing there is that the description of earthly paradise is closer to classical descriptions of a locus amenus than it is to Christian descriptions of earthly paradise. So, for example, the evocation of Proserpine, the raptus there happens very much in a silva, and that is the silva that we find ourselves in. It's just sort of Dante sort of doesn't quite get which silva it is, but that's the model. It's not the Garden of Eden, strangely enough.
Thank you. I think it's Marcello's turn now.
Yes, thank you, Akash, for your question. I will try to answer with the best of my rusty English. Sorry for that. So yeah, actually I didn't have the time or the space to put other examples, but beside the 6th day, which is really so Florentine, I could enlarge the point also to the 7th and to the 8th days, which there is for me like a trinity, if I might say, of these Florentine days, 6, 7, and 8. And at the beginning, I found curious the fact that all these 3 days are basically held on mocks or little story between husbands and women, or you know, just to remind, you know, 6 days about in general mocks and wit. 7 day is about women who are mocking her husbands, and the 8th day is about reciprocal mocks into marriages. So there are little stories of very specific people from specific places in Florence or around Florence in Provence. On the other hand, when it comes to imagination, liberality, tragic or adventure, Boccaccio has the tendency to enlarge his geographical view. And for example, the 2nd day, as you notice it, as I underlined also in the slides, there are like adventure which have an happy ending. For example, we have London 2 times, we have Egypt 2 times, and of course a lot of Greece, which is like the door to the unknown, to the fantastic, and to the exotic. But for example, in the 2 days of the free topic, 1st and 9th day, lot of characters, a lot of narrators, sorry, choose to represent, to set their story, for example, in China, Babylonia, Cyprus. I think there is a connection between the little and local stories about which we can, for example, deepen our knowledge about real surnames or real parts of towns. And on the other hand, when Boccaccio didn't actually have the geographical knowledge about places and times, he comes up with magic, for example, in a couple of occasions, or with some big values, like, for example, Griselda, you know, or other stories which shows like theoretical and ideal relationship more than realistic ones. So that's why I decided to underline the moral spatial ideology by Boccaccio, whose by the way is never like moral, is all the time, you know, looking, for example, at the exoticism of Muslim population with a sort of imaginific tolerance, and never with some Christian prejudice, which I found really humanistic and less medieval, but this is another story. So thank you.
You just said the buzzword, but I think you gave Vincenzo his perfect point of transition, so I'll just let him go.
Okay, I'll start with the last part of your question, the use of Sardinian words in the Divine Comedy. I mean, if we think about that, the Sardinian words deployed by Dante, they all belong to the political theory lexicon. Like, for example, giudice and donno. I think there's a reason. I mean, that's not something I can prove it right now, but I think there's an historical and political reason. Sardinia has never been part of the Carolingian imperial framework. So you have a territory that somewhat needs to be integrated into this broader frame. And I mean, Sardinia is not like properly a kingdom. Like Dante never uses like the re, as I would say, or regno. It's always giudice or donno. And I think this is a way to use a shortcut to reintegrate into an imperial framework something that does not belong to it. Also, as for my theoretical approach, framework, I use this word a lot in the last 2 minutes. I do not like to use this word lightheartedly, but I think in this case, Dante's one is some kind of colonial approach to Sardinia facts, because there's this huge divide between people who are from the continent. I mean, Brancadoria is a terrible human being. He lost his soul since he's a betrayer, but he's somewhat the rightful bearer of political power. I mean, in the part of Gallura he rules over. The same applies to Contegolino. While like this, Dante, I mean, yeah, it comes from an act of betrayal, but Dante never engages with the fact that maybe, I mean, the only two Sardinian characters he mentions, I mean, their relationship with power is kind of troubled, since they're grief, they're baratieri. So that's the best I can come up with. And also, you asked me something else, but I forgot about it. Oh, okay, and like the animalistic simile, tamquam simia. This character, I mean, Sardinian, it's a complex matter. First, because we don't know for sure what Dante means there, because what he's saying about Sardinian language kind of contradicts what he already said. I mean, isn't a big contradiction with what he said about his linguistic theory. So I think I really like my theory, my hypothesis of him referring to the use of Sardinian for public documents. Also, I mean, for a Tuscan person who was involved in trade and like the political landscape of the time, that was something kind of easy to know. And also, I mean, there's this anthropological component, like Sardinians are not like us.
Well, and in that regard, Vincenzo, I wonder if, right, with the DVE theory of vernacular, if there is a poetic potential to Sardinian that is perhaps being seen in any possible way.
I don't think so. There's I mean, it's very hard in the DV to find a poetic potential in languages, in varieties that actually had a literary tradition. And also, like, how can you use that? How can you use a language, a variety so close to Latin? So exactly, I mean, the use of Latin for poetry is Dante's Stroman in this case. So I don't see how you can integrate a monkey language, an ape language into this system, if that makes sense.
But the Commedia is full of Latin as poetry and, you know, fedi natura bona scimia, right? I mean, there is a way in which the DVE model of poetic eloquence is not actually borne out by the Commedia at all, because Dante is going to explicitly create a new language for himself. Yeah, with other languages.
I totally agree on that, but I mean, among the languages he uses, there's no Sardinian, except for the political theory lexicon.
Thank you. So we have another question from Lisa Arbardo. Lisa.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly follow up, Vincenzo, probably not shockingly, on Raimon de Vaqueras' poem. In this constellation of authentic or exoticizing representations of Sardinia, and sort of following up on Akash's question about exoticism and your use of the word colonial, and your use of the word communities too, in the way that you're representing these examples. I'm curious about how you read the gender difference between the two speakers, between Raimon and the woman who's speaking Sardinian, and what sort of, how that fits into your example, how that fits into the relationship between spaces and between, let's say, language communities that may or may not easily map onto those spaces.
I think in that case, the gender matter is less important than the class matter. For this reason, here, I mean, that's the kind of difference between donna and femmina we will later find, I mean, in Italian lyric poetry. In this case, Raimon de Vaqueras is not engages with the fact she's a woman, but more with the fact she does not take in that set of courtly values. I mean, that's how I read that, and that, I mean, and she does not partake in that because she's from Genoa, and she's not part of Genoese aristocracy. Then there's the mention of Sardinian language. That's the first time I read that, I was like not awestruck, but I was kind of weirded out by that because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because, I mean, that's totally understandable. Rimbaud de Vaqueiras was pretty familiar to that cultural, economical, and political environment. But he uses Sardinia as the pole of misunderstanding, as an emblem of something that we cannot relate to. And that's something I cannot explain if I don't think that they actually perceive people from Sardinia as something totally culturally different. There's another element I haven't deployed in this presentation, and that's the fact that, I mean, at some point Dante, maybe Akash was also referring to that, in Purgatorio, uses the women of Sardinia as a term of comparison for like lust. Women of Sardinia do not cover themselves, they go around naked, and that's not true. I mean, that's not true, not because, I mean, of my first-hand knowledge of Sardinian women. That's not true because first, there aren't like documents supporting this. And also I tend to think, I mean, some scholars think that there's a nice paper about this passage, but I don't remember the name of the guy, De Laurentiis, Rossano. Anyway, he says that maybe this has more to do with the corpus of patristic and Middle Latin text he could read. Like, for example, there's a letter of Gregory Magnum where the Pope says, it's a letter to the leader of Sardinian clans. And I think when he wrote the letter, this leader, whose name was Hospito, recently converted to Christianism. So the Pope says something like, you aren't like your brethren, you do not go around naked, you do not worship stones and trees. So I think that's the kind of tradition Dante refers to while discussing the habits of Barbagia, so Middle Sardinian women. So there's also this element.
And I think there's at least one other poem in which Rimbaud is playing with language. So in which each stanza is in a different language. And so I think there's more to explore there I think there is something to gender that is conflated with class, as you point out, but in this play of language and identity, I think there's a bit more to explore. Thank you.
I mean, there's like a huge ocean of stuff to explore. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that, yeah, we have time for another question. Please, Max.
So if we're allowed for sort of intra-panel questions, I had a question for Marcello, because your presentation was absolutely fascinating, and I love seeing those sort of graphs on both the graphs on the maps on both a micro sort of novella level and a macro sort of Decameron level. I was curious about what you mentioned just answering the previous question, which is this sort of tendency we see to have some very international first days, right, all over the place, because we're discussing Fortuna. Then a sudden dip, day 6, we're in Florence. I mean, the farthest we go is Certaldo. And then you're absolutely right. Days 7 and 8 are still sort of quite close, although we're discussing sort of more the beffa than the molto. There's a bit of a difference. And then day 10, we're all over the place again. So do you have any sort of theories for how to interpret these sort of macro variations that we have within the structure of the Decameron?
Thank you, Max. Well, yeah, actually, if we take a look at the average distance by day, we see this wave that you just described. I mean, with this depression in the middle, 6, 7, and 8, in terms of distance kilometrical. So we have like flat in 6, 7, and 8. As far as you go is, I think, Monteriggioni or Montaperto or something like that, 30, 40 kilometers from Florence. And then it strikes back with the 9th day before the 10th, because if you remember, there is like the 9th novella of the 9th day is held in Jerusalem, so it's quite distant. And after that, as you said, right, the last day has at least 3 settings, main settings, which are more than 1,000 kilometers distant from Florence. The thing is that more than in the let's say throughout the days, I would consider the fact that maybe what really matters is the number of the novella in the day. I mean, because if I put together all the first, all the second, all the third novellas of each day, I see some tendencies. For example, I can see that when it's up to the 9th day, there is always some extra, at least extra Italian setting. And when it comes to the central, the 5th or the 6th, we have 80% of the time we have like Tuscan settings. So there is something. I actually honestly didn't still find out what is the matter under the water, but such as through the days, such as through the single novellas, there is this kind of depression in the central 5, 6, and 7, which on the beginning and in the end, we have this geographical infinite, because sometimes we have also to take into consideration the fact there are a lot of secondary settings or imaginary settings. How can we describe the imaginary settings, for example, Bengodi, or when it says about India, Pastinaca, for example, that I think Boccaccio didn't really have an idea where to put it on the map, since he didn't have a map of India, literally. So all the time that he mentions this imaginary place, we have to put it out like outside the physical map, and all the time, and he always does it in the first or in the last novellas. So maybe when I will have time, I think it's exactly the new topic I'm going to research on.
That's fascinating. And sort of just a follow-up, what about the last novella, Dioneo? Does he usually sort of, because I mean, take Frate Cipolla, right? He has this voyage to the Terra di Menzogna, but actually he's describing a nice little walk around Florence.
If we take all the Dioneos, like the anarchist Dioneo, you know, I don't, he doesn't agree with anything, he just wants to have fun. I mean, but he's so Florentine. I think Dioneo is the real voice of Boccaccio. I mean, because I am looking now at his novellas. We have Bologna, Pisa, Tunisia, Salerno, Perugia, Certaldo, Siena, Palermo, Barletta, and Saluzzo, which is like Emilia-Romagna, I think. So he never goes out, and he's always so, you know, practical and human. So there are a lot of studies that say that actually Dioneo represents real Boccaccio's intention, so like the divertissement, as I said.
Thank you, Marcello and Max. I'm afraid we have to close the panel because the next one will start in very few minutes, but I hope that we can continue this conversation later during the conference. I want to thank everybody for your presence here, and I hope you enjoyed the next panel too, and see you later during this day. Okay, thank you everybody. I want to thank especially Max and Marcello and Vincenzo for their talks. Thank you, and yeah, have a great conference.
I'm going to present our second speaker. This is Lauren Guthrie from Warren Wilson College. Lauren is an MA candidate in critical craft studies at Warren Wilson College and a craftswoman, artist, and educator based in Oakland, California. So Lauren's talk today is titled Craft and Community Luxury, Barricades and the Role of Crafts Workers in the Paris Commune.
Thank you. And I'm going to share my screen if I can. Great. And can you all see my slides? Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. So as mentioned, I'm going to share a selection from my thesis research, talking a little bit today about the barricade as craft object and communal luxury. I believe myself to be a worker, an artist shoemaker, and I have the right to as much respect from men as those who think themselves workers while wielding a pen. Gaillard Père wrote these words in 1869. 2 years later, he would not be making shoes, but designing barricades to defend the Paris Commune from invasion by the Versailles army. Artisans like Gaillard comprised a considerable force in the Commune with, as Kristen Ross notes, some 10,000 among the convicted. Like many of his peers, Gaillard's radical political position predated the Commune. He had already gained notoriety both as a political militant as well as a master shoemaker well before the inception of the Commune on March 18, 1871. As an artisan, Gaillard Père was known as an innovative craftsman who had both presented at the 1852 Universal Exposition of Paris and a year later published a treatise on his invention of waterproof boots made from natural rubber. Gaillard was an active participant in and supporter of the Commune, was elected as the representative of 2 districts to the Barricade Commission, and eventually named Director General of Barricades, commanding the Special Battalion of Barricade Makers. It was in this role that his skills as an artisan came into the service of his political convictions. In preparation for the impending invasion by the Versailles army, Gaillard led the construction of a series of extensive barricades concentrated around the Place de la Concorde and the Tuileries, which were unique in the detail and precision of their designs. The most famous of his barricades was nicknamed Chateau Gaillard, affectionately by the communards and derisively by their enemies, due to its size and the grandness of its presence. Located at the corner of Rue Saint-Florentin, the barricade blocked Rue de Rivoli just next to the Hôtel de la Marine, which served as a base of communard military preparation and defense. Constructed by a team of more than 200 builders and as many as 1,500 seamstresses, Chateau Gaillard relied upon the skilled and unskilled labor of many. Gaillard initially sketched out designs for the barricades, incorporating elements of Blanqui's ideas. Though those sketches are lost, there are contemporary renderings done by others which survived. Gaillard worked alongside a mason to carry out the construction and direct building crews. The sandbags were sewn by seamstresses of the Women's Union for the Defense of Paris and the Care of the Wounded. This widespread participation by self-organized and compensated labor distinguishes Chateau Gaillard from most barricades, which are typically constructed as needed in haste from whatever is available. Ross writes of the materiality of barricades, monumental ideals of formal perfection, duration, or immortality, quality of material, and integrity of design are replaced by a special kind of bricolage, the wrenching of everyday objects from their habitual context to be used in a radically different way. Chateau Gaillard does not seem to fit this description. Its careful design and precise execution lend it a more monumental formal quality. The lines and structure of the fortifications echo the architecture of their milieu. One could expect little else from an artisan of Gaillard's skill and attention to detail. Gaillard made the barricade aesthetically fit into its monumental surroundings, but he still created an object at human scale, which rejects the logic and values of the grand scale architecture it exists within. Chateau Gaillard looks counterintuitively inviting. The paths, the steps, the sandbags stacked to allow a rifle to be shot through the wall, all of it is constructed to accommodate the presence of the body. These are structures that are meant to be used and occupied by human bodies. Gaillard had always considered the needs of the body when designing shoes. Why should he stop considering them with the barricade? It is evident that Gaillard cared deeply about his craft, and he cared deeply about the commune's survival, so he applied the same principles of his carefully learned and honed skills to his work for the commune, despite their very different materials and end products. The result is a structure which serves its defensive function to an extent, and which does appear makeshift, but not ramshackle. Chateau Gaillard's welcoming appearance seems in opposition to its function as a barricade in the defense of the commune. The barricades would slow the army and allow the communards to attack them from a more removed and therefore more protected position. Why then, speaking strictly of function, would Gaillard build such well-crafted, sturdy, and visually pleasing structures? If the purpose of the barricade was simply to slow down and stop the movements of the invaders, then any rough assemblage of materials which blocked the road would suffice. And indeed, this is what most of the barricades of history have looked like, what most contemporary barricades look like. Their ramshackle makeshift nature is their hallmark. Gaillard did something different. Gaillard's primary goal was, of course, to protect the commune, though his success was tragically limited. The location of the barricades he designed and built were of dubious strategic value and proved easy for the army to capture. The large open spaces the barricades were built around in this district were less than ideal for the restricted movement and ambush from above that barricades were well suited to, not to mention that few of the communards actually lived in this neighborhood. And as the invasion of the commune proceeded over the Semaine Sanglante, the communards would erect more spontaneous barricades as they retreated further into their own neighborhoods in the northeast of the city, eventually cornered in Père Lachaise Cemetery. Despite failing at its primary objective, in Chateau Gaillard, we have a physical example of communal luxury. According to an anonymous anti-communard, Gaillard viewed his barricades, quote, as works of both art and luxury, end quote, which gives us an indication that these concepts are not entirely out of place in an analysis of Chateau Gaillard. And it gives us a glimpse into how Gaillard himself considered his work and the deep pride that led him to both think of it and represent it as an artistic work. Looking at the rounded half walls on either side of the footpath where Gaillard stands, it is easy to understand his pride. The curve of the wall made of barrels on the north end of the barricade could be excused as a function of its component parts form, but the walls made of paving stones took extra effort to make them rounded, and their location on the back of the barricade indicates their form could only be aesthetically motivated. The variety of textures throughout the construction invites a closer look, and when we do, we are able to better understand the feeling of invitation and welcoming we earlier perceived. The materiality of the barricade communicates that it is not a project of capital or the state, but that it is a project of the communards, of the people. The sandbags are not all uniform. Some have been sewn from patterned cloth, mostly plaids, and the presence of the patterns as well as the variation in tones indicate that even amongst the solid fabrics, there were likely a variety of different colors. The variety of fabrics tells us that these were sewn with what material was available to hand, and as we already know, they were sewn by self-organized women's labor. Marc Tragat argues that the act of building a barricade creates solidarity between builders, and it is as a site of solidarity generation that the barricade realizes a central part of its significance. This is true even in contemporary barricade construction, but its relevance is dependent on the conditions under which that construction occurs. In the moment of spontaneous insurrectionary conflict that Tragat assumes, yes, the construction of the barricade is a site of and moment for solidarity to occur and multiply. However, the communards had, comparatively, the luxury of time. The barricades built around the Place de la Concorde and the Place Vendôme were not built under duress or in a hurry. The time allotted by a planned construction allowed for the participation of many while also upholding deeply held political principles of the commune and its various committees, unions, and federations. Though Tragat argues that this paid labor represented a weaker expression of solidarity than did the spontaneously constructed barricades during the Semaine Sanglante, The recognition and engagement of various forms of organized and unorganized labor by the insurrectionary government of the commune demonstrates a solidarity of another form. It is not as recognizable or perhaps as pure as the solidarity formed in the moment of defense and combat, but it is representative of the experimental and variable forms of self-organization in which the commune was engaged. Seen in this light, the construction of Chateau Gaillard embodies one of the principles that cabinet maker, fabric designer, and poet Eugène Potier proclaimed necessary for the realization of communal luxury: work by all, for all. By virtue of the methods of its construction and the care and skill brought to that process, the barricade becomes an object of communal luxury. It is an object of beauty, it shows great skill in its construction, was made by collective effort in public, and it enriches the living space of all. Communal luxury was one of the goals put forward by the Fédération des Artistes, a group of more than 400 artists, artisans, designers, and other art workers who organized themselves. Their manifesto, developed by a committee of 16 and written by Potier, laid out in 8 subheadings the goals and initiatives of the Fédération. Of primary interest to us in the context of Gaillard Paire's barricade is their stated goal of, quote, the inauguration of communal luxury and the splendors of the future, end quote. As the state institution of fine arts, the Académie des Beaux-Arts set rules for who could call themselves an artist and privileged those artists over other art and craft workers through admission into salons, competitions, and prizes. Growing numbers of trained art workers and a lack of growth and adaptation by the Académie increased competition throughout the arts industries of the city and opened up artisans to proletarianization, both from a devaluation of their work and advances in industrial production. As fewer opportunities for more artists created pressure on one side, the consolidation of artistic standards into the Académie and increased demand for mass production resulted in a more precarious and less valued position for craft workers. The Fédération set themselves against the hierarchies of the Académie through many of their programmatic goals, but notably in the way they challenged the definition of artist. In order to eliminate their precarity and fold artisans into the Fédération as artists, the advisory committee, through Potier, included an important declaration in their manifesto: the inclusion on the committee of 10 representative members of the decorative arts. Through this and other decisions taken, the Fédération incorporated artisans and craft workers into the definition of artists. This addressed practical labor concerns and threats to the livelihoods of artisans and craft workers, but it also did something else. It broke down a barrier between fine art and decorative art that had been strictly maintained by the Académie. The communards of the Fédération did not seek to define either category, but to abolish the idea of distinction altogether. They brought together artisans and fine artists who had been divided by status or honors conferred by the state into one category of production and put that category of production under their own control. We return now to communal luxury. Given contemporaneous usage, luxury may be understood as being beyond what is necessary. By this definition, Chateau Gaillard is an object of luxury. Turgot makes the argument that Chateau Gaillard was not really a barricade because it was not made out of necessity in the chaos of battle, but it is precisely because of this that it is an object of communal luxury. It is doing more than a barricade does. It is in excess of a barricade. By creating an object of beauty and of service to the commune, even if the effectiveness of that practical service was limited, Chateau Gaillard brought art into the shared space of common life, realizing the goal articulated by the Fédération. In the short 2.5 months that the commune came to life in Paris before it was so brutally destroyed, the communards had little time to realize their visions. Chateau Gaillard was one of the few physical things that was built or made during the commune, and though it was a temporary structure, it embodied the imaginary of the commune by bringing beauty and art into life, realized by autonomous and self-organized people. The commune may not have been able to realize every goal it put forward, but its political imaginary lived on through the diaspora of its survivors and is still felt today. The stories of that enduring imaginary are the larger project of which this is but a part. Thank you very much. And from the larger paper, I connect this sort of enduring imaginary to contemporary examples of communal luxury, but have cut them for the sake of time for today, but happy to talk about it during the discussion portion.
Thank you very much, Lauren. It is my pleasure now to introduce the third panelist, who is Giancarlo Grossi. Giancarlo is a postdoc researcher in aesthetics in the philosophy department of the University of Milan. His research interests concern the relationship between visual culture, media devices, and mind sciences. His later studies focus on the relationship between immersive media and aesthetic experience from an archaeological point of view. He has published several articles in scientific journals and a book, Le regole della convulsione, archeologia del corpo cinematografico, with Meltemi in 2017. In English, the title is The Rules of Convulsion, Archaeology of the Cinematic Body. His second book is coming out with Johann Levy in 2021. The title is La notte dei simulacri, sogno, cinema, realtà virtuale, The Night of the Simulacra, Dream, Cinema, and Virtual Reality. And yes, this is all. Giancarlo, please, your presentation is entitled Segregating Bodies, Reconnecting Dreams. I leave you the floor.
Thank you, Giorgio. Thank you, all of you, for being here. I need to share my screen. Yes, do you see my slide?
We do.
Slides. Yes. Now, I will, I don't know, do you see my slides in this moment?
Oh, yeah, we see you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I will start from this meta image of our condition, and because I call this kind of subject we definitely are in this precise moment the Zoom body that is not a zombie, but it's something similar. It's the kind of subjectivity disposed by this technical visual platform in which our life is transferred during the pandemic. It is a body captured in conditions that are both virtual and physical. And we can see what kind of condition I mean. I was wondering about three futures of the visualization of the body and the construction of the self during the pandemic. The first future is the conceptualization. Yes.
Sorry, we interrupt you. Maybe you want to widen the screen and via Zoom share the widened screen version of what you see. There should be
the widened screen.
There should be a button.
This moment you see my screen, or
yeah, we also see all the you know, the PowerPoint thing. Maybe you want to
yeah,
click on that button you see at the bottom on the, on
yes.
the right.
Yes. Yes, now?
Oh, this is much better. We can see more clearly. Thank you.
More clearly, thank you. Yes, yes. My idea is that the construction of the virtual subject during the pandemic follows three main criteria. The first is that the body is presented as possibly pathologic due to a state of emergence in which everybody can constitute a possible drive of the virus. The second is that the body is segregated in a closed space. In this space, the body is detached and divorced from the social and communicative function it may experience during normal times. And then I arrive to the third condition of this subjectivity, this body inside the virtual frame, that is that in this space, the body assumes a new meaning inside a new narration of its identity, dealing with the virtual walls where these identities can communicate with each other. And from this point, I start my archaeological question in a strictly Foucauldian sense. The question is, it is possible to find an historical model in which these three conditions are present and deeply intertwined, to better comprehend this model of segregation and visualization that we experience nowadays. And I find, I find this model in the conceptualization of hysteria in the 19th century French culture. And my focus is, it's not hysteria itself, but the conditions in which hysteria was described and conceptualized before Freud's foundation of psychoanalysis. Firstly, I draw upon the writings of Alfred Binet, Charles Ferré, Pierre Janet, and Charcot, all the scholars that analyzed the hysteria before Freud in French culture. The first point is that hysteria is presented as a mental illness closely related to the simulation of organic diseases. In this sense, hysteria doesn't own a peculiar phasis, but its phasis consists of the infinite pathological masks hysteria can assume. And the second character of hysteria is the possibility to reenact past traumas, in particular in hysterical subjects that are submitted to hypnosis. And the third character is introduced in the 60s by the studies of Jean-Martin Charcot, the director of the Salpêtrière clinic in Paris. It is that with Charcot, hysteria becomes the illness of the century, regarding both women and men. Before Charcot, hysteria was considered as exclusively a disease exclusively related to the condition of the women. But in Charcot, there is an enlargement of the hysteria. And in particular, my problem is a problem related to visualization. I mean visualization in the sense of Nicolas Mirzoeff, in the sense of visual culture. For me, visualization is an immediate perceptive synthesis of a series of information. In this case, the process of visualization deals with the polymorphic status of hysteria. Hysteria, seen as an invisible illness, whose manifestations escape any morphological synthesis and need new technological tools to be fully comprehended. the conceptualization of historical subjects embraces at the same time three historical fractures. The first is an epistemological one, and consists in the passage from experimental psychology to psychodynamics, from a psychology focused on the organic psychology, in which deeply linked to the discovery of the unconscious illness. The second fracture is a technological fracture, and to my point of view, in the 19th century corresponds with the advent of instantaneous photography and the pre-cinematic techniques. And the first the perception of daily life, in which the advent of various inventions made the perception of daily life almost lethargic and hysterical for the collective subject. In this sense, the Paris portrayed by Benjamin in the passage is a sort of collective hysterical subject in which the outside and the inside are totally merging. But I will focus, I wanted to focus to the photographic question, because the center of my analysis will be the iconographie photographique de la Salpêtrière, directed by Jean-Martin Charcot in the from the 75 to the 80. In which there is an almost traditional photography. There is yet a traditional photography of the portrait in this transcendent pose of the hysteric. And the photographic question is interrogated with the passage from this kind of poses to the advent of, in the 88, of the instantaneous photography of Albert Lond, the photographer of the first journal, the iconographie photographique, was Paul Vignard. And with Albert Lond, who was a pioneer of instantaneous photography, from the idea of a transcendent pose of the hysterics, we pass to the idea of the possibility to fix every moment of the hysterical attack, from a transcendent idea of the illness to an immanent one. Lond is a pioneer of this technique, and at the same time the official photographer of the clinic. But another name that is important in this process of in which hysteria is studied through instantaneous photography is Paul Richer, the right hand of Charcot, who was at the same time doctor and artist. He was sculptor. At the same time, he taught anatomical pathology in the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris. And this aspect is very important, as since in In instantaneous photography, we see a sort of combination between scientific purposes and aesthetical one. This is an example made by Tom Gunning, and Tom Gunning has underlined, as in this woman dancing plate, the presence of a drape. The presence of a drape cover is a sort hide the parts of the body that are interesting to study the locomotion of the woman from a merely scientific point of view. This this body is aestheticized in a process which becomes a sort of game of I see, I don't see. Is no more the scientific purpose is totally combined with a different aesthetical and eroticized side. And this aesthetical process is also at the center of several publications made by Charcot and Richer and devoted to the art history, but the art history is seen from a medical point of view. This is the case of these two books, Les démoniaques dans l'art, Les malades et les difformes dans l'art, devoted to the relation between art history and hysteria. This approach is called by Tony James in this wonderful book called Dream, Creativity and Madness in 19th century France as retrospective history. For the perspective of retrospective history, the cultural phenomena of the past are reread with the modern medical categories of the present. Charcot and Richer seek confirmation that the mythologies of art history are actually inspired by hysterical bodies and their attitudes. The result is that to the isolated body of the hospitalized hysteric is attributed a new meaning according to the abstract mythologies of the past. Is for this reason that George D. Huberman in the famous book The Invention of Hysteria considers the illness, the hysteria itself as an artwork. An artwork created by Charcot and Richer, and therefore to be studied not in the field of history of psychology, but in the field of art history. A paradoxical case of this reinvention of the hysterics under the categories of art history is the case of the first issue of the Nouvelle Iconographie de la Salpêtrière, which we see this subject affected by an hemispasm of the tongue, which is reinvented as their source of inspiration of this statue you can see in Venice in the church of Santa Maria Formosa. In this sense, is not the statue that is the real inspiration, is not the body, the real inspiration of the statue, but is the statue that makes to the body a different meaning. a body that is deprived from its social, cultural, and communicative functions. But the most paradoxical case is the invention of the hermaphrodite inside the Salpêtrière. It involves the invention of a subject which should correspond to the features of Greek statuary, such as the sleeping hermaphrodite present in Louvre. In the studies of Mage, another student of Charcot and Richer, a hairless hysterical body with atrophied genitals and prominent breasts becomes an hermaphrodite. A second form of control concerns the study of locomotion of the hysterics, for which Gilles de la Tourette, another important scholar in the Salpêtrière and inventor of the famous Tourette syndrome, that is a syndrome closely related to the impossibility to control the gesture and the action. Gilles de la Tourette introduces the method of the footprints method. Hysterics are made to walk on a large sheet of paper with their feet soaked with a special ink, and this allows us to distinguish hysterical and organic gait disorder. And for Italian philosopher Joshua Camben, we have already quoted, these Tourette studies are the basis for the birth of the cinematic experience. He claims that an age that has lost his gestures is for this reason obsessed by them, by the attempt to retake control to their gestures. And he draws upon Gilles Deleuze's Cinema 1 and Cinema 2, because in Deleuze is central this idea that in the 19th century and in the 19th century's history of psychology, there is a total combination of inner life and external life that we are no more able to distinguish. I quote on Agamben, Gilles Deleuze has argued that cinema erases the fallacious psychological distinction between image as psychic reality and movement as physical reality. Cinematographic images are neither pose éternelles, such as the forms of the classical age, but I mean, such as the first photographies of the Salpêtrière, when the hysterics is frozen into a transcendental pose, nor coupe mobile of movement, but rather coupe mobile as the photography, the image of the hysterics introduced by the instantaneous photography inside the Salpêtrière. Image themselves in movement, that Deleuze calls movement images. It is necessary, I quote from Agamben, to extend Deleuze's argument and show how it relates to the status of the image in general within modernity. This implies, however, that the mythical rigidity of the image has been broken, and that here, properly speaking, there are no images but only gestures. The image of that arise from the Salpêtrière is a controlled gesture. Arise from the attempt of an entire society to retake control of the body. But in this perspective, my question is it possible to find a creative excess in hysteria that may escape this process of control of the gesture? And I find this idea in Deleuze. In Deleuze, in his analysis of Francis Bacon, Francis Bacon, The Logic of Sensation. For Deleuze, hysteria is a direct access to the body without organs, the experience of the presence of the body itself, detached and divorced from any organization, where organs appears and enjoy pleasure in any part of the body itself with a provisory organic life. In this sense, the idea of the main idea of Deleuze is that of an aesthetic clinic, which every art is a pathology, and in which every pathology is a sort of creative process. And hysteria consists in painting. Painting is an hysterical act, in particular when painting is detached from the goals of representation. Became a pure sensation. And this is Bacon as an example of this deconstruction of the representation in a pure sensation in which different organs take place and enjoy, working on the base of Velázquez. But I think that we may find the same process in the images of David Lynch, that is the most important disciple of Bacon. And in conclusion, sorry, if hysteria is the product of of a subjectivity that arises from, on the one hand, the processes of control, and on the other hand, creative excesses and resistances to any form of representation, canalization, and control, what we can do with our Zoom body? The Zoom body is a subjectivity produced in similar condition, a condition of isolation, a condition of pathologization, and a visualization that happens with the emergence of new technical revolution in which the social life is transferred, the virtual world that becomes the place of social life. And my final question is what kind of excesses in order to resist to the new form of this.
We lost you for the final question, but I think we were also able to read it on the PowerPoint. And thank you very much,
Yes.
Giancarlo. That was great. I would like to ask now Vincenzo Fatigati to speak. We are no doubt going to run out of time, but
Hi.
Hi, Vincenzo. You have 50 minutes. Let me read your biographical note at first. Vincenzo Fatigati, having completed his philosophy studies at the Federico II University in Naples, later specializes in phenomenology at the Catholic University of Louvain. He graduated with a master in logic at the State University of Milan and conducted research at the Italian Institute of Philosophical Studies in Naples. His publications address the new trends in integrating the analytic and continental cultures, striving to break the new grounds in philosophy and covering issues from bioethics to artificial intelligence. Please, Vincenzo.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I can share the screen. A moment. Okay, this one probably. Okay. How to show this one up side? No. Oh. Do you see the whole screen? No.
Yeah, yes.
So, no, okay, it's like that maybe. One moment, I also it's this. Okay, one moment.
There may be a way not to see the toolbar on top, but I don't know how exactly.
Because this is someone. Probably. Oh my God. This is okay, like that. This one.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. Finally. Okay, thanks for everyone for accepting me, and I'm very happy to stay here also because the other presentation was very interesting from this side. Okay. Well, you know, Italy is now a strange country because now, as I went to consider like a kind of political laboratory, no? Also Umberto Eco said something like that. It's like political phenomena first appear in Italy and then no, everywhere. And unfortunately, this is true even for the coronavirus pandemic. No, because Italy, unfortunately, was the first country that had to understand how was important to take some restriction during the pandemics. So why I have used this geometrical figure? Now, this is a triangle. And I use this one to show that actually we understand that the emergency was not only a health security emergency, but was also economical emergency and social order. Why? The real problem is that of the coronavirus from a political side is that you have to understand how in a way to balance on one side the freedom, the democratic freedom, and on the other side, so the health security emergency. And I use this figure in order to show that kind of trade-off. More you try to save the people, so more you try to use some restriction, and on the other side you have some economical instability, because now you cannot have a forever lockdown. But on the other side, if you try to help people, even for, I don't know, for if you want to pay the doctor, for example, on the other side, and so you want to help the country from economical point of view, on the other side, the contagion, the infection of the coronavirus became also stronger. And so every government is taken to consider a balance of all of these three different priorities. When I talk about social order, I mean in two different meanings. On one side, I mean the fact that, of course, we, at least in Italy, now we live in a democracy. So, I mean, what are the institutions? What we can do? In other countries, maybe in China, it's easier to use some kind of different tool, different political tool. So the problem is that we live in a democracy and we want the freedom. And for social order, I also mean in the Hobbesian sense as the neutralization of the conflict. So I mean that in some, even the Italian government, but other governments, they took some decision just to try to neutralize all kind of riots. So that's why I think it's important to talk about Agamben in this perspective, not because I share all the perspective of Agamben, but because I think is the most, on one side, okay, we know that Agamben is the most, one of the most popular Italian philosophers outside Italy, and because at least in many books, like also in Lo Stato d'Eccezione, he talked about the relationship between the emergency state and the sovereign power. No, he used the Smithian different, he tried to develop the Smithian category. On one side, because Smith said that the sovereign power defined the space of the political power decide the exceptional case. That is to say, and one of these examples is during the Nazi regime. No, Hitler in 1933, he simply decided to abolish some of the ordinary rule of law of the Weimar Republic, and this way he created the Nazi regime. So Agamben tried to develop these two, say, category of Smith in order to explain how in nowadays democracy there is, okay, let me show, there is a link between on one side the political power, the institution, and on the other side the expertise. So according to him, in this way, the emergency is also a tool of government. Of course, when he wrote this kind of article, he was being accused in Italy, especially, but everywhere, I think, of being negazionista. Negazionista is a word that is used especially for the Holocaust denier, but nowadays in Italian press is used also for the one who underestimates the problem of the coronavirus pandemics. And also they accuse him of conspiracy theories. So I will focus now on two important points: the relationship between expertise, so the knowledge and the power, and why he considers that we are and we live in a kind of fascism regime. I think this is important, and I will explain in the second part, simply because I would like to show how his philosophy in a part, okay, or at least his perspective is linked even with his definition of body, his definition of the contact. And so if we really understand what he think about this subject, we can also address to a new and a different paradigm in this sense. So let me try to understand, to explain why, according to me, Agamben now bring this way. I don't know if you are able to see anything. Okay. The first article, that was the first article. He was accused in Italy when he wrote this first article that appeared in Manifesto, that's an Italian newspaper. But what I'm afraid that, yeah, he considers science really as a religion in two senses. On one side, he considers science as religion because, according to him, the scientists also are like, I don't know, are like, they work for the system in this way. They justify the political system. And on the other side, it's also because, in a way, he also I believe, underestimate the real danger of coronavirus in different aspects. For example, when he compares the fatality rate of the cardiovascular disease with COVID-19, of course, I mean, it does not take into account that the cardiovascular disease have no infection. So, of course, that in a pandemic, it's much more dangerous because you need to take some restriction. And there is another article, because during the pandemic, he wrote a lot of this article, in which he compared the ancient Greek medicine on one side with some passage of Manzoni. No, Manzoni is the author, the Italian author that wrote the I Promessi Sposi and even La Storia della Colonna Infame. And if one read in a careful way this passage, I think he may realize that, yes, in a way, Agamben at least underestimate the real danger of the coronavirus. Also because, according to me, when he talked about Manzoni, he showed that, Manzoni talked about the plague in 1613, the plague in Milan, and at that time there was some trials, some execution against the people who was accusing the spreader of the pandemic. So I think that when he talk about this link, in a way, actually in a clear way, he want to say that even nowadays, the people, or at least the government, are using the emergency state in order to justify a kind of dictatorship. And in a clearly way, even in this passage, no, it compares the scientific knowledge, the scientific research with a kind of dogma. No, and so it's a kind of form of nihilism in this sense. But let's try to understand why. What is interesting is that even if we assume, and I don't think so, but even if we assume that Agamben did not or doesn't underestimate the real danger of coronavirus, the problem is that according to him, it's never possible to impose a medical prescription as a juridical order. So when you talk about biosecurity, and when used in different posts, in different articles, the comparison with fascism, it means exactly that no sovereign power can impose anything to a citizen. And so, even now, for example, I used this sentence. I mean, of course, this was shocking for us when I love Agamben, and for me, is a great philosopher. But I think it's not tolerable that someone compare the people who are doing some research in online conference like us with the one with the teacher who swore loyalty with the fascist regime. But this would tell us. This tells us that, according to me, Agamben not only share an anti-rationalistic, anti-scientific perspective, and somehow even conspiracy theorist perspective, but in another part is that he consider the technology as a threat, and this in a different part. So for him, we live in a new society. We live in a new society where all the Enlightenment values, all the democratical system and democratical values are over. So this is, according to me, a new form of fascism. Let me, let's go to the central point. I don't know if you can see this one. This is a part of his text. No, and there are two assumptions. The first one, I think he takes this assumption from Collin, and he means simply that actually two entities are said to be in contact when no medium can be inserted between them. It simply means that the point of contact doesn't exist. In the second assumption, he says that there is always a medium that performs a determining function. So even, and all these use these two sentences. The second one is used by Aristotle because he wants to show actually that all kind of restriction that was used in Italy, but everywhere, are kind of form of despotism. So we see here how, in the perspective of Agamben, the self, in a way, is always, cannot be neutralized by the restriction. If you neutralize the social contact, and according to him, social distance is also an ideological word, because you talk about social distance, not just physical one. Social distance, according to him, means something like that. Okay, all his philosophy, in a way, want to show how even the old kind of restriction are a kind form of despotism, even more dangerous than the previous one. Not only the experience of other bodies, but first and foremost, an immediate experience of ourselves. We cannot think our identity as something different from the relations between the two people. Okay, so that's a huge problem. I believe that somehow Agamben is right when he says that the previous society is over. We have to face a new challenge in this new society. But I would like to show that it's possible to think the new paradigm in a different way. And I like also to share with you the online manifesto. No, this is a kind of project that was created also by Italian philosopher Luciano Floridi. And he offered a totally different perspective, philosophical perspective on the relationship, as we have seen at the beginning, between the political power, the social power, the social communication, and also the concept of the self. What is, okay, according to the one-line manifesto, so, okay, it's hard to explain, but if we consider, for example, Aristotle, no, in the passage of the Politic, Aristotle said that the slaves are not complete people because they are able to, of course, understand the orders or to obey the rules, but they are not able to have a kind of direction. They are not able to elaborate this kind of strategy. Today, the new computers are able to elaborate this kind of strategy. That is to say, if we use the ancient Greek, of course, racist and paradigm, the new machine are able to do what, according to Aristotle, make someone human. So the problem is that with the new technology, with the machine learning and with the new algorithm, we face a new kind of relationship between the self-identity and rationality. I think it would be, okay, I don't have a lot of time to explain everything in detail, but it would be interesting so to analyze the relationship between the power and the knowledge, starting from the computational paradigm, starting from how really our society has changed, and starting how, for example, even the self-identity is changing in the last years. For example, we are now online, and according to the One Life Manifesto, even the difference between online and on life is over, because we are always connected. So even our data are in a way part of our identity. If we analyze from this perspective, then there is space for new political right, for example, no, all the problem and all the right, the privacy, for example, or if we consider that even our data are a kind of form of property. So, as I said, in new society, if we use this new paradigm, also the relationship between the rationality and what is not rational is changing. And we can think the paradigm, even I would say even the biopolitical paradigm in a different perspective. So to focus on more different kind of form of socialization. So I think that on one side, Giorgio Agamben and even the One Line Manifesto agree on one point, that now we need to use new paradigm. That is to say, the modernity is over. We face new challenge. This challenge are not only, of course, institutional, but they are even from a scientific side. And so, but I think that some of the philosophical category that was used by Agamben and by some kind of philosophy are also over. It would be interesting also for philosophy to analyze the original relationship between the power and knowledge in a different way. So if we are able to understand how the new rationality, how the computational rationality that is given us by the algorithm, that is given us by the artificial intelligence, we are able also to create new political model and also to find also solution for even for the coronavirus. Otherwise, I don't know, we are over. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Vincenzo. And I think we all agree that even if we are already out of time, we should take some of our lunch break before the next panel that starts at 12:45 to have a debate. Right, Chris? So I would like to invite anybody who has questions to speak up now or to post them in the chat, and the moderators will read them for you. Please, Howard. I saw a hand raised. Correct me.
Laughing. Mi dispiace. Sorry.
Ah, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. Probably. Well, any comment, any question, also by the panelists themselves. I think a lot of points in common emerged from these beautiful presentations from the Paris Commune, to the Algerian revolt or revolution, I'm sorry, to the riots this summer in the US, from 19th century La Salpêtrière to the regime of confinement we are living in now. So don't be shy.
Yeah, I guess I would have one comment maybe for just thinking about some of the connections between the papers. I really appreciated there was actually a lot for me in between them. But speaking as someone who lived through the revolt in Chicago, one of the things that was quite interesting last summer was much in the way that Fanon describes the transformation of the city. We saw a kind of total transformation of urban space during the revolt, and Chicago is particularly iconic in its way of doing that because it has this large river through the city, and they never ever raise all the bridges. But suddenly we had all of the bridges up in order to contain and shelter capital. And I was thinking while listening to Lauren's paper about barricades, one of the sort of thresholds that the movement was able to accomplish was to suddenly see the power of the city in a new way, to suddenly drag it down to earth and see all the micro operations that protect certain populations from others, that protect capital. But one of the this happened, this partial destitution happened. But what the movement was unable to do was, I think, to arrive at the sort of attitude of infrastructural experimentation that the commune's barricades represented, right? But I would say that this was one-sided, that in fact the city and police and power made quite an interesting experimental form of barricading, while the movement, the insurgents, were unable to reach this threshold. I'm speaking, for example, of the way in which salt trucks and other vehicles were used to isolate and block off freeways and roads, which was entirely unprecedented. Not only the raising of barricades, but the redrawing of concrete partitions all over the city to control movements. The whole city was refashioned through barricades on the side of power. But unfortunately, the insurgents were unable to make a similar perspectival shift, and the artwork was entirely a form of domination. So I wanted to share that thought I had that connects sort of some of the different things that our papers were thinking about. But yeah, I don't want to speak too long, but anyway, just to share that.
If Logan wants to comment on that, otherwise we would take any other question.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's interesting. I hadn't looked particularly at contemporary barricades and things in Chicago from last summer, but looking at some of the spaces that were erected around some of the autonomous zones in the Northwest and in the Midwest, and looking at how that territoriality in particular creates space for beautification and these sort of shared beautiful spaces in a way that it's not necessarily just about the defense or blocking the flow, but it's also about actually reclaiming that common space and beauty in common space. And I think that was one of the things that in particular is really fascinating in the commune is arguably there's very little defensive purpose to some of these barricades, even though they were very carefully designed for those purposes. But at the same time, it was really almost more a gesture of creating that common space. And I think you see that even in some of the barricades that I had looked at, or even some of the structures on some of the more land space, where it is about making that assertion and asserting oneself in that kind of space. But it was interesting. I'm gonna have to look at the Chicago images more from last summer. Thank you.
I would exhort everybody also not to miss another contribution on the theme that we have touched during this panel, that is the epidemics. I'm referring to Lucia's paper presentation. Lucia is here. That is different in method from these presentations. It's not theoretical, it's a rhetorical statistical study of two speeches by political leaders in the US and in Italy about the pandemic. But that is for the next panel. Any more questions? Maybe on Giancarlo's final question and the Zoom body that resembles a Leviathan with all those.
Yeah, can I ask a question to Giancarlo and Vincenzo both, actually? I'm wondering if you could make the connection between the new virtual pandemic dissociation between the body and gesture, between experience and contact, and the older one that was rooted in the Hobbesian project. Because for me, in Agamben, the effort to pull apart life and form, being and action, experience and vision, was always the Hobbesian project, right? To try to depoliticize the body and thus make every contact between us a representation passing through the sovereign, right? So I wonder if this is something that's missed in the sort of way in which Agamben tries to say, oh, you see, this is actually a continuity with the past. Maybe people don't think about the modern project as already a kind of neutralization or sterilization of bodies, but I think Agamben did, and I wonder if you agree.
I totally agree with you, Kieran. I think that it's important to focus on the idea that nature is an artificial concept in considering nature in from an Hobbesian point of view. In this sense, is a sort of dispositive in which what is created is always a separation through the appearance of a combination of a totally absence of barriers or thresholds. But in this sense, the concept of nature, the concept of sacred, the concept of origin are coming back in a sort of political project, as we are in a situation in which there is a new logic of the invisible, a new logic. The pandemic in first time is invisible, but is only visible its social effect. And the problem of visualization concerns strictly this problem of how to visualize the invisible, how to communicate the information in a situation in which the bodies are segregated. There is a new concept of invisibility, a new concept of separation. I mean, the very center is this sort of of coming back of what Frioliesi that you quoted in your very interesting presentation calls the mythological machination. There is a sort there is the return of a myth that is at the same time a dispositive of segregation and government of the bodies, and your point is very interesting for me. Thank you.
Yes, I agree totally. Even also in a part Agamben wrote, I mean, he asked himself, how is possible that the people give up everything? For example, they give up their freedom, they give up their works, they give up everything just for the bare life. So he simply means that in the past, no, I don't know, maybe even during the Middle Age, now the Christian, they had okay, different system, but the Christian, no, even Jesus, for example, he embraced the people with the illness. He was not afraid of death. So according to me, Agamben also makes this point. He simply say that the quality of life, the whole life is more important than the simply, you know, to simply be. So I want to say that, yeah, according to me, he also use, okay, if you want, I can give you also the part in which he talk about this one. For example, he talk about of Patrick Zilberman. He used one of the book of Patrick Zilberman in order to show that the new paradigm is actually a paradigm that is, yes, of a healthcare system paradigm. I mean, that the new form of the power use the medical expertise in order to become Leviathan. And in many passages, he say that the science, so today, is even more powerful than capitalism and even more powerful than the religion. So the fact that everything is locked down means that the Leviathan is the scientific one. Everyone now we agree about with the scientists, but we don't know actually, nobody can explain. No, that's why I also passed the quote of the theological one, because he said it's like the Middle Age. No one can define God, no one can define the virus, but everyone talks in the name of the virus. So I think that, yeah, in this way, he believes that there is a new paradigm also because in the past, you know, I mean, we had the black, all the kind of the pandemics, but never someone decided to close everything. So why now we accept this one? Why we accept to lose our job, our even our relationship, our beloved, the church, I mean, nobody going during the pandemic because the church was closed. So why we accept all this one? According to Agamben, it's because, yes, it's like there is a new kind of fascism regime. Of course, I don't agree with this one because, I mean, it's very radical and actually, I don't agree with this one. But yeah, this is a point. It's true that we live in a society where the life is more important than anything else. There is no value anymore. Even capitalism, even the capitalism, even the economy is just second to the healthcare despotism, according to Agamben. So yes, but if you want, I can give you also the reference of this book, because in this, when he talk about this book, he explains in details why he consider this system as a kind of tyranny. I hope to.
Thanks to both of you.
Beautiful. If there is no question, I would thank all the panelists and Chris, my co-moderator, for this morning panel, and see you in 15 minutes or so.
So our three panelists this afternoon, Giulia Badessa, Antonio Marvasi, and Lucia Casiraghi. Our first speaker is Giulia Badessa, who is a PhD student in Myth Founders of Europe at University of Firenze, Sorbonne Université in Paris, and Friedrich Wilhelms Universität Bonn in Germany since November 2018. She graduated in modern philology with a double degree at the Sapienza University and at the Sorbonne University in Paris. After a period as lecturer at University of Philology in Valencia, Spain, she carried out a research internship at CNR in Rome and in Naples with a project on Vico and Leopardi and their modern theory of allegory. Her research interests include allegory, mythocritic, ancient and modern European literature, and influence of European culture abroad. Her current PhD project focuses on Berenice's myth. Welcome, Julia.
Okay, sorry. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm glad to be here today talking about Orpheus. The mythological singer-poet whose voice and music bend nature to his will. The first attestation of Orphic poetry dates back to the 60th-50th century BC. The first one ever picturing Orpheus as the one with the famous name. As the philology Giorgio Colli and the philosopher Carlosini underline, probably the Eleusinian mysteries, conceived as a feast of knowledge in which Orphic poetry had a preparatory function for the last phase, that of contemplation, were part of an older oral tradition whispered in Thrace, which perhaps also women and slaves had access to, although only a few initiates had the possibility of living this collective experience to the end. The myth of Orpheus is therefore connected with wisdom, representing the paradoxical union of Apollonian and Dionysian. In fact, through music and speech, which are elements related to Apollo, Orpheus poetry celebrates the mystery of Dionysus and tell the story of the gods who mask wisdom. In particular, in the ancient myth, Orpheus is killed by Dionysus for having preferred Apollo to him. As it is known by virtue of the fact that both Apollo and Dionysus express wisdom, albeit in a different way, Colli hypothesizes that between the two gods there is a much longer union than that highlighted by Nietzsche. In particular, Apollo is the god of wisdom, while with Dionysus life appears as wisdom, but still quivering. There are three other deities related to Orphic poetry: the divinity of appearance, Phanes, from phenomenon, which means what appears, Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory and mother of the muses, and finally Chronos, time. Mnemosyne, the goddess of remembrances, takes time as far as it did not, until its beginning detached from experience. Colli concludes that Orpheus poetry expresses divine wisdom through appearances. All the myths narrated by Orpheus are nothing but games of appearances. In fact, Colli underlines that a distinctive feature of the myth of the child Orpheus and his poetry is the game, semantically linked to the child in the Greek language. Anyway, the death of Orpheus indicates a separation between the world of man and that of gods, despite their bond. It's an anche necessity who places a limit between the two worlds. Precisely by virtue of this category of ancient wisdom, whose corresponding divinity is unknown, Colli suspects that Orpheus can be considered not only a poet, but also a philosopher, postulating that Plato's own doctrine of ideas was an attempt at literary disclosure of the Eleusinian mysteries. In conclusion, originally the myth of Orpheus represents a variety of ambivalences concerning the relationship between Dionysian and Apollonian, between reality and poetry, but primarily expresses the ambiguity between life and death, between human wisdom and divine wisdom, which remain distant, albeit in contact. Since ancient times, the myth of Orpheus is also connected to the expedition of the Argonauts, which he helps carry out through his musical poetry, which comes squirrel and wins the siren's song. But the most famous version of the myth in the Latin era is that of Virgil, taken up by Ovid, representing the gas of Orpheus when he loses Eurydice. Her name, however, seems to to date back to the Hellenistic period, while the catabasis of Orpheus, because of this woman, is already attested in Greek times, like in Plato and Euripides. Over time, the myth of Orpheus undergoes variation. Sartre rewrites it in his préface Orphée Noire to the Senghor's Anthologie de la Nouvelle Poésie Nègre et Malgache de langue française, published in 1948. The preface presents the main theme of the anthology, namely negritude. This neologism was invented in 1930s by Black activists studying in Paris and meeting in Parisian café, most notably by Aimé Césaire from Martinique, Léopold Sédar Senghor from Senegal, and Léon Gontin Damas, who all wrote in L'Étudiant Noir, where the notion negritude appeared in 1934. In the first phase of this cultural movement, which will become Orphic, Black women also played a role of primary importance, but a masculinist genealogy constructed by the poets and shored up by literary historians, critics, and Africanist philosophers had minimized their contribution, even if the article by Jane Nardal entitled Internationalisme Noir was published in 1928. In 1967, at a speech given in Paris, Aimé Césaire highlighted that it must not be forgotten that the word negritude was at first a riposte. The word negre had been thrown at us as an insult, and we picked it up and turned it into a positive concept. Césaire also used the word negritude in Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal, of which an excerpt appears in the Senghor's collection, also quoted by Sartre in his preface. Ma négritude n'est pas une pierre, sa surdité ruée contre la glamour du jour. Ma négritude n'est pas une taille de mort sur l'œil mort de la terre. Ma négritude n'est ni une tour ni une cathédrale. Elle planche dans la chair rouge du sol, elle planche dans la chair ardente du ciel. Elle trouve l'accablement opaque de sa droite patience. In the preface to the anthology, Sartre places the notion in a dialectic in which negritude represents the antithesis and is destined to be overcome by the synthesis, that is, in a society without races. Many authors have criticized the Sartrean dialectic, such as Fanon, who was, however, influenced by his philosophy of negritude. The net Jules Rosette has illustrated the debate raised by the anti-negritude movement, highlighting, on the other hand, the different political and cultural orientation of the intellectual who promoted negritude. In the preface Orphée Noire, Sartre himself questioned the notion negritude, concluding that it may correspond to his interpretation, but at the same time be bien d'autres choses encore. On the occasion of the first World Festival of Negro Arts, Césaire highlighted that the notion of negritude must be understood within the historical context in which it was invented in order to produce an universal humanism. Aucun mot ne mérite davantage que le mot négritude. Puisqu'on l'a tellement attaqué, cette notion m'apparaît comme une notion de division. Je voudrais quand même que l'on fasse réflexion sur ce que c'était la situation des nègres au moment où cette notion est née, comme spontanément, tellement elle répondait à un besoin. À l'heure actuelle, les jeunes peuvent faire autre chose, mais croyez-moi, ils ne pourraient pas faire autre chose à l'heure actuelle si entre 1930 et 1940, il n'y avait pas eu des hommes qui avaient pris les risques de mettre sur pied ces mouvements dits de la négritude. Il ne faut pas oublier les rôles qu'il a joués dans l'éveil du monde nègre. Dans la perspective de la réification, les racismes et le colonialisme avaient tenu à transformer les nègres en choses. L'homme noir n'était plus appréhendé par l'homme blanc qu'à travers les prix d'une déformation, des stéréotypes. Et ça, c'est là le racisme, c'est la non-communication, c'est la chosification de l'autre. La littérature de la négritude a dérangé l'image que l'homme blanc se faisait de l'homme noir, qu'elle a marqué avec ses qualités, avec ses défauts, donc avec sa charge d'homme. Les services que la négritude a rendus au monde, c'était contribuer à l'édification d'un véritable humanisme, de l'humanisme universel, car enfin, il n'y a pas d'humanisme s'il n'est pas universel, et il n'y a pas d'humanisme sans dialogue, et il ne peut y avoir de dialogue entre un homme et une caricature. La littérature de la négritude était bien sûr une littérature des combats, mais ça, c'est seulement un aspect de la négritude, c'est un aspect négatif. Les véritables buts de la négritude, c'était, sorry, I was speaking in French. The purpose of negritude was to build up a new universal humanism. It is precisely this universal humanism that makes it possible to bring together intellectuals of different political and religious orientation. In particular, César's speech takes up Sartre's preface to the anthology, where the French philosopher presents the poet of negritude as founders of a new cultural and universal history, highlighting that they have been able to withdraw the language of poetry from its decline. In particular, Sartre condemned the surrealistic poetry as bourgeois and solipsistic. On the other hand, writing that la négritude s'insère avec son passé et son avenir dans l'histoire universelle, c'est un devenir, une patiente construction en futur. Clearly, Sartre's conception of negritude is linked with this conception of literature, as Dennis Holler points out in Politique de la prose, that in Sarah Kaufmann's opinion could be entitled with a reference on Orpheus Smith. The French philosopher condemns literature that preferred the past, always looking back. In reverse, he celebrates a literature with a taste for the future and linked to reality, to being the world. In fact, Sartre preferred to write unfinished stories, to show the real temporal dimension in which the present is only a product of the future, which, however, never existed in the present. For this reason, to represent itself in Les Mots, Sartre uses the myth of Orpheus, explaining that when he was young and impatient, he always looked back. In particular, the word impatient used by Sartre in Les Mots evokes his words describing in Orphée Noire, the patience construction of negritude poetry, but also the droit patience, which appear in the aforementioned César poetry addressing negritude as something that true l'accablement opaque de sa droite patience. Sartre's vision of time is close to that expressed by ancient Orphic mythology, in showing an ambiguity linked to the time between being and not being. Also, Aimé Césaire, a few years before collaborating on the anthology, wrote in Poésie et Connaissance. Les poètes, c'est être très vieux et très neuf, très complexe et très simple, aux confins vécus du rêve et du réel, du jour et de la nuit, entre absence et présence. In particular, Sartre denounced the decline of poetry for the first time in Qu'est-ce que c'est la littérature of 1947, considering poetic language placed beyond the world, from the divine side, as opposed to prose, whose communicative function refers directly to human reality. After the cry Gothi's thought of the 19th century, poetry would have lost every relationship with reality, becoming self-referential. My Nietzschean quotation is not casual, is an exaltation of the Dionysian element and of the myth against the conventional domination of rationality in Western philosophy, inspired Césaire himself, providing him with intellectual weapons functional to resist to the oppressive discourse of scientific progress associated with colonialism and denounced also by Sartre in the Orphée Noire. Nietzsche, also quoted in Sartre's preface, commented on the myth of Orpheus in Die Fröhliche Wissenschaft as an ambiguous cantor who loved the little things of nature but aspired to the big ones. Orpheus is greater than anyone, but he doesn't know himself. He is too vain to know himself. In the Black Orpheus, faced with poets he defines as revolutionary, Sartre rewrites the myth in an anthropological and political key, identifying them with a victorious and conscious Orpheus in search of Eurydice, who would metaphorically represent the negritude, to be discovered in the depth of the poet's soul, beyond their alienation and their reification, produced by the gaze of the white man. La vérité de la négritude est donc à la fois concrète et mythique. La promesse d'un sujet autonome dont l'apparition reste encore aujourd'hui un gageur historique. The poetry of negritude, like the ancient Orphic one, has above all an initiatory function, representing and prefiguring a collective experience, as Sartre points out. Et j'ai nommé Orphique cette poésie parce que cette inlassable des chants du nègre en soi-même me fait songer à Orphée ayant réclamé Eurydice à Pluton. En chantant les fonds noirs, en se montrant les plus lyriques, les poètes noirs attendent les plus sûrement à la grande poésie collective. En parlant de soi, ils parlent pour tous les nègres. As is well known, the ontology of negritude, despite the presence of some local expression and that of poems presented both in the original language and in translation, in French translation, is characterized by literary French language, which evokes and renews the European poetry. In fact, the initiatory function of negritude Orphic poetry is different from that of the 20th century European Orphic poetry. As Julie Deckens points out, in the era of the unconscious, inaugurated by Freud, European poets such as Bachmann and Desnos represent the myth of Orpheus not only in a Dionysian key, but also with an accentuated lyricism. Looking for the mythical figure in the depths of the interiority, with the exception of Rilke, whose lyrical expression represents an ideal and Apollinian elevation. Instead, all European poets present the myth of Orpheus as in shadow, even with a metaphysical anguish, questioning the public role of the mythological hero in modernity. On the other hand, negritude appears as a painful but hopeful Orphic myth. Mythe de l'heureux et plein d'espoir. La négritude n'est du mal et grosse à bien futur. Furthermore, taking up the principle that antiquity belongs to the whole world, European poets had rewritten the myth of Orpheus, the lover of music itself, to celebrate the relationship between poetry and music, but reducing the strength of hero song, which in their works appear like a dream in the shadow of silence or of speech. As it is evident in Bachmann and in Apollinaire, who, however, in the collection Les Bestiaires ou Cortège d'Orphée, still hopes and strongly believes in the mythological heroes. On the other hand, the poetry of negritude has a strongly accentuated musicality, as highlighted by Sartre himself, who underlines that its rhythm evoke musical, oral, and literary tradition foreign to the Western world, and which have their roots in the different countries of origin of the authors, and also in the blues music, in which, in particular, the repetition plays an important role, as much as in popular music. In fact, the poems of the anthology are often characterized not only by the anaphora and parallelism, but also by the repetition of interlines, even with some variation, which is like we can see in this poem by César. Extremely frequent are also onomatopoeias and the representation of sounds and musical notes. Furthermore, in Negritude's poem, there are often direct references to various musical instruments, which are directly represented on the poetic scene, along with dance. In particular, Sylvia Washington Ba observed that singers explain interpersonal relation, connaissance, as akin to the dance, by declaring, I feel the other person, I dance the other person, therefore I am. Senghor's poem, which he often called the chant, are certainly a fine example of musicality, and their binary syncopated rhythm was emphasized by Sylvia Washington Ba, but the music is present by the poet himself as a feature of all the Negritude collection. In his brief introduction to the anthology, ending with the sentence, et maintenant chante les noirs. If the binary rhythm highlighted in Senghor's poem evokes the dialectic of the struggle between life and death, translating the rhythmic reality of cosmos, as underlined Sylvia Washington-Bah, the imaginary of nature is strongly present in the anthology, as well as in the Orphic poetry of the origins, obviously. In particular, the poetry of negritude seems to almost aspire to merge the images of nature with those of the city of Paris, as we can see in this poem by Léon Damas, where he wrote accoudé au désir de la vie, elle est insatisfait, de nous venait l'encens sporadiquement têtu, la marée était basse, nous étions des citrons pressés. J'ai donné des années d'efforts de l'épaisseur verticale de tous les tours Eiffel. This mixture of nature and cities images generates like a metamorphosis. However, the Black Orpheus primarily aspired to transform himself, his awareness, rather than to shape nature. As has been said, he doesn't live the vanity of the ancient Orpheus, but he is aware of playing with appearances, and in attempt to take upon himself the force of nature, he also experienced modern irony. Like in the end of this poem, les plus grandes frissons encore à fleurir fut-il. Clearly, when he expresses feelings of anger, the irony quickly becomes a humor noir or sarcasm. Comme on les voit, like we can see in this poem, pour sûr, Généré Mars, sans même attendre qu'elle prenne les choses de l'allure d'un camembert bien fait, alors je vous mettrai les pieds dans les plats, ou bien tout simplement les mains au collet de tout ce qui m'emmerde, un gros caractère, colonisation, civilisation, assimilation et la suite, en attendant, vous m'entendrez souvent claquer à la porte. In conclusion, even if the poets of negritude are different from each other, Senghor's anthology is characterized by a stylistic unity for the use of both literary and popular expression and for the intense musicality, but also by a thematic unity, that is, by a strong resemblance to the Orphic poetry of the origin, with which it has many points in common. First of all, the initiatory function, the collective dimension, but also the vision of time, nature, and music. If the poetry of negritude loses the original theological dimension of the Orphic tradition, sometimes its author also resorts to sacred language, not only evoking a spirituality partially distant from the Western tradition, but also in a satirical key to demystify reality and denounce the oppression of Christian colonialism, as testify Guy Relin, Prière d'un petit enfant nègre, where he wrote, Seigneur, je suis très fatigué, je suis né fatigué, et j'ai beaucoup marché depuis les champs du coq et les morts bien hauts qui mènent à leur école. Seigneur, je ne vais plus aller à leur école, faites, je vous en prie que je n'y aille plus. Ces messieurs de la vie, ces messieurs comme il faut, qui savent plus danser les soirs au clair des lunes, qui ne savent plus marcher sur la chair de leurs pieds, qui ne savent plus compter les contes vieilles. Seigneur, je ne vais plus aller à l'école. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia. Let's give her a virtual round of applause.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Antonio Marvasi, who studied Italian linguistics and literature in Roma Tre University and completed a Master of Comparative Literature in Aix-Marseille University with a memoir on the circulation of foreigner literature and criticism in European literary reviews during the interwar period. A research he's continuing in his dissertation at IU. His interests are poetry, theory, and practice of literature translation and European identity. He published in 2018 in Rome a translation of the French poet Jean-Paul Clé. Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you, Giacomo. Thank you all for being here. Good morning. Today, my presentation, I will describe a very short history of the modern mythology of Europe, trying to underline a particular aspect of the European spirit, which is something at the same time philosophical and political, that I'm calling the exclusion of indifference, an expression that I'm stealing from Giorgio Agamben, even if from a slightly different context. I would like to start with this quote, with this quote by Miguel de Unamuno, who wrote in 1913 that because they transformed the geographical notion of Europe into an almost metaphysical category, no one knows what is Europe today. Despite the title of my presentation, I will not try to answer to this question with a definition of Europe. On the contrary, I consider this question itself as the first definition of Europe we will see today. This is a definition by form. What defines Europe in the first place is the question, what is? Meaning a constant need of definition, of difference, which is never satisfied. So the title of my presentation has a double meaning. On one hand, it is literal. We will read some actual definition of Europe from, for example, the Diderot and d'Alembert Encyclopédie. On the other hand, the very word definition suggests something that characterizes the idea of Europe I'm trying to describe. In this quote, Unamuno points out the fact that there is a non-coincidence between the geographical notion of Europe and the idea of it, a sort of distance of Europe from itself. Looking at, in fact, geographically, Europe comes from Asia and not only geographically. Looking at the map of the world, as Nietzsche, Valéry, and a lot of others wrote, Europe is just a small peninsula landing from the Asian continent towards the west. Here we see the map of the Encyclopedia Britannica online. As you can see, the north, south, and western borders of Europe are clearly defined by the sea. The eastern borders appear to be quite arbitrary on the map. In the text of the definition, the eastern border are defined in a different paragraph, and later they are described roughly, and later in the same definition they insist on the fact that there is not a cultural political discontinuity between Europe and Asia. There is not a great wall dividing Europe from the rest of the world. Europe is something that from Asia moves towards the West, which is exactly what says the ancient mythology of Europe that narrates about Europa, the Phoenician princess of Tyre, an Asian princess, that was kidnapped by Zeus and brought to Crete, where the Western civilization was born. Since then, says the modern mythology of Europe, Europa never stopped moving towards the West, towards the light of the dying sun, of the death of God. Ulysses continues her trip, so it is a Promethean trip against the will of God or gods in the name of knowledge. This idea of Europe is constantly kidnapped and violated and literally moves on the map, moves in history with a capitalized H, from the east to the west, from Crete to Greece, Rome, Paris, London, New York, religious from Jerusalem to Rome, and so on. However, for ancient Greeks, Europe, the word Europe, was just a geographical notion that used to indicate the northern side of the Mediterranean Sea. In the Politics, Aristotle writes that there are the European on one side who lack in intelligence but are free, and on the other side, the Asian who are intelligent but unfree. In the middle, the Greeks, who are at the same time intelligent and free, and if they could be united into one state, they would rule over the world. This passage is interesting, in my opinion, because it shows exactly this geographical distance. Modern Europe recognizes and describes itself in ancient Greece, which means, in a sense, that European culture is not born in Europe. But it is in the middle. It is defined by a border, by a difference, and it is something that cannot be united in a singular entity. The middle, where the Greece, where Europe is also the center of the world. And it is very easy, maybe anachronistic, to see here in Aristotle the roots of the Eurocentrism. Or even more, it would be easy in the modern era to find a similar racial or racist difference, only putting at the place of the Hellenic race the very same ethnicity that for Aristotle is unable to rule over the others, the people of the north. But this is a modern way to see race. In fact, the very first observation we find in the definition of Europe in the Encyclopédie by Diderot and d'Alembert is a sort of racial definition. Europe comes from the Phoenician Urappa, which means white face. So Europe is where the white man comes from. Contemporary etymology says otherwise. So as far as I can tell, this is not true. This is interesting because I think it is interesting that this is the very first thing that they say about Europe, but it is not the only difference with antiquity. The Encyclopédie continues saying that they are not interested in Europe as it was described by ancient civilization, the geographical Europe. So they will talk only briefly or roughly, so to speak, about its border. What is important in a definition of Europe is its history, politics, and in particular Christian religion. I don't have time to approach the problem of a Christian religion, but geographically speaking, it is clear that it is only with Christianity that Europe coincides finally with the geographical area we know today as Europe. But in the Middle Ages, Europe is no more a pure geographical notion, is a synonym of Christianity. The first time the term is used is in the Sancti Columbani opera, in a letter to the Pope, where the Pope is defined as the leader of Europe, and in the Chronicon by Isidori Pacensis, in the chapter about the Battle of Poitiers, where he writes that the Europeans chased the Arabs. So here, European is opposed to Muslim. While in the rest of the Chronicon, the Christian army is defined as the Franks. Europe comes from Asia also for its identity. The uncivilized barbarian of the north are not even considered by the Greeks, while the civilized barbarians of Asia are, for the Greeks, the great order. In particular, with Persian War, they found or invented their identity. In the first Greek tragedy we have, the Passion by Aeschylus, the queen Atossa tells about a dream she had. She saw two gigantic women, two sisters, that were arguing. Xerxes tries to calm them by placing a yoke on each one and tying them to a chariot. The Persian woman accepted the yoke and stood upright and proud. The Greek woman balked and tried to free herself until Xerxes fell from the chariot. As Massimo Cacciari observes, at the very moment that the difference is stated, the multiple is related immediately with a unique origin, two sisters, and universalized. Europe comes from Asia because it is in Europe nature to know itself as a part only. Asia is described by Greeks as unlimited in its geography, unlimited with an unlimited army, a king with unlimited power, and so on. What characterizes Europe, on the contrary, is the conflict, the statement of a difference that breaks the abstract unity of Asia into Greeks' diverse polis, into the Mediterranean archipelago. The difference between the two sisters seems to me to correspond very exactly to the difference that Deleuze and Guattari established between the sage and the Western philosopher. What characterizes the sage is the stasis of a conquered wisdom, a meditative relationship with the world, while the philosopher does not possess wisdom and search it. It moves in the city, asks questions, search the man, so to speak, and quite often have problems with power, with the conservative authority. But even more, European spirit is opposed to the unity of Asia and forms, as Deleuze writes, an espace strié, a striated, divided, broken space, versus the espace lisse, smooth space of Asia. I said that there is no great wall dividing Europe from the rest of the world, like in China. My idea is that the European Great Wall is represented, on the contrary, by the Rhine River in the very middle of Europe, a natural border that used to divide Romans from Germanic tribes, then Catholics from Protestants, and today it still represents an important border in the European Union. It's not Strasbourg is right there. So we arrive at the fourth definition of Europe of today by Edouard Glissant. Europe as an atavistic culture that tend to link its current state to a creation of the world through the intermediary of a flawless lineage. Glissant opposes it to composite culture, like the Caribbean, that are born from history and not in history. In other terms, starting from the distinction between history with a capitalized H and a non-capitalized history, Glissant observes that Caribbean people and generally colonized people were at the same time deprived of their cultural roots and forced to enter capitalized history. This provoked a sort of cultural paradox because they have undergone their own history. Their myths are someone else's myths. So there is, for these people, the need to create their own history. Hence, the idea proposed by Glissant and others of the historian as a poet, as someone who creates poiesis, a mythology, a decolonized historiographic discourse. The difference between atavistic culture and composite culture is not like an anthropological or racial, racist difference like it was in Aristotle. It represents two moments of deformation or invention of a culture. So, as Glissant observes, while composite cultures today are moving towards an atavicization, Europe is moving towards a creolization. But I will not dare to approach today's situation. The point is that Europe was never torn off from its own history by a colonizer, or it happened in a remote antiquity. So while Europe recognizes itself as an archipelago too, the consequences of this concept are very different from the Caribbean perspective. First of all, in a European perspective, the historian is not a poet that creates history, but is the Greek histor, a witness or an investigator that will be able to find the common logos of the different islands in the archipelago. Cacciari writes that the essence is essential to the European method. The essence is what, from a European perspective, saves the phenomenological manifestation of the multiplicity into the universal. This is, I believe, the opposite of the solution proposed by Glissant from the Caribbean context, the opposite of the creolization, which is a rhizomatic idea of identity that tends to mix or to annihilate borders. Europe needs to create more and more borders. In fact, as Alberto Savinio writes in his Nuova Enciclopedia, European intelligence divides and separates and hates the lump, hates everything that is indifferentiated. But this does not mean that the multiplicity of the world, of the archipelago, is given in its different truths. The multiple is logicon, not a casual manifestation of difference, but something that can be said, a logos that investigates and theorizes the relation, the difference, and organize things into sets like class, species, race. So this definition of Europe is particularly interesting today, I believe, because today the idea of universality or universalism is highly criticized in a post-colonial cultural or gender studies perspective. So I am arrived finally at the beginning of what I would like to say, and the time is finished. So I will conclude with the last definition of Europe by Jacques Derrida that allows me to conclude with an etc. that is always necessary when talking about Europe. It is always necessary to divide with the most respectful persistence. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Let's give him a round of applause. And I'll leave it to Giorgio now to introduce.
Yes, thank you, Giacomo. Thank you, Antonio. That was fantastic. There were more informations about Antonio's ideas on religion and the fact that he saw the snow for the first time living in Rome in 2003 in his biography that we decided not to read at the beginning, but we will have the opportunity to delve into Antonio's personality and biography during the social event tonight. All jokes apart, it is my pleasure now to introduce the third panelist, who is Lucia Casiraghi. Lucia has a bachelor degree in foreign languages and cultures and a master degree in theoretical and applied linguistics at the University of Pavia. She also has a master in Italian studies here at Indiana University Bloomington, where she is now studying as a PhD student. She worked as a research analyst for the University of Pavia at La Dante in Cambridge and as a digital marketing specialist for different companies. Her research interests include social linguistics, social media, and computer-mediated communication. Thank you, Lucia, please.
Thank you, Giorgio. And also thank you, Giulia and Antonio, for your talks. They were very interesting. And I'm very happy to be here with you today. So I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the research I'm presenting today is about the rhetoric surrounding coronavirus in the Italian and American political discourse. The aim of this research that was carried out in May 2020 is to look at how the official communication about coronavirus has been managed by the Italian and American governments. So this is just a quick preview of what we will see in a minute. So I will present very briefly the premises of this research and then the research questions. Then I will introduce the literature review because when I started this research last spring, I had the opportunity to read the very first academic articles about this topic. And then I will introduce the sample and the methods that I use for my research, the results, and then the conclusions. And at the end, I will be very happy to answer your questions and listen to your comments. So first of all, we should think that the responses to the emergency, to the COVID emergency, and the communication strategies of the different governments in the world were various. So some of them downplayed the threat or even denied its reality. Some framed the response in terms of solidarity, as happened in Norway and in New Zealand. And some instead provided citizens with a communication focused on scientific explanations, as Angela Merkel did in Germany. The political discourse in general contributes to the construction of ideologies, mindsets, perceptions, and values. And I used Van Dijk's theories on discourse and social power, especially the classification of the rhetorical features of political discourse. So I put special attention on the use of metaphors, repetitions, hyperboles, and so on, as we will see in a minute. Also, it is important to underline that clear information and effective communication are especially relevant during a time of crisis, as the one we're living, when the liberty of citizens is limited, as Vincenzo was stressing before in his talk. The WHO last spring talked about the risks of infodemics. They use this term to refer to the excessive amount and low accuracy of information about the coronavirus outbreaks. So given these very general premises, the goal of my analysis is to observe and compare the linguistic choices made by the former Italian Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte and the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. So the corpus I created is based on the transcriptions of 6 Italian and American governments' press conferences held from February to May 2020, so at the very beginning of the pandemic. Okay, so I guess we all know what happened last year, but I just wanted to show you some important events, also to understand the role of Italy and the US in this in the development of the pandemic. So in January 2020, there was the first cases of pneumonia reported in Wuhan, and then the novel coronavirus was eventually identified. In February, the first European cases of infection were diagnosed in Italy, and the epicenter moved from China to Italy. So Italy became the country with the highest death toll from COVID in the world last spring. In the same month, in February, Trump restricted the entry in the US from China, and then he did the same for European countries such as Italy itself. In March and April, the WHO declared a pandemic, and Trump halted the US fundings to WHO after defining it China-centric. And as we will see, this definition is particularly important, this focus on China. And then we all know what happened after that, but I just wanted to underline the fact that I will talk about what happened from January to May 2020. And now in the present, as we all know, Trump's term ended. Conte also resigned due to the failing of reaching absolute majority in the Senate. So now we're talking about 2 former political leaders, but in a very crucial moment of history of the 2 countries. So the research questions. So basically what I wanted to investigate is what kind of rhetorical strategies these 2 leaders used to communicate the coronavirus outbreak and its evolution during the first months of 2020. So how and why did they use specific rhetorical strategies? So this is not a study about psychology or sociology, but the results of this research could help find some insights also on what kind of emotional responses they might have generated in the audience and how they oriented people's perception of reality. Okay, I just wanted to briefly introduce something about the academic literature on the topic. When I started this research, it was May 2020, so the literature was still underway, and it's still underway, especially for non-medical disciplines, of course. But the relevance of political discourse in shaping and reflecting the management of the pandemic and the crisis had already been underlined by many linguists, journalists, and communication specialists all over the world. In the Italian context, we had, for example, Professor Spina, who talked about the role of the press in the creation of different narratives. There's an interesting article by Federico Faloppa of the University of Reading. He wrote about the representation of COVID-19 emergency through the language of war, which is something that we will also see in the data that I collected. And he underlined the fact that the language of war is frequently used when the management of consensus is problematic. And this is something that we will talk about in a minute. There's another research, a quantitative research by Nicola Grandi and Alex Piovan that I suggest you to read about the level of comprehensibility. They actually measured the level of comprehensibility of Italian politicians' speeches. And then in the US context, the first studies were by journalists. So as you can see, some studies were about the relationship between the pandemic and autocrats' power. Some were about linguistics and about the unclear use of some expressions linked to the pandemic, or, as in the case of Vasquez, timelines of Trump's declarations about COVID. I also found some interesting articles in the scholarly literature on crisis management and communication, since the communication of public health issues, terrorism, and natural disasters present some similarities. For example, there's a study by Larson, Wallace, and Ehrlich about the newspaper articles published during the outbreak of the SARS virus in 2003. And they found out that the most commonly used images to talk about the virus were metaphors of the virus as a killer or a plague or war, which is something that happened also in the case of COVID. So as for the method, I used judgment sampling because I didn't use a statistic method to collect the data, but I decided to create a corpus of the speeches based on the chronological closeness between them and also on their relevance, so on their topics. I created this corpus of 6 texts through the transcription of 3 Italian and 3 American press conferences, and then I annotated the meaningful paralinguistic features such as body language, facial expressions, tone, and pitch of voice. And lastly, I developed this text analysis with the aid of a computer-assisted qualitative data analysis software called Atlas TI. So just a quick note on the context, because it's important to understand that the context of the press conferences in Italy and the US was different. Conte's press conferences were live on TV, and some were also made available on streaming on Facebook. He spoke from Palazzo Chigi, and every conference was very well organized, in the sense that Conte started with a message reading a message to the nation, then a question time followed, and 3 selected reporters each time could ask 1 or 2 questions each. And due to social distancing measures, the communication among them took place online. In the US instead, as you probably know, President Trump and the coronavirus task force gave live updates on TV from the White House. His updates involved the interventions of Mike Pence, doctors, and other experts. There were reporters, they were physically present in this case, and the conversation among all of the participants was more dynamic and less structured. Okay, so these are the numbers. Maybe we can talk about them later, but I just wanted to give you an overview of the main results of the research. And I think it's interesting to see to have a look at some examples. So as for Conte's conferences, I found some interesting lexical choices. For example, the word community was very frequent in the corpus, and it was often associated with references to the nation and values such as pride, courage, and responsibility, as you can see in these examples that I probably badly translated in English. So you all showed from north to south strength, courage, sense of responsibility, or of community. Or we are part of the same community, each individual is benefiting from its own and others' sacrifices. This is the strength of our country, and so forth. He also uses a lot of quantifiers, especially the word tutti, so everyone. It's used in the corpus 35 times, and it's always accompanied by poses that stress its value. He also uses, it's interesting to look at the use of pronouns, because Conte uses the pronoun noi, as, 34 times, and in many other cases it's left implicit, but in Italian it can be inferred by the declination of the verbs. In some cases, as refers, so noi refers to the government and the scientific committee, but more often it's used to create empathy and solidarity with Italian citizens, as in the examples that follow. Like, we keep the distances today to hug each other with more warmth, to run faster tomorrow. All together, we will make it. And then he also frequently switches from the first and second person plural, noi and voi, to a second person singular addressee. So, se vuoi bene all'Italia, se tu vuoi bene all'Italia, if you love Italy, you must avoid the risk of spreading the contagion, or if you love Italy, keep the distance, and so making the message even more personal. He also uses identification strategies with the audience, like, I love soccer as many Italians do, so it felt strange to see it halted. This was answering a question by a journalist. And he also identifies himself with the public, saying, we can react negatively to this phase, we can be resentful, why not angry and look for someone to blame? We could blame anyone, or we can choose something different. Drive away anger and resentment and think of what each of us can do to lift our community. He uses relatively short sentences, even if they're longer than Trump's sentences. He uses a simple syntactic structure and a low degree of subordination. He also uses repetition and reformulation, reformulations that give rhythm to the speech and underline the importance of some elements. He uses 16 times, so a lot in the corpus, a specific discourse marker that intensifies and draws listeners' attention to important or complex passages, namely attenzione, which literally means attention, but in this context we can translate it as now let's be clear. And it's always accompanied by a rising tone of voice. Despite the generally formal tone, Conte tends to use common terms and avoid technicalities. Even if people on social media complained about some passages that sounded obscure. A very famous one, because it became a meme, is when Conte, or many memes actually, is when Conte announced the introduction of the possibility for citizens to visit their families. He used the word congiunti, which means relatives, and this word choice created some confusion because it's not very frequent in Italian language, and it's most common to use the word parenti. So people wondered if friends and acquaintances were included in this definition or not. It generated a lot of confusion in the public. A very interesting aspect of the political communication about COVID is metaphors. The most frequent one in Conte's speeches, but in many politicians' speeches, is the metaphor of war. So the reaction to the pandemic is described as aimed at winning a battle against coronavirus, which is represented as an invisible enemy, such in this example. Politics is facing an invisible enemy, an unknown enemy that politics in itself is not used to face. There's another metaphor that we may call the metaphor of race, because Conte uses a lot of images of controlled movement and speed. Since people have to stop, the everyday activities have to stop, but it's necessary. It's a necessary sacrifice that will allow everyone to run faster tomorrow. So citizens are asked to respect the rules and be lucid, measured, rigorous, responsible, because we cannot run blindly into the void. So this image of running of sort of marathon. And it's also used to represent the graduality of decision making. For example, it's time to move one step forward, or when talking about the agreements with the European Union, Conte says, we took an important step forward, now we have to go to the finish line. And he talks again about the country that has to run, and European fundings, for example, will help the country run. Another image is the image of a match, like it's a point in our favor and we should all be proud, again with this with this collective image. And another, for example, another metaphor is the natural disaster. Conte calls, not very often actually, but he calls the COVID a tsunami, so giving this idea of unpredictability and a shocking, massive impact. Let's see what happened with Trump. So in his speeches, the sentences are very short and there's a simple syntax with few connectives and a prevalence of coordination over subordination. There are a lot of repetition, a lot more than in Conte's speeches, and a very emphatic language. which are features that were already analyzed in his speech, apart from COVID. He uses a lot of intensifying adverbs such as tremendous, incredible, and very, with 124 occurrences. This gives probably an idea of an extraordinary situation that, in his words, all of a sudden came from nowhere. He also uses storytelling and direct speech, as in this example here. And you also see when your friends are going to the hospital and you say, how is he doing? 2 days later, and they say, sir, he's unconscious or he's in a coma. So storytelling and direct speech as a strategy that, for example, Conte doesn't use. His speeches are very sensationalist, as in the example that you can see here. It used to take years to do this, and now we did it in just a very short while. That's the fastest development in history. Or it was a very good move, and it was a very, very, very early. It was very, very early when most people, including a lot of professionals, they didn't want us to do it. He uses very frequently the first person singular by saying, for example, that I'm a cheerleader for the country. And he defines himself as a wartime president. He talks, as Conte does, about the invisible enemy, saying that it's always the toughest enemy, the invisible enemy, but we're going to defeat the invisible enemy. He also uses the strategy of personification. And so the materiality of the enemy, the invisible enemy, this way it acquires a concrete reference when Trump talks about our war against the Chinese virus, which is a very well-known sentence. The attribution of an ethnicity to the virus, which being an enemy is also given volition of hurting people, is potentially stigmatizing and signals the emergence of a narrative construction of another to be blamed and to probably be scared of. Another interesting aspect is the use of adversative conjunctions used as a rhetoric tool in the construction of changes in the polarity of the discourse in opposite directions, because Trump usually juxtaposes positive elements, as for example, the great economy in the US, with negative ones, such as the unpredictable economic crisis produced by the pandemics. While Conte does the opposite. He uses negative elements and then positive messages, such as despite all of the risks and problems, we will make it. Talking about the next steps and the evolution of the pandemic, Trump uses the first person singular, as we said, to stress his active role, saying, I want people to be calm because we're going to win this, and we're going to win this. It's just a question of time, and I want it to go quickly. While Conte, as we saw before, uses this image of a slow, careful movement towards the finish line. For example, when he's asked about phase 3, he invites journalists to take a phase at a time. The attitude towards other politicians, so in the case of Trump, he uses name calling against Joe Biden, for example, but also because there were the election coming, while Conte talks about us, the government, but also about us, the Italian politician, by giving this collective and reassuring, probably, image. The us versus them, as we said, it's particularly relevant in Trump's speeches. He says, I made the decision to stop China from coming in, then I stopped Italy, then Spain, Europe, let's stop Europe. And while in Conte, the only reference to a dangerous other is when he talks about the small minority of people who do not stay at home when indicated to do so, and whose irresponsibility can damage everyone. So again, this tutti that is very frequent in the corpus. So to conclude, in both cases, rhetorical strategies, common rhetorical strategies are used with the aim of improving the understandability of the message and creating a favorable climate of cooperation among citizens. This is due to the necessity to reach, the understandability of the message is due to the necessity to reach a wide differentiated audience and make messages clear and memorable. So as we saw, they both use simplification and repetition, but they use this common set of different strategies in different ways. And this reveals some differences in their attitude towards the pandemic and its management and its communication to the public. Specifically, one of the most interesting aspects of the analysis is metaphors, because they were used to generate specific perceptions of and attitudes towards reality. And the most frequent one, as we saw, is the one that describes the virus as an invisible enemy, which is problematic because, as Falopa underlines, it's part of a rhetoric that often leads to the implicit identification of different concrete enemies. The limitations of the studies are due to the fact that the corpus, as I said, it's pretty small because it's made of only 6 texts. And also the definition of some of the rhetorical tools is potentially subjective. As future directions, I think it would be interesting to create a larger corpus to be analyzed from both a qualitative and quantitative viewpoint, but also to analyze the evolution of the political discourse in the following months. Also because now the political leaders of the 2 countries are different. We have Biden and Draghi, so it would be interesting to analyze how the communication strategies change, and also the integration of the data with data from social media would provide meaningful insights about how different political actors have shared information and expressed their view about the pandemic and how users have interacted with them. These are the references in case you're interested. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much, Lucia. And let's give her a round of applause as well. Now we have a few minutes, so feel free, if you want to answer any question, you can raise your hand through Zoom or send them in the chat and we'll read them for you. Okay, we have Max, go ahead.
Hi, Lucia, if I could just ask a very quick follow-up question, and having very little sort of knowledge of all this, but I was wondering, because in your conclusion you mentioned that both leaders whom you were analyzing were trying to sort of encourage a certain degree of cooperation on the part of their respective nations. But I was wondering what the sort of correlation is between this request for cooperation on the one hand, right, and the tendency or not to attribute responsibility for the virus to some external element, to some other, right? Because it would be logical that, well, if it's not our fault, if it's the fault of others, well, then maybe we don't need cooperation, right? We just need to get rid of them and then we'll be fine.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's an interesting point, because I think that they both try to, to create messages that convey this message of the necessity of cooperation, but in very different way. Also because they're very, I didn't talk about the context and the 2 politicians in particular, but of course they're very different politicians. They have different positions and they work in very different contexts too. And what you say, yeah, it's true. I completely agree, because they both talk about cooperation, but in Trump's case is more problematic because he sort of calls for cooperation, but only among Americans, and by using this image of us versus them so much, and it's so frequent that at the end it's just a very intranational cooperation, but it sets boundaries and builds walls, to talk about what Antonio was referring to before. So I think it's interesting to look at the pandemic in both ways. So in the national context, but also as something, talking about closeness in distance, something that made everyone close to each other, even internationally. So of course, in Trump's case, it's problematic because it's not a real cooperation, of course, because he's always trying to blame someone. So it's the Chinese virus, and then in another interview that I didn't put in the corpus, but he talks about Italians too. So he's always trying to actually to find someone to blame and to be scared of. So the message is not very, I mean, it has so many layers of meaning, so it's much more complicated. While Conte, also because I think, so he started his career as a technocrat and then he became a real political figure, but is always centric and trying to, he was part of a coalition government too, so it's a very specific situation. So he's more neutral in a way.
Thank you so much, Lucia.
Thank you, Max.
Is there any other question for our panelists?
Yes, I have a question for Lucia, if I can. Thank you, Lucia, for your presentation. It was brilliant. My question is, in Trump, there is this classical dispositive of the right, of the language of the right, that there is the external enemy, like in a war. But in this idea of community, of the responsibility of the single citizens that arise from Conte's language, it may be also a sort of mutual surveillance between the citizens in the way of a kind of a panopticon in which every citizen is a source of surveillance for the other.
Yeah, it's interesting to notice. Maybe we can go back. I didn't show very well the numbers, which are probably interesting to look at. Let me see if I can find them. Okay, so as you can see, the us versus them, I found 11 occurrences in Trump's speeches, while just once it appears in Conte's speeches. And it's only when he talks about the people who do not respect the restrictions. And he's always talking about us, so me and you citizens who respect the rules, but only once he says that some people don't do that and they put in danger us, so the other people. But it's interesting because it happens only once, so it's probably trying not to upset anyone, I think. And also, maybe we can also think of Conte as the people's lawyer, as he's known in Italy. He's a very good speaker in this sense, because he's always trying to balance everything, so he's not attacking anyone personally. Also, his political, other political figures. I think there's only one example of him attacking Salvini and Meloni when he said, like, questo governo non si muove nell'ombra, and so on. So yeah, I think that his attempt to create this sense of community and solidarity is more effective, also because of that, because of this very balanced strategy in what he says.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia and Giancarlo. We have a couple more minutes if there's any other question. Otherwise, I'm sorry, Lucia, I have a question for you too, in case. I was just wondering, after you did all the analysis, if you think that with all those like different numbers in the qualifiers, do you think on either side they could have used something, like Conte could have used something that Trump did, but he didn't, to improve the effectiveness of his speech, or vice versa?
I think maybe what something that apart from COVID, that linguists underlined about Trump's speeches in general is the use of repetitions, that it's so higher than other politicians. As you can see here, Conte uses 23 times repetitions, Trump uses it 80 times. Sometimes to some people it sounds too much, because as we saw in some examples, he's always saying very, very, very something, or repeating the same word 5 times in a single sentence. But at the same time, apparently something that works in politics. So for his public, at least, it worked because it made his messages memorable. People are able to repeat them, to quote them. So Conte's speech is, I think he tried to be as simple as he could. So the sentences are shorter than usual. I also saw a paper about Italian political, the one I think I put in the references is, let me see. An interesting reference is this paper by Grandi and Piovan, because it's quantitative. So it's interesting because they actually measured the communication of politicians. And they also said that Conte's speeches about the COVID were simple, and they used a very simple syntax and short sentences and coordination, but they're not as simple as Trump's. So maybe that could be a good strategy, especially because in the pandemic you have this very vast audience, so you have to be understandable, and you're also talking about health issues, so you really want to everyone to understand you.
Thank you so much, Lucia.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I guess if there's no other question, we can definitely thank our panelists and give them another round of applause. And thank you so much to all of you for participating this afternoon.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this panel entitled Distance in Early Modern French Literature. My name is Miriam Borrascano, and I'm a first-year master student at the Free Department. And today I will co-moderate this panel with John Hall.
Thank you, Miriam. Hi, I'm John. I'm a second-year graduate student in the Department of French and Italian. I study Renaissance French literature, which is the topic of today's panel. We're going to be talking about distance in early modern French literature. And to start us off today, we have a presentation by Desiree Shukla. Desiree is a first-year graduate student in the French and Francophone Studies here at Indiana. She holds an MA from the University of Kentucky and is interested in visual studies and the relationship between visual and written narrative. So now I'll give the parole to Desiree to get us started.
Thank you, John. I'd like to also start with a quick thank you to the FRIT GSO representatives and to everyone else involved in organizing this conference, and also to, of course, the panel moderators, to Miriam as well, for their service today. And thank you to those of you that are here to listen to myself and to Jade. My presentation will be on the function of temporal integration in Joachim du Bellai's Songe, and I will share my screen. Du Bellai's poetry has been qualified as ekphrastic by scholars such as Daniel Russell and A.M. Schmidt, who have described Du Bellai's Antiquité and the Songe as emblematic, or able to be ideogrammatically represented. Indeed, in the 15 sonnets of the Songe, Du Bellai constructs a scene which is very present visually in the reader's mind, who can reconstruct the scene and the narrative of the poem. That Du Bellai's poems lend themselves to visual representation is evident in the fact that Jean Vandernoot, also a poet, was inspired to create engravings from some of the Songe poems. Through his poetry, Du Bellai is able to bring memories from his experiences in Rome to the present for the reader. The reader lives the poet's memories and experiences through ekphrasis. What my paper is concerned with is the process by which we perceive this movement across time and distance in the text and in its visual representation. In particular, I consider the function of memory and the perception of successive impressions while reading an ekphrastic text or while viewing a visual representation of that text. I aim to argue that while reading the sonnets, I am to argue that while reading the sonnets of the Songe, the reader's mind performs temporal integration in the specious present while constructing Du Bellai's vertically asymmetric scenes, a precarious scenario which heightens the reader's anticipation of the sudden destruction of the scene. However, temporal integration doesn't function in the same way when viewing the engravings by Jan van der Noot, because in this case, the effect that temporal integration creates depends on a prior knowledge of the ekphrastic narrative of the poems. Of course, it's necessary at this point to discuss how the reader reads or sees movement and the passage of time in an ekphrastic poem. In E.H. Gombrich's article, Moment and Movement in Art, he describes how movement and the passage of time are perceived in art, specifically in images like paintings or photographs. However, his ideas can be easily applied to how the Songe poems function because they're ekphrastic poetry, which means that they describe a scene in a way that allows the reader to envision or to see a representation of the poem's scene and or narrative. Gombrich explains that the spectator perceives successive impressions as their eyes move over the details of an image, and that those impressions exist together simultaneously rather than successively. This is a process similar to that by which we are able to understand the spoken word. We hold fragments and impressions together for a short time in what Gombrich calls the specious present in order to make sense of what we're hearing and perceiving. And I argue again that while reading the Songe sonnets, we are also holding together all of the visual elements of the scene that Du Bellay is constructing. And as we hold together these impressions, we are also calling on our long-term memory to make sense of what Gombrich calls indications of meaning, which with the aim of simplicity can more or less be understood as symbols or figures. And take, for example, any of the myriad representations of the narrative of the raising of Lazarus. Gombrich argues that only 3 indications of meaning are absolutely required in order to visually represent this story. 1 is the figure of Christ, the 2 is the mummy in the tomb, and the last is the gesture of power which brings back to life. And the narrative is centered around the gesture, which makes the entire narrative cohere. Temporal integration is the bundling together in one extended stretch of time of memories and expectations. And citing Hernshaw, Gombrich explains that temporal integration cuts across faculty boundaries. It implies perception of the present, memory from the past, and expectation of the future, stimulus patterns, traces, and symbolic processes integrated into a common organization. What's interesting to note here is that temporal integration involves an anticipation of the future. This is due to the fact that we are calling on our memory to make sense of what we perceive in the present, which unavoidably leads to predictions based on memory and impressions in the specious present. The second element to elucidate in advance of comparing the Songe sonnets and the van der Noot engravings is that a visually asymmetric composition reads as unstable and as dynamic or moving, whereas balanced symmetrical images, those that aren't exaggerated in their composition, like height or presented on an angle without any counterbalance, symmetrical images read as static or stable. So perception of movement, or the potential for movement, can be visually represented through asymmetry or through exaggeration that creates imbalance. You see in this first image that the boat is framed between the 2 columns, which are visible in equal amounts on both sides of the frame. And so the boat seems to be stationary. Whereas in the second image, the boat appears to be moving because of its position to the right of the frame and because we now only see 1 column on the left side of the frame. Even though Gombrich's article treats visual text, I argue that his ideas can be applied to Du Bellay's Songe sonnets, in part because they are ekphrastic poetry, but also because the sonnet form is a suitable length for the reader to hold together simultaneously all the indications of meaning within the poem. It is important to note that while van der Noot didn't create an engraving of the first Songe sonnet, this sonnet is key in the functioning of temporal integration in the narrative of the sonnets that follow. It's in this first sonnet that Du Bellay establishes the motif of constructing a vertically imposing, even unbalanced, very visual scene that he will then very suddenly destroy. In the first stanza of the sonnet, Sonnet 1, it describes an airy scene in which the poet has started to gently fall asleep, and he says that the present plus doucement s'écoule aux yeux de l'âme. that the present very gently flows away from his sight. But Du Bellay then gives the reader the well-known feeling of being unpleasantly jolted awake, that sudden feeling of falling when one is first falling asleep. The reader is placed very abruptly into an anxious state upon the sudden apparition of a demon in the poem, who warns that everything the dreamer reader can see in the scene is nothing but vanity, and therefore ephemeral. In this way, Du Bellay establishes the motif of an ekphrastic scene which will abruptly be destroyed, and it is the establishment of this foundation by which temporal integration works in the sonnets that follow. Indeed, in Sonnet 3, Du Bellay constructs a scene with successive impressions in order to build an obelisk, which he then causes to crash to the ground by a terrible storm. Sonnet 9 instills fear in the reader by un corps hideusement nerveux, a hideously nervous, anxious body who holds small branches or fronds which abruptly die, which is indeed a troubling symbol. Sonnet 11 shows at the top of a hill, a large smoky fire perfumed by incense, and above which a bird is flying. However, a storm arrives and extinguishes the fire, leaving behind a sulfuric stench. And the last sonnet, Sonnet 15, presents the sight of 100 vanquished kings who painfully moan at the feet of their conqueror before she strikes the sky, the sound causing the dreaming poet to suddenly awake, which parallels the anxious feeling in the first sonnet upon sight of the demon. In all of these sonnets, the anxiety of the reader is heightened by the functioning of temporal integration that Du Bellay demands of the reader throughout the entirety of each sonnet until the last line or verse when the scene is destroyed. We are also reminded that asymmetry is read as chaos and adds to the perception of instability and of movement. So even though the Sange sonnets are a written text, Du Bellay constructs a scene that is vertically imposing, demanding the reader to note the greatness and importance of the central subject of the poem. However, these vertically imposing scenes are also precarious, particularly Sonnet 3, which will be my focus today. The combination of greatness and precarity, of course, heightens the reader, spectator's anxiety and anticipation of the abrupt destruction that occurs at the end of the sonnet. In Sonnet 3, for example, Du Bellay constructs a vertically exaggerated, unstable scene via successive impressions of the obelisk's architectural elements. From the very beginning of this quatrain, Du Bellay emphasizes the great height of the monument which he is building. The reader, as spectator, is made to experience the first-person perspective of the dreamer by precise details, such as the pointed diamond-shaped peak, as well as the spectator's tiny size compared to the height of the obelisk, which is so tall that an archer could take aim from it. This stanza stresses an exaggerated expanse along a vertical axis, and due to the motif established in the first sonnet, the reader-spectator already senses the precarity of the great monument. The architecture becomes more precarious in the following quatrain and tercet. Du Bellay places an urn containing the ashes of someone of great importance at the peak of this enormous obelisk, which heightens the reader-spectator's vertigo. And to make the monument even more unstable, Du Bellay describes that rather than the large base of the obelisk being firmly settled onto the ground, it is instead held up at its four corners by lion's head pedestals. In this sonnet, the phenomenon of temporal integration works to intensify the reader-spectator's fear via successive impressions of a precarious construction. The reader-spectator also interprets the indications of meaning. The obelisk is a tomb, the vase is a funerary urn, and the lion's head pedestals are symbols of power and royalty. So the reader-spectator understands the significance of this monument, as well as the significance of the destruction of such a memorial. The motif set up in the first sonnet is also integrated into the process of temporal integration, and the reader-spectator already anticipates the demolition of the scene before it happens. Indeed, in the last tercet of the sonnet, Du Bellay writes, "Là, rien ne dure au monde que tourment, je vis du ciel la tempête descendre et foudroyer ce brave monument." Alas, nothing remains in the world but agony. I see a storm descend from the sky and strike down this great monument. So due to the phenomenon of temporal integration, the reader, who has also become a spectator, can read the narrative of the scene by assembling and interpreting the indications of meaning in order to create an unbalanced image of vertical precarity. It is also thanks to temporal integration that the reader can both read and see movement in the passage of time in this sonnet. And I now turn to the van der Noot engraving of this sonnet 3. As mentioned earlier, the visual impressions created by this ekphrastic poetry inspired van der Noot to create what Russell calls, quote, a series of apocalyptic emblems by presenting their imagery mirrored in a series of ideogrammatic illustrations, end quote. It is true that the engravings of sonnets 3, 9, 11, and 15 include all the details from the sonnets and are loyal representations of the poems. In the engraving that represents sonnet 3, for example, we can see that all the elements are present. However, van der Noot also embellishes the scene by representing an exotic landscape and other obelisks that have already fallen under the rain. It would be easy to agree that this engraving accurately represents the narrative of sonnet 3. However, the reading of the engravings functions differently than the reading of the sonnet itself. Temporal integration functions in the poems by the assemblage of all the indications of meaning, as well as the motif established in the first sonnet. It's possible to read movement and the passage of time in the 14 sonnets that follow because the reader integrates their long-term memory with the perception of successive impressions in the specious present in order to understand what has happened, what is happening, as well as to make predictions about what will happen in the narrative, namely the destruction of the scene. The engravings, on the other hand, do not benefit from any founding motifs such that sonnet 1 provides. Without this context and without a prior knowledge of the Sange sonnets, this engraving simply represents a few obelisks on the ground, one in the foreground still standing, and some rain, not an obelisk which will soon fall to the ground because of the sudden arrival of a terrible storm. The reason it is easy for us to imagine perceiving movement in this image is because of a pre-existing knowledge of the poem that this image is trying to represent. A viewer who has already read the Sange sonnets already holds a familiarity with the narrative, which is more or less available in their long-term memory. Through temporal integration, we can perceive the indications of meaning in the image and simultaneously assemble them with our memory through temporal integration to see the narrative and predict that the obelisk in the foreground will fall. I conclude through this argument that the ideogrammatical representation of the sonnets through the engravings does not function in the same way as the poem, because the poem can represent movement in an ekphrastic scene without any real visual representation. But for the engraving to function in the same way requires a prior knowledge of the narrative from the sonnets themselves. In this way, the ekphrastic poem is a privileged way of representing movement in the passage of time through temporal integration, when compared to the engravings which try to visually represent the narrative. Through the sonnet form and the employment of the motif of precarious construction and sudden demolition, Du Bellay is able to bring past to present. When comparing the ekphrastic sonnets of the Sange with the van der Noot engravings inspired by the poems, it is the written text which is the privileged form for demonstrating narrative movement in the passage of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree, for your presentation. Now I'm going to introduce Jade Liu. She's a PhD candidate in French Francophone Studies at Indiana University. She obtained her master's degree in food science and French at the University of California, Davis, and bachelor's degree in nutrition, French, and anthropology at the University of California, Berkeley. Jade's research interests focus on representations of labyrinthine space in 17th century French rewritings of myths, fables, and fairy tales, especially their intersection with Louis XIV's absolutist policy. Her talk today is entitled Into the Theatrical Labyrinth, Space and Metanarrative in Corneille's L'Illusion Comique. Thank you, Jade.
All right, thank you. I will then share my screen and then start my PowerPoint. Let's see. And there you go. So today I am going to be talking about space and meta-narrative in Corneille's L'Illusion Comique. Jeffrey Peters states in his book, Written World, Space, Literature, and Chronological Imagination, that literary productions in the 17th century are defined primarily by the absence of space. However, amid this trend, theater remains one literary genre that, in many ways, is still bound to the physicalities of the stage. Therefore, in my paper, I will explore the apparent tensions between the absence and the inevitable presence of theatrical space through the lens of 17th century French playwright Pierre Corneille's L'Illusion comique, which was first performed in 1636. And taking this as a starting point, this paper will argue that the figurative and literal collapse or folding of space onto itself brought about by meta-narrative also challenges the depiction of distance and renders the space between the reader/spectator and the text unstable, which then in turn invites the reader/spectator to explore new ways of connecting with the text within a fluctuating literary space. So for those of you who are not familiar with this play, I will just give you a brief overview of the plot. Act 1 basically begins with a tormented man, Prud'homment, who is searching for his estranged son and thinks that the magician Alcandre may bring him an answer. In response to his request, Alcandre uses his magic to show Prud'homment that his son is now wealthy and living under the name of Plein d'Or. As Act 2 begins, the illusion that Alcandre creates takes over the stage, and we as spectators begin to watch the progression of Plein d'Or's love life and rivalries. Here's the list of the characters. And throughout Act 2, all the way until the middle of Act 5, there are only brief commentaries from the two main characters, Prud'homment and Alcandre. Everything is all about Plein d'Or. It's only with the fifth and final act and with the murder of Plein d'Or that the scene really returns to the grieving father and the nonchalant magician, who at this point tells him that the life and death shown within the illusion is actually just the conclusion of a tragedy, a play. And to Prud'homment's relief, his son is actually alive and well and pursuing a career as a stage actor. So in essence, this play is a tragedy within an illusion, within a comedy. So three different levels of representations of reality. There's the comedy itself with Prud'homment searching for his son. There's Plein d'Or's story and tragedy, which is the majority of the play. And in between these two layers, there's also the reality within the illusion, portraying the life of the actual son. And so this doubles or even triples the literary space by creating multiple narrative realities on stage. And in so doing, Corneille was somehow able to evade the rule of the three classical unities that were considered to be the key elements of French classical theater: the unity of time, space, and of action. Even while the external narrative, that of Prud'homment and Alcandre, seem to be faithful to the rules, the addition of the internal narrative breaks this by adding a second storyline, a second timeline, a second physical setting. But the distinction between the different layers of narrative isn't super evident. In a way, the multiplication of literary space and the meta-narrative sort of destroys the barrier between representation and reality by creating confusion among the characters and spectators alike. Throughout the play, this overlap between representation and reality is shown through moments in dialogue. For example, in Act 1, when Alcandre first shows Prud'homment a glimpse of his son's life and fancy clothes, he tells the father that his son, here's the quote, sous un meilleur destin, sa fortune rangée et sa condition avec le temps changée, personne maintenant n'a de quoi murmurer qu'en public de la sorte il ose se parer. So basically the father was initially like, oh, he can't possibly be wearing all these fancy clothes, he's not of that status. And the magician's like, well, his condition has changed and no one's going to say anything if he dresses like that in public. And here, a double meaning is clearly intended. While the magician is describing the state of an actor, which gives one the right to publicly wear clothes beyond one's social standing, Prud'homment, the father, interprets the statement to mean that his son has actually reached the social status needed to wear such clothes. So this is not necessarily a misunderstanding, but rather Alcondre's deliberate attempt to mislead him. But later on, as the inner tragedy progresses, Clandor is also described as d'un père rigoureux fuyant l'autorité. So he's described as like having escaped the authority of a father, which really corresponds exactly to the relationship between the father and son in the detailed in Act 1. So once again, blurring the boundaries between the internal and external narratives. And perhaps more significantly, Prud'homme himself, while watching the illusion, is blinded by its illusory aspect and takes it for the reality of his son's life, going as far as to believe his son dead on 2 separate occasions. And this inability to tell representation from reality is perhaps significant, seeing as it would have been unlikely at the time as it is now for theatrical verse to really be mistaken for everyday speech, for lavish costumes to be mistaken for prestige, for stage presence and audience involvement to completely melt away, for death to be on stage, not only on stage, but so realistic that it would trick spectators into believing it's real. So for the real life spectators, this illusion is created by the physicalities of the stage. However many layers of plot the play contains, all of the plots must still be performed on the same stage and therefore interact with each other in the same space. Despite all these layers, actors on stage also interact with spectators in much the same way, regardless of which layer the scene is found. And thus the use of common space in the theater therefore leads eventually to the collapse of the meta-theatrical narrative as reality and representation become one and the same. But perhaps collapse isn't entirely the right word because it implies that there was a structure to begin with. While a meta-narrative by definition is a story within a story, this specific play takes it to another level with a complete lack of separation between 2 of the 3 narratives. Even though the character's entrance from the direct stage play to the illusion is fairly clear, one is not made aware of the theatrical aspect of the illusion until nearly the end. This means that spectators and characters alike assume the illusion to be within the story, when in fact it's actually a story within a story within the story. As Mary Ann Frizzou-Witt states in her book, Meta Theater and Modernity, the meta-theatrical moment occurs in the spectator's consciousness of the dissimulation involved in the fabrication of illusion. But this consciousness also involves the awareness that the spectator can never be fully aware of the depth of illusions and indeed will always be willingly or unwillingly trapped in them. And in the case of l'illusion comique in particular, she also says that we're all at some level Prud'homme, surprised by comedy. So basically this quote sort of creates this connection between Prud'homme and the spectators. So the spectators are also at some level this character looking into the illusion. So this meta-theatrical moment of this play, according to this definition, would occur when the audience, as well as Prud'homme, see Clandor, quote unquote, and his theatrical troupe divide the sum of money they've earned and realize that the death they just witnessed may not be the death after all. And subsequently, they're brought out of their illusion when Alcondre directly states so. We could even almost call this a disillusionment, if you will, in the most literal sense of the term, as spectators and protagonists alike are brought out of their illusion. However, I'm sort of tweaking this term a bit. It's a disillusionment in the most positive sense of the term because it's a positive ending. We realize that Clandor's not dead, and Prud'homme, knowing where his son is and how he is doing, is faced with the renewed hope of being reunited with him and making up for his past wrongs. So as this person mentions in the last part of her quote, however, the awakening of consciousness of the existence of illusion also leads to the development of a consciousness with regards to dissimulation. In other words, it's precisely this discovery of reality that makes spectators all the more unwilling to trust it. So the true illusion, in a sense, isn't the illusion itself, but the discovery that it is an illusion. Without this discovery, one safely assumes the truth and has no reason to believe otherwise. But once the illusion, the theatricality rather, is discovered, it unleashes a sense of mistrust in reality itself. Indeed, as this quote says, the spectator can never be fully aware of the depth of illusions. But will the spectator always be willingly or unwillingly trapped in these illusions per se? I think one interesting quote that I find in the play is in the final act when Alcandre, the magician, says of the actors, leurs vers sont leurs combats, leur mort suit leurs paroles. So these words suggest that comedy itself consists fundamentally of an action, and that speech is the means by which action is performed. And this idea correlates with the Abbé d'Aubignac's famous statement from his Pratique du théâtre, which is parler, c'est agir. However, the speech in the play seems to challenge this notion, because when the layers of narrative become blurred and intermingled, they also break this connection between speech and action. After all, with so many layers, and with only the external layer, the true reality within the play, but with the interior narrative forming the majority of the play, it's hard to say exactly how the speech within the interior narrative can be linked to the action or lack thereof within the exterior narrative. So one thing that I pointed out and that is interesting is that the external storyline is secondary in many ways to the internal storyline, which takes over the majority of the play and constitutes a fully developed plot with a climax, denouement, and a tragic end. So in this sense, the primacy of the second narrative defies the idea that speech on the theatrical stage is necessarily a representation of action, and it also questions the notion that action is an integral part of the stage. Of course, the secondary narrative is also acted out in the form of speech, but the relationship between the main plot of the play and its spectators is thus broken because the secondary narrative is so important. So as a result, the new relationship that forms is between the secondary plot, aka the illusion, or rather the play within the illusion, and the spectators instead. So the spectators thus find themselves lost within the illusion as they form a bond with the illusory characters, and they don't form the same bond quite with the characters in the main play. And when the illusion is broken, they're pulled away from the secondary narrative, but their bond is still more with the secondary narrative than with the primary narrative. So, and this bond, in a sense, makes them as part of the meta narrative as the characters themselves. So, in other words, the spectator's connection with the secondary narrative becomes a major component of the illusion and even of the overall plot. The unknowing spectator is made to believe in the illusion just as much as Prud'homment is, and even for those who've already seen or read the play, the pleasure remains in the secondary narrative. So in a sense, the spectator's connection to the characters in the illusion plays a fundamental role and forms much of the experience of spectatorship, even though these characters are said to not even exist in the real play. For fear of being slightly anachronistic, I find it interesting to mention Barthes' essay La mort de l'auteur. It's one of the best known pieces that emphasizes the role of the reader, the definition of which in the case of plays can be extended to also include the spectator. So in his essay, Barthes argued against the dominance of the author in literary analysis, proposing instead to shift the attention to the reader. who, in his views, gives way to much more fertile interpretations that would not be constrained by the text itself. Similarly, in Closeness play, the meta-narrative makes it such that the external, the true reality, is a short and undeveloped story. So I said there were 3 layers of narrative. The external one is short and undeveloped. The second one is developed but fundamentally theatrical, not even existing in the play. And Prud'hommant's son's story, on the other hand, is not represented directly on stage at all, save a few moments at the end. So when it comes down to it, the multiplicity of plot lines ultimately lead to no complete plot at all. So short and undeveloped, and a non-existent play, and something that's not represented. So none of the 3 is complete. And so in the absence of a complete self-contained storyline, the spectator's involvement in the interpretation and understanding of the play becomes the element that actually gives ground to the fluidity and flexibility required for new understandings and interpretations that makes the play more of a whole reality. This role, to a certain extent, frees the spectator from the trappings of the illusion. So to conclude, the meta-narrative in this play seems to bring about an unfolding of the space at first in layers, and then as the layers begin to collapse, it's this process that allows spectators to interact with the text, insert themselves into the narrative, affecting its interpretation and viewing in ways that are not seen in the plot structure or absence thereof that Corneille initially wrote. And this interpretation, in a way, is able to cross the stage and cross the layers of representation, giving rise to a more unified reality. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jade. Thank you both, Jade and Desiree. At this point, we have about 10 minutes left in our panel. And so I'm gonna open up the floor for questions. Feel free to raise a hand and ask one, or if you're more comfortable, just put one in the chat and we can share one. In fact, I just received one question in the chat for Jade, so that'll kind of start us off and give you some time to reflect. Jade, this is from one of the spectators. Is this sort of layered illusion unique, or are there other plays by Corneille or his contemporaries that have the same or similar effect? So we talk about kind of space and meta-narrative within l'illusion comique, or is this something abnormal, normal?
Okay, well, I wouldn't say that it's abnormal. I've definitely seen other plays within the time period that also have this trope of play within the play. Although I think this is the only play I've seen where it's the play within the play within the play that is revealed at the end. Most of the other plays I've seen with a meta-narrative, like, you know, where the interplay starts, and maybe sometimes at the end it gets blurred a little bit, but this revelation is something that I haven't really seen. This major revelation that the play within the play is actually has another layer.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Please, Hall.
Okay, thank you very much for 2 very interesting talks. I have a very short, brief question for each speaker. Desiree, I was convinced and followed you through your analysis question. What would have happened if you did the same thing without Gombrich? what work is he doing for you? And I throw in my question to Jade right away. Where exactly, where in your title, in the beautiful nesting, is it at the level of the spectator? Which spectator? Into the theatrical labyrinth? It would be interesting to hear a little more precisely on that. So I will mute myself.
Sure. So your question to me was, how would I have approached this project or this without Gombrich, without his?
My sense was more, maybe you could have done nearly exactly, or quite a bit of the same things, and it would have been as strong and convincing without him, or is there something important he does for you that you wouldn't be able to do without the framework? So you understand what I mean?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, Gombrich, I think, was everything for for this project, because in fact, in looking at the engravings, I actually felt, particularly in that Sonnet 3, that there was something almost cinematic about the experience. I could see the obelisk, I could see the storm, I could see that other obelisks had fallen. And so to me, I saw movement in it. It was, like I said, almost cinematic. But then after reading Gombrich, I realized that the reason I saw movement was because I already had this conception of the narrative. And so I was bringing together what I already knew from the past and my perceptions, again, in the specious present, sort of this moment we're holding together what we're seeing. So for me, in my own experience with this project, for me, Gombrich was everything.
Are there other questions, comments for our panelists?
Well, I guess I should probably also respond to Hall's question to me. So the title of my paper, I'm sure you know, Hall, you're probably aware of where this sort of evolved from. And I would say that the title is sort of related to sort of came from there, but I also thought that it serves to highlight the spatial aspects of the theme, and what was the other part of the question? I'm sorry.
So it was more, please tell a little more about the labyrinth aspect.
Right. So I excluded that part from my PowerPoint because I feel like I overused the term to a certain extent just because I plan to write my dissertation on the labyrinth. And but as far as the initial title goes, I think it's I think metaphorically, I think the labyrinth is something that you're inside, either inside a physical structure, you're not finding it's an enfolding structure that traps someone within, but also it's a structure where you're actively trying to find your way out. So in a sense, I was trying to see the meta-narrative as a structure that folds upon itself, and that one tries to find their way out.
All right, I did receive one question. This one's for Desiree. The question is ekphrasis ultimately a figure of closeness or distancing in Du Bellai's poems? Does it bring the reader closer to the lyrical voice experience, or does it emphasize the poet's singularity, that which is different from the reader's?
I would say that the ekphrasis really serves to bring the reader closer to Du Bellai's not lived experience, but this, what torments him about this loss of, loss of great poetry from antiquity. So I would say the ekphrasis serves to bring the reader closer in distance to Du Bellai.
Let's give one more kind of round of appreciation to both of our panelists. Thank you so much for joining us. And we have another panel starting shortly, so the day's events aren't done.
Thank you so much for coming.
John's pleasure to introduce you to this new panel on comparative approaches to distance. So we're going to welcome 3 speakers, and then we're going to have a little time for the Q&A. So please don't hesitate to post your questions on the chat, or just ask them, directly when we come to the Q&A. So our first panelist is Luca Abatista. Luca Abatista is a PhD student in the Department of Italian at the Department of Italian and the Institute for Comparative Literature and Society at Columbia University. In 2018, his master's thesis on Leonardo Sciascia and French literature was shortlisted for the Giovanni Testori Prize. In 2019, he became a recipient of a Fulbright grant. And so Luca Abatista is going to talk to us about the simultaneous closeness and distance of Voltaire's Candide in Leonardo Sciascia Candido.
Thank you. Can you make me co-host, please?
So I cannot do that. John, do you know if you can?
No. Okay.
No?
Maybe I can try.
Thank you. Okay, went through. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Victoria, for the introduction. And I really look forward to hearing the presentation in this panel. You can see my screen, right? Yes. Okay, great. In this presentation, I will be talking about Leonardo Sciascia's Candido, 1977, and its relation to Voltaire's Candide. I hope to make clear the strategies used in the novel to couple presence and absence, proximity to and distance from the model, Candide. I will focus on 3 textual excerpts, one in the first chapter, the second in the last pages, the third in the exact center of the book, in order to demonstrate how Candide and Voltaire are both negated and mentioned. I will also argue that the simultaneous distance and proximity, presence and absence of Voltaire and Candide is a symptom of the tormented reception of Enlightenment in the second half of the 20th century in Italy, a concurrent appropriation and withdrawal from that culture. The novel Candido is the story of the eponymous character from his birth, which occurred during the Allied invasion of Sicily in 1943, to his mature years. His father is a lawyer involved with mafia. His mother will soon leave him to go to the US. Candido grows up with a priest sui generis, Don Antonio, an expert in psychoanalysis, French Enlightenment, and Marxism, who will later abandon the priesthood to join the Italian Communist Party. Candido will first join and then leave the party as well, is formally expelled in order to mark his independence against what he feels to be too theological in Marxism. After some negative amorous experiences, he finally meets his soulmate, leaves Sicily for good, and goes to Paris. The novel ends there, where Candido meets again with Don Antonio, and wandering around the streets of Rue Gauche, they reflect back on this story. From this summary, it will be clear that the Italian Candido has little to do with its French model. The picaresque structure is missing, the style is lower, and the philosophical elements lack the swiftness of Voltaire's Conte philosophique. Yet we find paratextual elements, such as the title and the final note of the author, besides the character name, which create kinship or familiar resemblance between Candido and Candide. Moreover, Voltaire and Candide, intended as factual author and book, are cited in the text. The first mention is in the first chapter. The narrator comments on the choice of Candido's parents to call him so. For the father, the name recalls the bombing of the unnamed city where they live, which leaves him covered by candid chalk powder. For the mother, the name stands in antinomic opposition with another possible name, Bruno, Mussolini's son's name, thus distancing herself from the defeated fascism. They both, though, miss something. L'esistenza di un libro intitolato a quel nome era perfettamente ignota all'avvocato Francesco Maria Munafò, nonché l'esistenza di Francesco Maria Arouet, che di quel personaggio era stato creatore, ed anche la signora che qualche libro lo leggeva. Come poi entrambi avessero attraversato ginnasio, liceo e università senza mai sentire parlare di Voltaire e di Candido, non è da stupirsene. Capita ancora. There is a lacuna in the parents' education. Voltaire and the celebrated Conte philosophique are inexistent. Yet, in order to talk about this absence, the narrator is forced to talk about Candide and Voltaire. The narrator needs to evoke exactly what he wants to negate. Therefore, at different levels, of course, Candide and Voltaire are present and absent, close and far. We find a similar blend of presence and absence, closeness and distance in the last pages of the book. Candide and Don Antonio are in Paris and stroll along the Seine. Davanti alla statua di Voltaire, Don Antonio si fermò, si afferrò al palo della segnaletica, chinò la testa. Pareva si fosse messo a pregare. Questo è il nostro padre, gridò poi. Questo è il nostro vero padre. Dolcemente ma con forza, Candido lo staccò dal palo, lo sorresse e lo trascinò. Non ricominciamo coi padri, disse. Si sentiva figlio della fortuna e felice. Although Don Antonio assimilates Voltaire only metaphorically with the concept of father, Candido starkly refuses to pick up the issue. In this case too, as for the christening of Candido, the negation is superimposed to the affirmation. The refusal of Voltaire as a father figure needs to coexist with the presence of Voltaire's statue. The third case of presence-absence, closeness-distance, is in the exact center of the book. After Candido's first erotic experience, the next one occurs with Paola, the housekeeper and probably lover of Candido's grandfather and guardian. Upon reading the lines of her body in a page by Marx, Candido decides to catch up with her. Nel salotto quasi buio, lei si voltò a guardarlo, tirò dalla tasca della vestaglia un fazzoletto e lievemente se lo passò sulle labbra, sulle palpebre. Le sfuggì di mano o se lo lasciò sfuggire. Planò sul tappeto. Quote, Candide lo raccolse. Lei gli prese innocentemente la mano. Candide innocentemente baciò la mano di lei con una vivacità, una sensibilità e una grazia particolarissime. Le bocche si incontrarono, gli occhi si accesero, le ginocchia tremarono, le mani si smarrirono. End quote. A differenza del suo anonimo, le cui avventure e sventure erano usciti dai torchi del Lambert giusto 2 secoli prima, Candido ebbe quel giorno un lungo, pieno e quieto godimento. Godimento lungamente, pienamente e quietamente condiviso da Paola. Starting with Candido lo raccolse, Sciascia quotes verbatim Voltaire's Candide in translation. Yet, a differenza del suo omonimo, says the narrator, But what kind of difference? On the one hand, Sciascia's manipulation not only negates the model, Candide, but also the model's models. The banishment from the Garden of Eden. Sciascia's text mentions the theme of Paradise Lost right before our citation. Della semplicità dell'amore, paradiso terrestre, senza divieti divini e tentazioni diaboliche, Candido fece ancora prova. If in Candide, the character is literally kicked out of the paradisiac castle of Thundertentronk, in the Italian rewriting, falling in love brings Candido into an earthly paradise. Therefore, the rework of Candide is profound. The Italian Candido not only negates its model, but also the model of the model. In this case as well, the explicit negation coexists with the exact citation of the model, and therefore with the presence of it. Okay, let me admit Giancarlo Grossi. We are facing a paradox. The presence is conjured in order to show the absence, the closeness to tell about the distance. But if this is true, then it is licit to flip the sentence over and say that the negation of the presence coexists with actual presence. The negation of closeness coexists with actual closeness. It is arguably hard to disentangle such a paradox with the help of classical logic. Therefore, I will try to tackle the problem through alternative form of logics. The coexistence of presence and absence, or of closeness and distance, falls outside the scope of classical or Aristotelian logic. This is a logic based on the principle of non-contradiction. For instance, A cannot be not A. The overstepping of the principle of non-contradiction can be explained through a dynamic process or a static one. As to the first case, I'm thinking about the negation that creates what is negated. It is the Hegelian concept of absoluta Gegenstoß, absolute recoil, as reformuled by Slavoj Žižek. Absoluta Gegenstoß stands for the radical coincidence of opposites, in which the action appears as its own counteraction, or more precisely, in which the negative move, loss, withdrawal, itself generates what it negates. From this vantage point, the three passages in Candido will create a link with the model, Candide, through the negation of it. From a static point of view, Sigmund Freud, Emil Benveniste, Francesco Orlando make use of a similar non-classical logic. For instance, in Negation, 1925, Freud argues that the content of a repressed image or idea can make its way into consciousness on condition that it is negated. Negation is a way of taking cognizance of what is repressed. In turn, Benveniste emphasizes the linguistic aspect in Freud's claim. It is impossible to say that something is not there without saying something. Therefore, in the case of Candido, it is impossible to express that Candido's parents do not know who Voltaire and Candide are without mentioning them. It is impossible for Candido not to recognize Voltaire as his father without presenting him or his statue. And that Candido's love adventure is different from the one lived by his namesake without conjuring him. The difference with Žižek is that with the idea of absolute recoil, one, through the negation, creates what is negated. Whereas in the case of Freud and Benveniste, it seems that one uses the negation to make something deep and unspeakable emerge. Francesco Orlando adds an historical dimension to the logical aspect. On the one hand, what Orlando calls Freudian negation is indeed a logical model, but on the other, the link between repressed and repression can take different forms through history. This is important in our case because it would be frankly untenable both theoretically and historically to argue that the reception of enlightenment in the second half of the 20th century is repressed altogether in a Freudian sense. But it does not seem far-fetched to maintain that culturally, the heredity of enlightenment is more than put under scrutiny in the same period. It is altogether condemned. I will conclude with a few examples which, since are independent from Candido, I believe will strengthen my thesis. At the end of the 40s, Horkheimer publishes Eclipse of Reason, and with Adorno, Dialectic of Enlightenment. Both are notably an indictment of Enlightenment, although their concept of Enlightenment is meta-historic. They connect it with fascism and Nazism, for instance. The Italian translations of the book came out in the 60s and produced an interesting debate. Take this letter by Calvino to Sciascia as one of the possible tokens of the debate. Il razionalismo illuminista, says Calvino, per quasi 2 secoli non ha fatto che ricevere bastonate in testa e smentite, eppure continua a convivere con tutte le sue contestazioni. Or, Calvino's essay, 2 interviste su scienza e letteratura, published in 1968. Il termine illuminismo in questo momento è piuttosto impopolare. Si accusa l'illuminismo di essere alla radice dell'ideologia tecnocratica che detiene il potere nei paesi industrializzati e contro la quale la gioventù si ribella in tutto il mondo. Il testo fondamentale da cui ha preso origine questa critica è il libro di Horkheimer e Adorno, Dialettica dell'illuminismo. Besides, philosophers, linguists, and literary critics as well write about the same issues between the 60s and the 70s. See, for instance, the volume edited by Aldo Gargani, La crisi della ragione, designed in 1977, the year of the publication of Candido, but published in 1979. Okay, is it possible that what happens in Candido, a text, is a reflection of the cultural conflict hinged upon the reception of enlightenment? Or better, is Candido the textual attempt to resolve a dissonance, a contraposition which takes place within its historical and cultural context? Calvino says that the Enlightenment lives with its contestation. In Candido too, the Enlightenment lives with its negation. On the one hand, we have the tradition of the Enlightenment, the tradition in which Sciascia grew up as a writer. On the other, we have the strong cultural indictment of the same tradition. It seems that in Candido, the 2 opposites are synthesized. They live together. So far, nothing new. It's what Lukács, Aby Warburg, Jameson, Frederick Jameson, and Franco Moretti have been saying in the last century or so. What I add is a possible embryonic explanation of how literature can couple 2 opposite impulses. I believe that Candido does this through the use of non-classical logic. The heredity of enlightenment, epitomized by Voltaire and Candide, is both present and absent, close to and distant from Candido. The reason is that there was in the mid-70s cultural tension regarding the reception of enlightenment in Italy. Moreover, the means through which Candido allows for the possibility of 2 opposites to coexist is through the use of non-classical logic. Those are the reasons why and the way in which Sciascia's Candido is simultaneously close and distant from Voltaire's Candide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca. Our next presentation paper is by Marco Lettieri, who is currently a visiting lecturer here at the Department of French and Italian at Indiana. He received his PhD in Italian Studies from the University of Toronto in 2019 and just published his first book, Word and Image, in Alfonso d'Aragona's manuscript edition of the Divina Commedia. It's published at Società Editrice Fiorentina. He has also written recently about the transition to online learning at India University in our department during the COVID-19 pandemic. And recently, his peer-reviewed article appears in the referee journal published by Guerra Edizioni of Perugia, Cultura e Comunicazione. Marco?
All right, thank you, John and Luca, for a very interesting presentation. Sharing here. This is all I have to share. Dante and Snowden, Edward Snowden, just in case we can't put a face to Edward Snowden. and then I'll stop that because it's going to get distracting or annoying. Dante and Snowden, one a poet and philosopher, the other an ex-CIA employee, one a Florentine national from the 13th and 14th centuries, the other an American citizen of our generation. Separated by 700 years and 7,000 kilometers, what could they possibly have in common? Exile, whistleblowing, political heroism? Snowden tells us in the preface to his book, Permanent Record, published on September 17th, 2019, the reason you're reading this book is that I did a dangerous thing for a man in my position. I decided to tell the truth, end quote. So too does Dante tell us in the first few lines of the Inferno, quote, and even as he who with distressful breath forth issued from the sea upon the shore, turns to the water perilous and gazes, so did my soul that still was fleeing onward turn itself back to re-behold the past, which never yet a living person left. Dante is forced to turn toward the truth, towards Inferno, the sinful life from which he cannot flee, until all has been confronted and exposed, as did Snowden when he turned over top secret documents to journalists who vetted and published them to a scandalized world. For Dante, he turned over his evidence to Can Grande, nobleman and patron of the poet, to then promulgate his information to the world, quote, to take the citizens from the slavery of this corruption to the freedom of eternal glory, end quote. Both Dante and Snowden recognized their moral duties, even though they were frightened and hesitant. It is no surprise then that they both begin their manifestos of exposing political and government corruption with the same line, almost word for word, and almost as if communicating directly across the threshold of 700 years. Snowden, I was lost and fell into a dark mood while I struggled with my conscience. Dante, midway along the journey of our life, I woke to find myself in a dark wood, for I had wandered off from the straight path. Despite their distances across space and time, their closeness and moral responsibility is unparalleled. And notwithstanding that they are writing in exile, politically quarantined from the pandemic of their homelands, Snowden in Russia, Dante in Ravenna and Verona, they are able to draw themselves closer than ever to their fellow compatriots, dropping their books on each of our bedside tables. Snowden tells us, distance favors intimacy. No one talks more openly than when they're alone in a room, chatting with an unseen someone alone in a different room. Meet that person, however, and you lose your latitude. Your talk becomes safer and tamer, a common conversation on neutral ground, end quote. While exile is undoubtedly an extremely unfavorable experience, it is this hostile event that granted both writers the freedom to create and the courage to reveal dangerous information despite devastating consequences. As Russian-American poet Joseph Brodsky, recipient of the 1987 Nobel Prize in Literature, stated, the truth of the matter is that from a tyranny, one can be exiled only to a democracy. It is in this state of exile that one is free enough and brave enough to challenge one's home country. Salman Rushdie demonstrated this accurately in his Satanic Verses, whereby interweaving both Western and Islamic cultures, he goes beyond the facile accusation that he's a traitor to his roots or has given in to the heathland he now calls home. Rather, he issues a challenge to both the fundamentalists of the Western ideal and of Islam to consider the possibility that history and truth are not the static edifices their dogmas would wish them to be. Far from the grasp of the United States government, Snowden challenges the surveillance malpractices of the NSA, and Dante, outside the walls of Florence, confronts the corrupt authorities of the church, especially of Pope Boniface VIII. Let us recall that in the papal bull of 1302, Unam Sanctam, Pope Boniface proclaimed the doctrine, extra ecclesiam nulla salus, outside of the church there is no salvation. With this decree, all human affairs were subject to the Roman pontiff and granted Boniface chronic intervention in all temporal affairs, also the inspiration for Dante's whistleblowing in De Monarchia, where he disputed and revealed the laws that allowed for ultimate papal supremacy. For sake of time here, I will not get into De Monarchia, but maybe for the book later on. In a similar act of rebellion, Edward Snowden warns us of our government's intervention in our modern temporal affairs, if you will, and exposed information that demonstrated the illegal and illicit actions by the NSA, which allowed for ultimate, not papal, but presidential supremacy. He tells us The American government, in total disregard of its founding charter, fell victim to precisely this temptation. And once it had tasted the fruit of this poisonous tree, it became gripped by an unrelenting fever. In secret, it assumed the power of mass surveillance, an authority that by definition afflicts the innocent far more than the guilty. End quote. Snowden's allusion to this poisonous tree is precisely the same one Dante mentions in Purgatorio 32. Blessed are you whose beak does not, O griffin, pluck the sweet-tasting fruit that is forbidden and then afflicts the belly that has eaten. Here in the earthly paradise, Dante praised the griffin for having resisted the sweet taste of the tree of knowledge, a knowledge that must have its limits, but from which we are all tempted to eat. Pope Boniface VIII, as well as the NSA under direct order from the American government, could not resist this temptation. And as Snowden conveys, quote, disobeyed the limitations of state power that define exactly where and when a government may not infringe into the domain of personal or individual freedoms that during the American Revolution was called liberty, and during the Internet Revolution is called privacy, end quote. In De Monarchia, Dante tells us to actualize continually the entire capacity of the possible intellect, primarily in speculation, secondarily in action, that in the calm and tranquility of peace, the human race fulfills most freely and easily its given work, end quote. While it is true that Dante supports one monarchy to rule over all humanity, and he does make this clear in De Monarchia, he clearly demonstrates how this monarch is in stark contrast to tyranny and oligarchy. Quote, though the monarch is the master of the people with regard to powerful means, he is the servant of the people with regards to their collective end. The monarch exists so that both he and the people can be free. In Permanent Records, Snowden philosophizes, authoritarian states are typically not governments of law, but government of leaders who demand loyalty from their subjects and are hostile to dissent. Liberal democratic states, by contrast, make no or few such demands, but depend almost solely on each citizen voluntarily assuming the responsibility of protecting the freedoms of everyone else around them, regardless of their race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexuality, or gender. Dante conveys the same idea in De Monarchia. Human freedom consists in living for the goal of humankind and not for the ruler. Dante and Snowden do not call for complete and utter anarchism. They only aim to keep their governments in check and preserve the requisite freedom of its citizens. In a speech on January 3rd, 1798, Vincenzo Monti declared, here is Dante Alighieri, here is the proud and virtuous Republican who used his pen to strike down the tyrants of his homeland and the greedy murderers of all Italy. And Andrea Ciccarelli, our very own at Indiana University, tells us in his article entitled Dante and Italian Culture from the Risorgimento to World War I, quote, Mazzini sees Dante as an example, actually the example, of Italian integrity for his refusal of moral compromises with the political power of his times, end quote. It is no doubt that Snowden is embodying, whether consciously or unconsciously, the Risorgimento ideals of freedom and activism and channeling the Dantean archetypes of morality and autonomy. In fact, Snowden reveals to journalist Glenn Greenwald, my sole motive is to inform as to that which is done in their name and that which is done against them. They protect their domestic systems from the oversight of citizenry through classification and lies, and shield themselves from outrage in the event of leaks by overemphasizing limited protection they choose to grant the governed. All of this political activism can be traced back to Dante's teacher and mentor, Brunetto Latini, who had awakened a new public consciousness in the prominent figures of a younger generation, including Guido Cavalcanti, Forese Donati, Dante himself, encouraging them to put their knowledge and skill as writers to the service of their city or country. Snowden joins them in directly expanding this lineage of prominent figures as he aims to preserve the rights and freedoms of American citizens. These awakenings of political activism come at a great cost, and the rendering conscious what is unconscious for Dante and Snowden is to bear a great burden, forced exile. Both writers express this sentiment in precisely the same way. Snowden, quote, "Imagine you're entering a tunnel. Imagine the perspective as you look down the length that stretches ahead of you. Notice how the walls seem to narrow to the tiny dot of light at the other end. The light at the end of the tunnel is a symbol of hope, and it's also what people say they see in near-death experiences. They have to go to it, they say. They're drawn to it. But then where else is there to go in a tunnel except through it?" End quote. And to go through hell in order to reach the other side is precisely what Virgil tells Dante. "Therefore I think and judge it for thy best. Thou follow me and I will be thy guide and lead thee hence through the eternal place where thou shalt hear the desperate lamentations, shall see the ancient spirits disconsolate who cry out each one for the second death." And channeling the Florentine yet again, Snowden's description of the narrowing tunnel brings to mind Dante's interpretation of hell as an enormous inverted cone. For both, they are forced to abandon hope, but not completely. For Snowden sees a tiny dot of light at the other end, and Dante, in the closing lines of the Inferno, tells us, "To get back up to the shining world from there, my guide and I went into that hidden tunnel. And following its path, we took no care to rest, but climbed. He first, then I, so far through a round opening, I saw appear some of the beautiful things that heaven bears, where we came forth and once more saw the stars." In Snowden's final chapter, entitled Love in Exile, he finally comes out the other end, face to face with that tiny dot of light, Lindsay. After describing his life in exile, he reveals, "It got significantly brighter during the freezing winter of 2014 when Lindsay came to visit, the first time I'd seen her since Hawaii. I tried not to expect too much because I knew I didn't deserve the chance. The only thing I deserved was a slap in the face, but when I opened the door, she placed her hand on my cheek and I told her I loved her. 'Hush,' she said, 'I know.'" End quote. In the same manner, Dante, having finally reached the heights to be in front of Beatrice, conveys his shame. "Mine eyes fell downward into the clear fountain, but seeing myself therein, I sought the grass. So great a shame did weigh my forehead down." And then, just as Snowden's freezing winter became all that brighter, Dante tells us, "The ice that was about my heart congealed, to air and water changed, and in my anguish through mouth and eyes came gushing from my breast." So in forced exile, isolated from their homelands, the most extreme distance a human could face, Dante and Snowden find closeness to their muses, Beatrice and Lindsay, and to us, the bearers of the unconscious truths they chose to make conscious. Closeness in distance is reinforced through language because words can cross borders, go through walls, and bring the exiled home, even if only for a brief moment. Snowden describes it as such. All you wanted to do was read, to take part in that most intensely intimate human act, the joining of minds through language. And as Dante closes the Divine Comedy with an appeal to love, my desire and will were moved already like a wheel revolving uniformly by the love that moves the sun and the other stars. So too does Snowden resolve the last line of his book. The only way I can end this book is the way I began it, with a dedication to Lindsay, whose love makes life out of exile. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we welcome our last speaker, Angelo Grossi. So Angelo Grossi received his PhD in American literature from Ca' Foscari University of Venice in 2018, with a dissertation that explores David Foster Wallace's work through the interpretative prism of film theory. His fields of interest are intermediality, film theory, American postmodern and post-postmodern fiction, and poetry. And today he's gonna talk to us about the Hills of Provence, intertextual references to Petrarch in Jonas Mekas diary films.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thanks to Luca and Marco for their very interesting papers. And I'm also going to talk about two people who are separated by centuries, in this case by 6 centuries. And so now I'm going to share my my desktop. Let's see if I can. Can you see it? Or better? Okay. So, yes, my presentation is called The Hero of Provence, and we'll find out why. It's about an experimental filmmaker, Jonas Mekas. He's a Lithuanian expatriate poet and filmmaker. Actually, he was, I'll give some biographical data. He was born in 1922 in a rural village in northern Lithuania, which is called Semeniškiai. It still exists, but I checked in Wikipedia, there are just 3 inhabitants right now in that in this little rural town. But still, Semeniškiai is really the paradise lost, the lost paradise of Mekas's childhood. It will become a sort of impossible object of desire in a Lacanian sense, a void, and all his work really revolves around this void and this impossible desire, the desire to go back to his childhood, to go back to this rural Lithuania. Then when he, although his work will be based in New York and it will be about New York, we will see that the way he frames New York is really an attempt to try to force Semeniškiai into New York. That it amounts to say, he focuses on the snow in Central Park, just fragments that really that look like a rural place, but is actually framing New York. And he was born in 1922. His life was very difficult because in his early 20s he had to flee from his town along with his brother Adolphus because of the war. The hometown was, and they ended up in a labor camp outside Hamburg, and they stayed there for 8 months. Then they managed to flee from the labor camp. They lived in several displaced persons camps, and they lived in these camps for 4 years. So really, it was a long experience, and this experience marked his first encounter with cinema, because the US Army used to screen some movies, especially Hollywood movies, westerns, and that's the moment where he starts to become interested in cinema. And then he goes to Mainz, where he studies philosophy. It's an odyssey, and in 1949 he sent to New York thanks to a UN refugee organization. Again, he goes to New York together with his brother, who will also become a filmmaker. And in the period in Mainz, he also published some poems in Lithuanian, and he also founded a literature magazine. But then in the 50s, then he will stay in New York, in Brooklyn, and in the 50s he becomes editor-in-chief of Film Culture, which is and he also will maintain forever, basically, a column in the Village Voice called Movie Journal. He will become a very influential critic, especially as far as it concerns the movement called New American Cinema. He will be considered the godfather of New American Cinema, but actually he was originally one of its harshest critics. He used to consider these film poems as an adolescent kind of thing, and then he changed his mind. He became part of the group, and he said that was a Augustine before the conversion phase. But then when he first arrived to New York, one of the first things he did, he bought a Bolex, so a camera, and a portable camera, and he started shooting material just for the sake of it. He didn't want that material to become part of his movies. He was dreaming of making narrative movies, but then this activity was really he really did this activity on a daily basis. And what happened is that in the 60s, he started to assemble this material, to give shape of this material, and that gave way to his first movies, which are known as diary films. But actually, there is a difference between film diary and diary film, which has been pointed out by the critic David E. James. So, film diary is the activity, is that activity of simultaneity with reality. So, shooting reality as it happens. And while diary film is the subsequent shaping of that material into a poetical and reflective autobiographical text through the editing. And Mekas's editing is characterized by the use of intertitles. So there is a conflation between images and words, which is very important, and we will also and also by his own voiceover commenting what's happening. So that same material becomes a diary, which is characterized by his voiceover. And what he's doing, what he tries to do is I'm quoting him now, the challenge is to capture that reality, that detail, that very objective physical fragment of reality as closely as possible to how myself is seeing it. Of course, what I faced was the old problem of all artists, to merge reality and self, to come up with a third thing. This is what he says in a lecture on one of his movies, which is actually to merge reality and the self is also an intrinsically essayistic goal. It's you know, the French literary critic Gérard Defoe says that this is the twofold project that characterizes Michel de Montaigne essay. So the attentiveness both to the measure of sight and to the measure of things, which produces a third thing. Montaigne says, okay, what I express is what I express when I express my opinions, it is so as to reveal the measure of my sight. And not the measure of my thing. But Jonas Mekas, what I want to talk about is a project that Jonas Mekas created in 2007. Because if his diary films were a conflation between the written diary form and the film form, in this case he overcame this process and created a conflation between the written diary, the film diary, and the web diary, which is the 365-day project. It is you can see it's a website. He created it in 2007 when YouTube was really at its inception. YouTube was, if I'm not wrong, was born in 2006. And you can see that there is a grill, and with 30 entries, or as many entries as the days of the month. And basically Mekas in 2007 challenged himself to create and publish in this website a short movie each day of the year. So it's a calendar, basically. And this calendar is a calendar because it is shaped on the Vedum Vulgarium Fragmenta, the Vedum Vulgarium Fragmenta, or the Canzoniere by Petrarca, which is famously composed by 366 poems, although in this case there are 365 movies, short movies, which he called, Mekas used to call these short movies iPod poems, where any is spelled I as I, you know, as the I, the EYE. And so they were free the day they were published, and then they could be downloaded for a small price afterwards. But these iPod poems constitute the case of intermedial and they are full of intermedial and intertextual strategies, as always occurred in Mekas' movies. And here I want to quote Irina Rajewski, who says that, talking about intermediality, she says that a given media product cannot use or genuinely reproduce elements or structures of a different medial system through its own media-specific means. It can only evoke or imitate them. So there is a gap. Intermediality creates a gap, a closeness and simultaneously a distance between media, because a medium can imitate another medium, it can evoke it, but it cannot fill the gap. So, Mekas' cinematic imitation of these literary strategies is really an enactment of a prophecy which was made in the 1940s by Alexander Stuck, a cinema theorist, who said that, who coined the term camera stylo, saying that in the future, the filmmaker will be like a writer, will be more and more similar to a writer. The filmmaker author writes with his camera as a writer writes with his pen. This is probably, but it might be also a research question, the opposite of ekphrasis. I said that it is structured on the Canzoniere by Petrarca, and actually the closeness between Mekas and Petrarca is due to many themes, to many conditions. There is an appropriation, which is also an act of identification with Petrarca. Petrarca is the epitome of the expatriate poet. Mekas identifies, relates to his exile, and I want to show you some experts. For instance, in January 1st, 2007, the first day in the first movie of the 365 project, Mekas shows himself at the Zabulon, which is a bar in Brooklyn, and he starts the movie by dedicating it to Petrarca. I want to show you this expert. Let me know if you can. Can you watch it? Can you hear it?
Hear it, I'm not sure. I think when you share your screen, you have to put share the sound on the option thing that's above. Yeah, so if you can just press view options, that's on the top.
Okay. So
and you put share sound, share the sound of the computer.
Okay, so in a new share. Okay, so should I push new share?
Share the sound of the computer. Technically, if you're already sharing your image, it's okay. You just need to, yeah.
Okay, so new share. Okay, that's it. Okay, what about now? Okay, great.
Dedicated to Petrarca, is dedicated to Petrarca, from Florence. He made a list, Petrarca. He made a list of 60 most beautiful women of Florence. And he put the name of the woman he loved among the 60. The 60 most beautiful women of Florence. To Petrarca, who walked over the hills of Provence. To Petrarca.
Okay, so he says something wrong actually, because it's a mistake. Petrarca didn't list the 60 most beautiful women of Florence. That's what Dante did, and he says it in the Vita Nuova, and Beatrice was number 9. So is really mixing up the two poets, but what they have in common is the experience of exile. So maybe it's an intentional mistake. What I want to say is that through this calendar device, make us also celebrate some events linked to these intertextual references. And one of them is the encounter between Petrarca and Laura on Good Friday of 1327, because in 2007, Good Friday occurred exactly on the same day, so in April 6th. So the short film of the day, April 6th, which I'm going to show another excerpt, is also set in Avignon. That's his own archive material of the 60s, when he was hosted in Provence by Jérôme Hill, who was another very important avant-garde filmmaker. Jérôme Hill, The Hills of Provence is probably also a reference to Hill, and this is a close-up of a book page of the English translation of the Canzoniere, which was made by Robert M. Durling, Harvard University Press, 1976. But what is interesting about these close-ups, that's something that occurs many times in Make Us Is Over, is that it is a kind of ekphrasis in reverse. So the word becomes image. There is a the binary opposition between the word and the image explode. And at the same time, what is interesting is that you never see the whole page, you just see a fragment. So there is this poetics of the fragment, of closeness, let's say, which is very important in Make-Us. And the poem that he chooses is Perché la vita è breve, so the poem number 71 of the Canzoniere. And we will see why he chooses this poem. But I'm not sure you... So again, his project is an attempt to see the things, to see the simultaneous reality, to reproduce it the way his subjectivity experiences it. So the camera tries to imitate also a human eye with this kind of closeness to the page. But what we can grasp of this footage, of this frame, is just an excerpt of Perché la vita è breve, because this life is short. I'm going to, okay. Dico qu'adora, adora, vostra mercede, I sento in mezzo l'alma una dolcezza inusitata et nova, la qual ogni altra salma di noiosi pensier disgombra allora. I say that now and again, thanks to you, I feel in the midst of my soul a new and strange sweetness, which then make away every other burden or painful thought. So I think that he chooses this particular extract, passage of the poem, because first of all, because this is the first canzone degli occhi. It's the first of the three canzoni degli occhi, songs of the eye, poems of the eye by Petrarca. So this identification through the gaze is important, but at the same time, because it's obviously dedicated to Laura, and he was celebrating that moment, but at the same time it seems to portray the experience of finding yourself after having lost of yourself, or finding yourself in loss, which is very central in Make Us's poetics. The idea of grasping the present moment in order not to lose it, but at the same time of finding himself at ease with his own loss. And for instance, it is also interesting that one of the other tutelary deities of this project is the Issa Kobayashi, the famous haiku poet, the one who introduced subjectivity and personal reflections into the genre of haiku. And really this point. Sorry, do you wanna?
Sorry,
So,
excuse me. I just meant you will have to wrap up soon, so we have time for questions.
yes, yes. So,
Sorry.
So in both cases, there is this idea in haikus and in Petrarca, this idea of a particular place and a particular time. Yes, the importance of time and place, and and also of the measure of sight, subjectivity. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to have interrupted you. John?
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Those were three very interesting presentations. And so now we want to open up the floor for questions. As we've been doing all day, you feel free to ask a question yourself, just raise your hand. Or if you feel more comfortable, send one in the chat, either publicly or privately to me, Victoria, and we can read the question. So who would like to start us off? Any of the three presenters or all three? Please. Akash.
Thank you. That was very stimulating and interesting. My question is for Marco. That was a wonderful way of just thinking about how Dante might resonate against all odds with a revolutionary figure such as Snowden. I was struck, of course, by the absence of Beatrice in what you were saying, and yet the intense presence of Snowden's affection for, you'll have to remind me of her name, apologies, but it seems there, right? And it seems that she is a real impetus for what he does and what he feels compelled to do, to act as he does, to reveal what he does. So I wonder if you might just elaborate on that connection a little bit.
Yes, thank you, Akash. You definitely know Edward Snowden's story, because you know Lindsay is a big part, a bigger part than I even used in this presentation. The problem is that our presentation was supposed to be 15 minutes, so I couldn't bring in too much. I should have, but I think I will save that probably if I'm going to turn this into a book. But that being said, of course, Dante's spark is Beatrice. I mean, all of Paradiso is mostly guided by Beatrice. Lindsay for Snowden is the same way. She different in the sense that like Beatrice was more a figment of Dante's imagination at this point, while Lindsay was actually physically there pushing Snowden to reveal documents, to be brave enough to, and she goes to him in exile when he's there, and they're there together right now. I believe they got married too. So yes, there would be a chapter in my book, hopefully, on Beatrice and Lindsay, and I would call it just that, Beatrice and Lindsay. But thank you, Akash. I know I need to expand on that a lot more.
No, just write the book. Great.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's going to happen.
Thank you.
I actually have a question for Angelo. So you talked about the intermediality of the practice of, showing Petrarch text. What I thought was very interesting is that there are two ways in which he uses Petrarch text in his movies. One of them is by saying the name Petrarch over and over again, right? And the other one is by actually filming the text. And so I wondered if there you saw like two different types of practice that could reflect maybe something different in the way.
Yeah. Firstly, I find interesting that he says Petrarca, he doesn't say Petrarch. He wants to emphasize the original word. But yes, I think that these two, let's call them strategies of deployment of the word, are really part of make us practice from the start, from his first diary films, Walden or Reminiscences of a Voyage to Lithuania, because he uses both his own voice and intertitles. They are full of intertitles, and very often you find his voiceover commenting or also reading poems sometimes. So it's really a palimpsest. But what is interesting about it is that this is the work of that comes afterwards, the work of transformation from film diary to diary films. So when he adds the intertitles or the voiceover, he's working on something that is lost, that is already lost. So he's working on the past. While his daily activity of shooting and filming is like action painting, let's say, like Pollock, the cinematic version of Pollock's action painting. So there is also this gap, this distance between he and himself, and these two ways of integrating the word are always the oral and the written text.
Thank you. If anybody else has questions, don't hesitate.
Well, just to follow up on that very quickly, if I might, that first opening performance at the Zebulon, which was a wonderful club in Brooklyn and shut down in 2012. But even that kind of way of thinking about the space of performance and it already being an artifact of the past, and that importance of the movement of time and how quickly things are going and going extinct, right? And that's so incredibly Petrarchan.
Yeah, that's why I said that his oeuvre revolves around a void and a lost object and the theme of desire, because of this slipping away.
We have a question from Emily from Marco. She asks, what prompted you to choose to compare Snowden and to Dante, or Snowden and Dante?
Yes. Well, I'm always looking for ways we use Dante in the world, or even pedagogical implications of Dante's for teaching Dante at a university level to attract students. Edward Snowden's book was published a year and a half ago now, so it's pretty contemporary. And I was reading it out of curiosity without even thinking of Dante yet, and I was seeing a lot more things than what I didn't even just put in my presentation, but Lost in a Dark Mood, for example, in the first few pages, was surprising. And so it started to open up the world for me, to the point that I actually started to question too, did Snowden read Dante, or was it just an unconscious decision? And I've actually gotten in touch with his ex-lawyer from the ACLU, Jamil Jafir, and he's going to try to put me in contact with Ben Weisner, who's his current lawyer, and hopefully I'll get an interview with him, who knows, way down the line, and have a chapter on that. But my first question would be to Snowden is, do you know Dante? Did you read Dante? And see what he says. So basically that's what started, was I was just reading his book when it was available to the American public in 2019, when it became available. And I saw those connections and I was like, well, okay, something's going on here, whether it's conscious or unconscious, I don't know. Thank you, Emily, for your question.
Anybody else? We still have time for a couple questions. Maybe questions for Luca?
if there's no one else, I do have a question for Luca, which is that was really fascinating. I haven't read Shasha's Candido in a long time, but it seems like I wonder if there's something to be made of its Sicilianness and that being a way to restore the Enlightenment for another generation, for sure, in some sense.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There is definitely a connection between historically Sicily and France in the 18th century. France was culturally the center, and what is true for the northern part of Italy, it's true also for the south, and not only in what we call Illuminismo Napoletano, but also in Sicily. Why? Because historically we know that books, moda, culture, a lot of those things came from Paris to Sicily. And this on the historical plan. On talking about Sciascia, he was really interested in the Enlightenment. The first books he read were Diderot's Paradox on the Comic Actor, and then Hugo. So, of course, Hugo is not Enlightenment, but the French culture was a big part of his formation. What I try to show in the paper is that when you, it's also a little bit our story. We grew up reading Dante, reading Petrarca, kind of. But when we face a cultural context that puts in question the texts that we have used to grow intellectually, you have to find strategies to both keep what your texts, your culture, your formation, and also try to understand what's going on in the world. And this is what Sciascia is doing, I think, with this rewriting of Candido. Yeah, thank you for the question.
Any final questions?
Actually, I have a question for Marco, if there's time. So actually, there are two questions. One is, if I got it well, you were emphasizing the use of kind of binaries in both Dante and Snowden's book, like darkness and light, the passage from darkness to light, from day to night, from night to day, and so on. I'm wondering, and also the question of the tunnel, the natural burella, and so on. I'm wondering if you think that this is talking about colors and darkness and whiteness. I'm wondering if you think that this is somehow problematic. I'm thinking about Toni Morrison's book on whiteness in American literature. One. Two, if it's anthropologically, if it's not something that it's inside us, thinking that going from darkness to light is somehow it's some symbol of growing, and therefore maybe the comparison with Snowden has more to do with this our symbolic construction of being in the world. And the second question is that I remember that one of the topic connected with the exile in the Commedia is also the idea that through the Commedia itself, Dante can claim for eternity, so to speak. I'm thinking about the episode with Cacciaguida, I think Paradiso 17 or 18. So when Dante says, I'm worried that if I tell back on earth what the souls here have been saying to me, I will get in trouble. But then I want to say the truth. Why? Because the truth can give me can let me live in my book, to quote Brunetto, for generations. So my question is, do you think that Snowden or Snowden's book or his act has the same claim as Dante's? I mean, do you think that he is claiming that he can live for 700 years as Dante did, with this idea that exile and saying the truth? And yes, that's it.
Thank you, Luca. Beautiful questions. And yeah, beautiful. I love that idea about darkness to light and the idea of whiteness and race. I think I'm going to have a chapter on that, or turn it into something you write and put you in there, because like, that's awesome. I really do like that. So yeah, there's a lot to say there that, I mean, for sake of time, we're not going to get into now, but it'd be perfect for the age we're in, of course. And thank you for that. The symbolic idea of darkness to light, of course, yes, of course, it's everywhere. What I was talking about was this voyage through this narrowing tunnel, coming from a very non-poetic person. Snowden talks in the beginning of his book about how scientific and mathematical he is, and how he's not one for symbolism. But of course, that is something that is inside all of us. So I think, too, I would have a chapter in the book where I'm talking not just about Snowden and Dante, but the idea of from darkness to light in exiled literature, in Italian literature throughout the ages or something. Like, this might turn into a bigger project. I don't know yet. I mean, I presented this here as an experiment to see. And I love the ideas I'm getting. So yeah, I do like that idea, but it will definitely need to be something bigger. I can't say simply that Snowden is talking about darkness to light because of Dante, and only because of Dante, okay? But the way he does it with the tunneling vision and going through it and the narrowing of the tunnel, and I didn't give the whole quote, but there's about 8 to 10 pages where he's describing this. It's not just simply him saying, I was in the darkness and then I found light. There's so much more there, and that I don't really want to reveal too much here as well. Now, your third question again, remind me, sorry. The book versus...
Yeah, if the idea that if Snowden thinks that what he has done or his book will be
yes,
there for centuries, like
of course
Dante seems to think or instill.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. So his book, Permanent Record, I'm not elevating it to the heights of the Divine Comedy. I'm looking at using Dante and using readers of Dante as a pedagogical tool, you know, to attract more students in Italian programs throughout North America instead of teaching the same old thing, you know. So the pedagogical implications are powerful. So that being said, I will not elevate Permanent Record to the heights of the Divine Comedy. However, if I do secure an interview with him, and I mean, his documents are posted all over the web at the moment, and if I would use the documents that he presented to the journalists before he wrote Permanent Record, maybe to show that these will last forever. The documents he hacked into, that he hacked into the NSA and received that way, then I would have to publish those in a book. I'm a little scared too, to be honest. So I don't know if I want to do that, and have my name to it, especially since I'm not an American citizen and I got to go through the border and whatnot. But I think that's where we would have to do it. We'd have to do it with the original primary source documents and not permanent record. Permanent record cannot be raised to the heights of the Divine Comedy. That'd be a joke. Okay. But thank you for that, because you're making me really think and juices flowing. Grazie, Luca.
Thank you very much, everybody. So this is the end of our panel, but stay tuned for 5 more minutes. I mean, you have a 5 minutes break, and then the next panel is on race and migration in contemporary culture. So thank you very much.
So good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for this panel on race and migration in contemporary culture. I know it's been a long day, so bear with us for a few more presentations. My name is Elke. I am a graduate student here at IU, and I will be co-moderating this panel with Claire Fouchereau. Claire, you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Yes, I'm also a graduate student here at Indiana University in French and Francophone Studies.
So we have 3 speakers for this panel. We have Alexa Barger, Nicolo Salmoso, and Kian Mauro Liu. Our first speaker, Alexa Barger, is a first-year PhD student in French and Francophone Studies at the University of California, Los Angeles. She holds a Master's of Arts in Comparative Literature from San Francisco State University. She examines contemporary literatures of migration, exile, and conceptions of cultural difference in France, working as well with contemporary Italian and Peninsular Spanish literature. Her talk today is titled, and I'm sorry if I butchered the Italian, Ma poi chi è italiano, complicating difference in scontro di civiltà per un ascensore a Piazza Vittorio. Alexa, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I'm just going to share the screen. I had it ready for 5 seconds. And then here we are. Just one moment. The moment you think everything is ready, and then it just escapes from your worldview. How life is fickle. This paper examines Algerian-born author Amara Housse's novel Scontro di civiltà per un ascensore a Piazza Vittorio and its exploration of national and cultural boundaries. The novel presents the investigation of the murder of Lorenzo Manfredini, a cruel and racist neighbor of an apartment building located in the racially diverse Esquilino Rione of Rome, as he has recently been discovered brutally murdered in the elevator used by everyone in the building. The text presents a series of first-person accounts alongside the recorded thoughts of Amadeo, a resident who mysteriously disappeared around the same time as the murder. Though they reside in the same building and area, Lahousse's narrators distance themselves or feel distance from their neighbors and community, especially when confronted with differing cultural attitudes. I propose that Scontro di civiltà offers a polyphonic structure that deconstructs these societally imposed borders, not simply between the novel's native Italians and immigrants, but also between reader and text. Though the genre of crime fiction might normally draw readers to seek the narrative's singular truth, including the killer's identity, they instead discover a polyphony of truths, which revealed shared experiences and struggles among Lahousse's characters. In reading the text's accounts of the truth and examining Amadeo's isolated wails, I argue that the novel represents an ongoing project for its characters and readership, ultimately gesturing towards a more capacious means of negotiating cultural difference. First, I wanted to note briefly the humor of the title. The Scontro di civiltà's title alludes to political theorist Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations. It is by no means invested in presenting an essentialized or an Orientalist notion of inherent difference. Rather, the novel roots itself in the genre of crime fiction, combining the whodunit with the commedia all'italiana and its satirical juxtaposition of narrators. The text also speaks to contemplations of cultural difference in the literary realm, including those integral to David Palumbo's The Deliverance of Others. Parte di identità, conosce bene la lingua, porta un nome italiano e risiede in Italia. È come una poesia del Markham. Ti ci vuole una vita per comprenderne il significato. Whereas Parvis's interviewers focus on Amadeo's immigration status, Parvis reminds them of the aspects that might be used to identify a quote-unquote real Italian. Birth and residency in Italy, fluency in Italian, and documentation that affirms citizenship. Amadeo's assumed name sounds Italian. He resides in Rome, and his language skills are upheld as superior to native speakers. Still, Parvis situates Amadeo within his own cultural background, likening to the poetry of 12th century Persian polymath Amar Khayyam, whose name is attributed to popular quatrains of poetry, but whose true authorship is unknown. Neither fully Italian nor foreign, Amadeo instead becomes the subject of Parvis's imagination, presented as a distant mystery, yet reified as a savior, rather than a figure who can speak for himself. Amadeo's mysterious background, however, does not mark him as a voiceless subaltern. Though he is often spoken for or spoken about, he plays a vital role in the novel's progression through separate chapters, marked as ululati. The ululati might be translated as wails, as howls, like the she-wolf central to Rome's foundational myth, and a figure repeatedly evoked by Amadeo himself and by the novel's working title, How to be Suckled by the Wolf Without Getting Bit. Or ululations, like the Magrabi are primarily based on his observations of others. At the same time, Amadeo himself resists interpretation, even as he is the object of empathic response and admiration from fellow immigrants. Valerie McGuire asserts that, quote, Lacus shifts Amadeo's position from being an outsider in Italy to an insider intimately familiar with Italian culture. This shift in position is in alignment with the author's playful reversal of categories of identity and alterity, self and otherness, and opens up new modes of speaking and ways of telling stories that reject the notion of a single authored text, end quote. McGuire's view of multiplied authorship, of a mosaic of authorial voices within the greater picture of this murder mystery and sociopolitical narrative, also parallels a Bakhtinian sense of polyphony, where, quote from the dialogic imagination, the internal dialogism of double-voiced prose discourse can never be exhausted thematically, nor developed into the motivation or subject for a manifest dialogue, end quote. Though marked by difference, each individualized voice plays an essential role in the text, and in unison creates a dissonant chorus of perceptions and perspectives, leading the reader to consider the ideological and cultural currents that exist in this society. It is valuable to note that, just beyond the chapter's titles, there are few direct distinctions between first-person narrators. It is through their names and affirmations of identity that they assert themselves as separate. The Acid Amadeo's records emerge outside the context of the investigation. These chapters marked as the truth. Parvis's seeming blamelessness in his social situation, for instance, is countered by Amadeo's contrapuntal narration. Quote, Povero Parvis. È convinto che i ripetuti licenziamenti siano dovuti al suo odio per la pizza e non per il suo scarso italiano e per il fatto che beve mentre lavora. The structure of the text thus becomes bifurcated. The narrative is equally concerned with the gladiator's murder and Amadeo's whereabouts. Amadeo's distant perceptions constantly disrupt the two-dimensional conceptions expressed by many of his co-narrators as well. His description of Parvis's personal problems, for instance, denote Parvis's own negative habits, whereas Parvis positions himself as the object of Italian oppression. Now one might ask, to what end do these ululati serve? And Amadeo himself also comes to question these motivations. Through the ululati, readers also discover Amadeo's sense of isolation, even as his neighbors project narratives onto his presence. Readers learn that Neapolitan doorwoman Benedetta Esposito embraces Amadeo, even asking, quote, Se il signor Amadeo è forestiero, come dite voi, chi sarebbe l'italiano vero? End quote. Though her speech also marks her as an outsider in the Roman sphere, the quote called to Parvis, Guaglio, is misunderstood as a profanity, as is his response, merci. She has accused another resident, Iqbal Mirola, of being a Pakistani drug dealer and pimp. Amadeo reports that, by contrast, Iqbal is a Bangladeshi grocer who neither sells drugs nor profits from sex work. Amadeo reflects, Ho pensato di mettere al corrente Benedetta di tutto quello che so di Yuppad. Poi ci ho ripensato. A che scopo? È proprio inutile conoscere la verità. L'unica consolazione è questo ululato notturno. End quote. Though Amadeo has the ability and desire to tell Benedetta the truth at some point, that Iqbal does not resemble the terrifying outsider of her imagination. He feels that it is pointless to do so. In this sense, he has drawn attention to what Palumbo Liu calls one's availability of the imagination, the ability of the individual to integrate the unknown into their awareness and imagination. Unable to break through Benedetta's prejudices, Amadeo turns inward, ululating and repeating his calls for understanding into the void. At the same time, the reader bears witness to Amadeo's increasing solitude, directly stepping over chasms of difference in order to progress further into the narrative of the crime. Reader's relationship with Conto Civitas narrative and with its characters develops further as they learn the truth about Amadeo's origins. Through fellow Algerian immigrant Abdallah Ben Kadour, readers learn that Amadeo's birth name is Ahmed Sami. He arrived in Italy to escape the civil war in Algeria, which took place from 1991 to 2002, which claimed the life of his fiancée, Bajia. Heartbroken and psychologically traumatized, he sought refuge in another country and adopted a new name. Abdullah, however, expresses his distaste for Amadeo's attempt to assimilate. Cambiare nome, quote, è un peccato capitale come l'omicidio, l'adulterio, la falsa testimonianza, come derubare gli orfani. Molti italiani che conosco hanno provato a convincermi a cambiare nome, però ho rifiutato decisamente, end quote. Abdullah's rejection of assimilation parallels that of Parvis, and his sense of alienation is comparable to that expressed by other recent immigrants in the text. However, his perspective becomes distinct in that he declares that assimilation is morally objectionable, a crime comparable to murder. Amadeo is thus rendered abject, and other even to someone who shares his national background. Amadeo thereby transgresses the limits of identity set by a fellow Algerian. He cannot represent himself fully to immigrants outside of his background either, nor can he fully please the native-born Italians among him, as they cannot so easily categorize him. It is left to readers then to determine their relationship with Amadeo as narrator, if they are capable of empathizing or understanding his grief, or if they will also place him into the preset confines also established by the novel's cast. Once Amedeo Sadami's history has been revealed, Larousse delivers the text's conclusion, this time through the perspective of the chief inspector of the case, Mauro Bettarini. Bettarini reveals his vision of the truth in two complementary phases. The first narrative places Amadeo as the culprit because, strangely, he cares about his fellow immigrants, where he asserts at least half the prison population in Italy is comprised of recent immigrants. The second phase, however, declares Amadeo as innocent, since he is later discovered to have been severely injured on the day of the gladiator's murder. Indeed, instead, Elisabetta Fabiani, a proudly native-born Roman, has been arrested for the killing since she believed that the gladiator had kidnapped her dog for his dog-fighting enterprise. It becomes clear then that it is not the clash of civilizations that claim the gladiator's life. Violence instead emerges from interpersonal conflict. It would be too simple, however, to declare that the text upholds Amadeo as a voiceless, now acquitted immigrant. Amadeo/Ahmed, now seemingly narrated from beyond his hospitalized state, views himself as a mask, constantly hiding his true motivations, no matter their motive, their origin. At the same time, he descends into a desperate line of self-questioning. Chi sono, Ahmed o Amadeo? Fino a quando durerà l'esilio? Fino a quando durerà l'odulato? In isolation, or only in the presence of his distant reader, Amadeo grieves both his undefined sense of self and the indefinite nature of his struggles. He likens himself to Scheherazade, constantly telling his story in order to preserve his life. And yet the novel ends with his continuing wail. I will end soon after this. One thinks of James Phelan's concept of the stubborn, quote, an experience that proves ultimately recalcitrant to our efforts to develop a single coherent understanding, end quote. Not only does the stubborn create space for the unexplainable, but it depends on the character or narrative's reluctance to conform to conventional structure. Readers are then led to combine the multiple faces of Amadeo's presence and absence in the text, At the same time that readers believe the crime has been solved, they are confronted with that which is impossible to resolve within one narrative: isolation, discrimination, and historical trauma. Ultimately, readers are also left to question the validity of predetermined narratives they accept about others, the ways they make sense of others, as Palombo might put it, and the validity of their expectations for a crime novel with a clear, concise ending. Thank you. I'm so sorry I missed the messages.
No, that's okay. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry you got interrupted. That was not easy. Our next speaker is Nicolo Salmaso. He has a BA in Modern Languages, Literature and Cultures, English and French from the University of Padova, and an MA in Modern Languages for International Communication and Cooperation, also in English and French, also from the University of Padova, and an MA in Italian Studies from the Indiana University. He is currently a PhD student in Italian Studies at Indiana University, and his research interests include contemporary literature, Italian, American and Italian diaspora studies, Italian migrant literature, translation studies, cinema and television. His talk today is titled "The Gaze of Diversity, the Maps of the Past in Giavaschegos, La mia casa e dove sono."
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to ask you if you can hear me okay. Okay, perfect. So thank you to Elke and to Claire for moderating this panel. And I will try to share my screen now. Okay, so today I will be presenting on I Giavaschegos, La mia casa e dove sono, which in English would sound like my home is where I am. But before starting my presentation, I would like to give some background information on I Giavaschegos' book. First of all, La mia casa e dove sono has not received an English translation as of yet. However, other novels by Chego, this prominent Somali Italian author, which I'm going to speak about today, have been translated into English. For instance, Beyond Babylon and Adwa, respectively, translated in 2019 and 2017. La mia casa e dove sono has been, however, translated quite recently into Brazilian Portuguese. A little bit about the publication history. So La mia casa e dove sono was first published by Rizzoli in 2010, but this, and I've put the cover here, this Rizzoli edition quickly went out of print. It was republished in 2012 by Löscher Editori from Turin, and this is a scholastic edition designed for middle and high school students. And it's the only one which is still in print, and this is it's the one that I consulted for the drafting of this paper. This edition retains Chego's text integrally and adds some useful comprehension materials at the end. Concerning the literary genre to which La mia casa e dove sono belongs, this work has received different definitions concerning the genre. Rizzoli and Löscher define it as an autobiographical novel. However, Chego herself has defined it as a memoir in several interviews, and I will refer to it as a memoir in my presentation. Also, given the many similarities with Italian-American memoirs written by women, for example, the works of Luis de Salvo and Kim Ragusa. La mia casa e dove sono is an immensely rich literary work that deals with the topics of migration, identity, and the legacy of Italian colonialism. Chego has been defined by scholars and critics as a second-generation writer in the literary genre labeled as Italian literature of migration, letteratura italiana della migrazione, or more precisely, Italian migrant writers, scrittori migranti italiani. These authors therefore not only write about the migration process, which many of them, like Chego herself, who was born in Rome, have not even witnessed firsthand, but mainly focus on their everyday lives in the destination country of their parents' migration, living in an in-between position between different cultures. The purpose of this paper is to analyze the interconnected issues of historical debate and identity in Chego's memoir. As we will see, these concepts will be tangibly rendered through maps that are both physical and ideal. Okay, Shego's memoir can also be defined as a post-colonial work throughout the narration by designing and crafting homemade maps of both Rome and Mogadishu. The author attempts to decolonialize the histories of both cities in order to create consciousness directly linked to memory, a memory that has been long neglected because of a widespread historical amnesia, which surely also has strong political implications. The input for the creation of the first map, in the first chapter of the memoir, the Mogadishu one, comes from an encounter with some of Shego's many siblings in Manchester. Her siblings, after their parents' initial migration to Italy, have subsequently migrated to other European and non-European countries in order to look for better opportunities. As a result, the Shego clan, as the author refers to it, is spread all over the world and well represents the concept of a diasporic family. Therefore, Shego and her siblings are all part of the same family, even though they all share different personal histories. Facevamo parte della stessa famiglia, ma nessuno aveva avuto un percorso comune all'altro. In tasca ognuno di noi aveva una diversa cittadinanza occidentale. Nel cuore invece avevamo il dolore della stessa perdita. Piangevamo la Somalia persa per una guerra che stentavamo a capire. Una guerra cominciata nel 1991 e di cui nessuno intravedeva la fine. However, Shego, having been born and raised in Italy and not in Somalia like her other siblings, has a different understanding of her identity. As a result, she feels like an outsider within her own family. Shego has grown up reading and appreciating Italian literature, some of her favorite authors being Giacomo Leopardi and Gabriele D'Annunzio. Moreover, being a writer and journalist, she constantly works with the Italian language. However, she certainly agrees with her family on the fact that Italy has long forgotten its colonial past. Però era difficile spiegare le mie ragioni. L'Italia era il mio paese, pieno di difetti, certo, ma il mio paese. L'ho sempre sentito profondamente mio, come del resto la Somalia, che di difetti abbonda. Però su una cosa i miei parenti avevano ragione da vendere. L'Italia si era dimenticata del suo passato coloniale, aveva dimenticato di aver fatto subire l'inferno a somali, eritrei, libici ed etiopi. Aveva cancellato quella storia con un facile colpo di spugna. It is precisely from this realization that the author's wanting to trace a map of Rome arises, after the Mogadishu one in the first chapter. Shego's map consists of streets and monuments that are linked to Italian colonial history, on which she decides to superimpose her post-colonial memories regarding those places in order to show how migrants and second-generation Italians still have to face the legacy of colonialism through their day-to-day interactions with these locations. Each chapter of the memoir is devoted to a single place or monument, and it is interesting to notice that this map is always described through words and never visually represented. And this is again another strong similarity with the practice of memoir by Italian-American authors like De Salvo and Ragusa, because they focus on the descriptions of visual items or even home movies in order to convey their feelings based on those photographs, for example. So in memoirs, pictures are usually described and not shown to the reader. Shego's map of Rome is at the same time personal and collective. It is a reflection of Shego's personal experiences in the city, but also reflects the celebration of a problematic past that the author feels the need to address. In this map, Shego is the only person to decide which places to include. The map of Mogadishu, instead, in the first chapter, is only a collective map. It could be defined as the Shego clan map. It is a map that surely bears the memory of Italian colonialism. However, it is mainly made in order to retain memories that otherwise would be lost. It is the reflection of multiple experiences and is tailored accordingly. Moreover, as it is underlined many times, it is a map of places that mostly no longer exist because of the ongoing civil war that has interested Somalia from 1991. Since Shego has not lived in Somalia for a long time, she visited during holidays and spent 1 year there during the adolescence. As I said, she devotes to the Mogadishu map only the first chapter. In the subsequent chapters, her map of Rome is designed and is exposed. And for example, chapter 4, sorry, is devoted to the Axum stele. The Axum stele in chapter 4 is a good example to underline how the symbol of the map works inside the memoir's narration. In 1937, after its discovery in Ethiopia, the stele was moved to Italy as spoils of war. It was subsequently transported to Rome, where it was reassembled and erected on Porta Capena Square. After a long diatribe, which lasted many years, the stele was finally officially returned to Ethiopia in 2005. Shego reflects on the fact that in the place previously occupied by the stele, there is nothing to replace its empty space. According to her, that empty space should be replaced with a monument to commemorate the victims of Italian colonialism. Oggi in quel posto non c'è niente, c'è il nulla. Avanzo cieca in questo abisso. Le macchine, per non perdersi d'animo, fanno un girotondo intorno a quel vuoto. Ogni volta che ci passo penso che quel luogo meriterebbe di essere riempito di senso. Sarebbe bello un giorno avere un monumento per le vittime del colonialismo italiano, qualcosa che ricordi che la storia dell'Africa orientale e dell'Italia sono intrecciate. Reflecting upon the stele makes Shego want to talk about her paternal grandfather and paternal uncle, members of her family whom she admires a lot but whom she has never met, since they both passed away before she was born. Now, for matters of time, I will only focus on Shego's grandfather, Omar Shego, but of course the uncle is a very interesting character in the narration, and also, for example, another interesting character is Shego's mother, Khadija, which is described in many chapters, and it's the triggering element for the creation of some parts of this map of Rome. Omar Shego, the author's paternal grandfather, Omar Shego, the author's paternal grandfather, is initially described for his apparent whiteness in the surviving photographs that depict him, which contrasts with the author's blackness. Shego, therefore, given Omar Shego's whiteness, finds herself wondering if she is also of partial Portuguese descent, like many other Somali people. However, when she realizes that this could be linked to a history of rape of one of her ancestors, she decides that it is probably best not to go into detail with the matter. After the Second World War, Omar Shego was a promoter of Somali independence and minister of the first Somali government. However, having previously worked as a translator for the Italian fascist regime, he is at the same time a source of pride and a problematic figure for his granddaughter. Era con il fascismo e contro il fascismo, era dentro ed era fuori, era vittima ed era carnefice. Mio nonno in qualche modo incarnava quello che Gloria Anzaldúa, una scrittrice cicana che venero, chiamava herida abierta, ferita aperta. Anche nonno è stata una ferita aperta dove il terzo mondo si scontra con il primo e sanguina. So here we have this interesting quotation of Chicana author Gloria Anzaldúa from her influential work Borderlands, La Frontera, The New Mestiza from 1987. And so this shows how this kind of literature, this African-Italian literature which is starting to emerge, can be linked to other ethnic literatures in the United States, for example, in this case, Chicano literature. The stele example, therefore, enlightens Shego's very own mode of inquiry. The author starts from larger and collective issues to then approach her personal history, which, as we have seen, can also be defined as collective, given the size of her family. Approaching her personal history enables Shego to trace her own geografia personale, she defines it, so her own personal geography. It is, sorry. Okay, maybe I will have to share my screen again. I'm almost done. Technical issues, of course. Okay. It is in the final chapter, Essere Italiano per me, that Shego gives an interesting solution on how to finally decolonialize Rome. In her opinion, if the monuments that celebrate the colonies have not yet been destroyed and Italian historical consciousness towards colonialism has not yet been renegotiated from a more impartial perspective, it is important to show that a multicultural way to live in Rome already exists and will continue to exist even more in the years to come, willingly or unwillingly. This Rome, Shego's own Rome, is different and unseen, and in a certain way resembles a Babel. Oggi che sono adulta vivo a Tor Pignattara, una Roma che confina con Pechino e con Dacca. È una Roma inedita che nemmeno io, afro-italiana, abituata da sempre a vivere a Roma Nord, conosco davvero. È una Roma che nessuno si aspetta, una Roma dove la globalizzazione si è fatta carne. Le mazze da cricket o i sari non sono altro che segni di un futuro che non solo verrà, ma che è già qui da discreto tempo. Una futura Babele che io mi porto dentro da tempo. So, to conclude, Scego's memoir urges the reader to reconsider Italian history and denounces the silence that envelops Italian colonial period. She does that in order to move forward and ideally create an Italy without racism and stereotypes. In her opinion, only by understanding and processing the mistakes of the past can we give an explanation to the fear of the other, which is still inherent in some of today's Italians. As this citation and other seminal passages of the book prove, she certainly succeeds in showing that diversity in Italy exists, has existed for some time now, and will continue to exist in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Grazie per l'attenzione. And I'm done.
Thank you very much, Nicolo. Our third speaker is Gian Mauro Liu. He is a third-year PhD student in Italian Studies at the University of Michigan. His research is mainly focused on contemporary Italian literature, cinema, and cultural studies with specific interests in diaspora studies, urban space, critical border studies, the issues of materialism, eco-criticism, and media infrastructure. He holds an MA in Mediterranean Studies from the Università Ca' Foscari, Venezia, and a second MA in Italian Studies from the University of Michigan. His talk today is titled Caring Spaces, Home and Borderscape in Philippe Bioret's. Welcome, and Emmanuel Crialesis Terraferma.
So thank you so much for your introduction. So I will try to share my screen also. So wait a minute. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, so wait a minute. My title is Caring Spaces, Home and Borderscape in Bioret's. Welcome, and Emmanuel Crialesis Terraferma. So as American philosopher John Toronto notably knows, care involves taking the concerns and needs of the other and the basis for action. So here comes the quote. So in this article, I discuss the dynamics of care and space in these two European films. I argue that in both films, caring gestures and hospitality are primarily negotiated within private spaces where humanitarianism bear ambiguous contrast with public orders. However, the transitoriness and the precarity of refugees is also distinctly manifested by the way in which care fluctuates and conflicts, delineating thus a liminal space of caregiving and receiving. So here I ambitiously define as a care borderscape. Border crossing obviously constitutes typical features of European migration cinema, a framework not only concerning various patterns of exchange and interaction, but also brings to the fore the issue of subjectivity and the ontological beings of the protagonist. Both films recount stories involving refugee crisis, displacement, and the issue of care, and narrate around refugees help crossing over water boundaries. So from France Calais to England in Welcome, and from Ethiopia to via Mediterranean side to Italy's tiny, pristine Linosa Islands in Terraferma. Both filmmakers' choice reflect the words Hamid Nafisi describes as a border consciousness, which emphasizes the filmmakers or their films being situated at the physical border, here quote, where multiple determinants of race, class, and gender and membership in divergent, even antagonistic historical and national identities intersect, close the quote. Terraferma tells the story of a family of fishermen who lives on the Linosa Island, where people earn their livings by fishing. Situated in the deep Mediterranean Sea between the Italian peninsula and the island of Lampedusa, Linosa becomes a heaven each summer for European tourists. However, it is also a place of boatloads of Black refugees making their extremely hazardous journey from Africa. Giulietta and Filippo, so the mother and the son in the film, live in a plain fisherman life, and then rescue a pregnant Ethiopian woman and her son. Rio's Welcome adopts a similar storytelling line, set principally in French Galais, with occasional sequence in England. It also traces the developing but fraught friendship between swimming coach Simon and a young Kurdish refugee Bilal, who has just arrived at the French border and dreamed of traversing the Channel in order to rejoin his girlfriend in London. In both the film and the Welcome, the prominence of home is emphasized as a space of shelter where all the host characters manifest the acts of caring and protection, so reluctant at the earlier sequence of their encounters. It is anyway intriguing that both Linosa and Galais are not the destinations of these transient figures. Bilal and Sarah, insofar as in their men's homes difficult to reach and symbolic home. So for Bilal, his wish of crossing the Channel to renewing with his girlfriend in London, and Sarah's dream of going north to Italy, to northern Italy in Turin, where her husband works and returns back money to enable their journey from Ethiopia. The choice of taking them to home becomes a form of resistance, not merely against the state law monitoring illegal migrants, but more as acts of doings, challenging the violations of the human rights of life and existence. The entrance and departure of these refugees draw particular attention to their porosity, and thus are the powerful ways to challenge any fixed notion of nationality, selfhood, and otherness. The co-presence of protagonists in private space marks it a platform of communication, interaction, and even bodily touch. But its also presents an ambiguous gesture that places the transient characters at an apparent disadvantage in relation to their host. As Holloway and Hobart reminded her quote, the concept of home has something to do with the sense of geographical segregation and separation, and is also usually considered as a place to which only certain people or objects belong. Close the quote. In these two films, however, the multiplicity of private spaces is prominent, in which, as a fundamental spatial metaphor, home becomes a quite fluid concept. Welcome becomes with the imagined Kurdish community where Bilal telephones his girlfriend in London, informing his imminent arrival. Also sharing a coherent linguistic background, Minas, so his girlfriend, rigidly patriarchal family and their parents' opposition to this relationship make it almost impossible for Bilal's attempt to be accepted. This displaced explosion, which Liu He emphasis ironically positioned it as a beginning scene of this film, seems to reveal a austere contrast with the subsequent stages, so Bilal cannot identify them as a true home family. His congregation with his fellow Kurdish refugees, waiting for free food disturbed by local volunteers, offered him materialist forms of ethical care, if not an effective welcome. When Bilal is then invited to enter Simon's car in a gloomy rainy night, the protagonists initiate together to delineate a caring space, private, shifting, as well as unbalanced, of which both Bilal and Simon are uncertain by constantly negotiating their own territories. Their relationship at this moment has apparently deviated from a simplistic payment service contract or a material constraint and ethical obligation, and oriented thus to a subjective form of agency. Semantically, it is perhaps more appropriate to describe Terra Ferma by Closeness as a story of two failing families, because Giulietta intends to repaint the house and rent it to tourists during the summer. The survival pressures by fishing even forces her to plan to demolish their fishing boats. Julieta's decision of living and breaking up with her family's past is obviously a tough compromise, as clearly demonstrated by her unwillingness to remove the old family photos of the wall. Thus, this symbolic losing of home in terraferma processes in a much literal way when Giulietta and Filippo rent their house to 3 tourists from northern Italy and relocate themselves into a contiguous garage. They are temporarily renouncing their own private space, so a sign of protection, legacy, and familiar effect. When one day Filippo and his grandfather Ernesto go fishing on the sea and accidentally notice a floating boat jammed with illegal migrants, clearly, so the filmmaker of the film turns his visual narrative from familiar practice towards a transnational encounter and the ethical dilemma of care that consistently fluctuates. When Filippo and Ernesto decided to hide Sara, so the pregnant Serbian woman, they destabilized the island, embodied significance as Europe's southern frontier, and declares their somewhat reluctant choice of resisting. Following sequence instead adopt a shifting but also intimate tone, also signaling its gradual deviation from cinematic traditions and toward a magical realism. The first scene depicting Sarah's presence in their home coincides with her portrayal, with a newborn serving as a trope of survival, a hope, and a new circle of temporality. For an illegal refugee like Sarah, the vital boundary between life and death is extremely vulnerable, and the image of this survived baby girl just becomes such a poetic thing that the centrality of care of the host, primarily focused on Sarah, is now shifted to the new life. Then clearly, the camera moves horizontally to Filippo and Giulietta, twin baths in their garage home. And the scene in which 4 characters in this screenshot, these 4 characters staying together in a dim and tiny space creates thus a sense of crowding and losing autonomy. In unfolding the concept of spaciousness, the Chinese-American philosopher and geographer Yves Tuan reminds us that the spaciousness is closely associated with the sense of being free. And he further connects the sense of freedom with the act of moving, in which, here quote, space and its attributes are directly experienced, close quote. So in this film, however, this spaciousness based on the freedom of moving for Giulietta resists away as the outsiders' invasion into their own space. So when Ernesto and Filippo go out to the sea with the 3 tourists, however, Giulietta's fear of peril and sense of uncertainty emotionally initiate to compromise her humanitarian aid of saving their life and offering their basic needs. When Sara, so the African migrant, expresses her gratitude by saying a simple grazie, Giulietta unfailingly refused it and then agitates her humanitarian care towards its marginal scale. It is obvious that Italian is not Sara's language. By altering it, she attempts to close the invisible distance that divides them. In the seminal essay on Leo has welcome, the English scholar Alison Smith discussed the issue of hospitality through the lens of language exchanges, and affirms that the possibility of hospitality has become a philosophical and ethical debate on the reception of immigrant populations. Both terraferma and welcome offer a sophisticated, even contradicted presentation of care outside the issue of language and seem to highlight the spatial limits in configuring the dynamics of caregiving and receiving. In both films, it's the arrival of immigrants in the native private territories that are the meetings of 2 ethical communities that mark the continuous fluctuation of their caregiving and receiving. The initial hesitation Simon shows when he invites Bilal and Zoran into his car echoes with Zoran's immediate distrust, and Bila then becomes probably the practical mediator in forging a deeper caring relationship. Filippo and Ernesto in their firmas act of saving the pregnant Sarah into the garage seems to offer a very different model of care, one that originates more from an instinctive reaction of life-saving humanitarianism. There's a public-private threshold about caring activity, however, recalls Toronto's definition of care as being, here quote, usually conceived of in our culture as ideally a private concern, close quote. So what Toronto refers to in her argument is mainly stemmed from the perspective of a married women household. She further concludes that, here quote, yet the view that care must be private and the privatizing of the difficulties women encounter as caregivers further supports the perception that care is not a social concern, but the problem of idiosyncratic individuals. Here close the quote. Being in an unbalanced situation, both Bilal and Sarah in two films are deprived of any private spaces that enable them to negotiate autonomously with their host. Both sides, however, inhabit together a house of caring, and intimate side with the predefined borders become gradually disintegrated and fluid, thus suggesting a radical recontextualization of the very concept of personal as a national identity. In the immediate scene following Bilal's entering into Simon's apartment, we can say clearly how it's impossible to describe Bilal and Simon's bodily and linguistic interactions as simply based on the humanitarian aids. Simon provides two refugees with pizzas, water, beer, and places to rest. But what emblematically emerges from this sequence is that Simon initiates an amiable conversation with these two outsiders, a kind of care that is, to use Toronto's term, the possession and province of an individual. This affective turn, however, is not considered in their firma, at least in the early stages when Giulietta even expresses her harsh words to Sarah. So she says, no, thank you. Understand what I say? Now you rest, eat, and then go, okay? So in this sense, Sarah and Giulietta in their firma are the objects of the camera's gaze, which particularly portrays a helpless and exhausted face of desperate Black woman in her cautious attempt to cross the Europe's borders. In both films, the vital linguistic communication between the natives and transient is a perfect showroom for care borderscape struggle. Here to borrow Mezadra's term, where the protagonists continuously switch between their linguistic home and the common linguistic code, or the threshold language. That is the English in welcome and the standard Italian in their firma.
Yeah. I will point the time out to you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I will close the word shortly. Sorry. So, sorry for that. I will go to very quickly in this part. So main figures in welcome meet on the threshold of house or language that are already more or less unsatisfactory and uncomfortable, remaining on the linguistic threshold, English. I'm sorry for that. I have to jump a little bit. So in their firma, Sarah's capability of speaking Italian, so very not very well, recalls Italy's colonial past in Ethiopia. Also, this film, as Closeness himself also believes, not a film based on history or political ideology, but the linguistic commonplace shared by Giulietta and Sarah implicitly denotes two unbalanced positions. sorry for that. Giulietta. So in this film, Giulietta, so the female protagonist, utters only simple and non-conjugated words, probably just in order to make sure that Sarah can fully understand. Giulietta progressively adopts an emphatic tone from her intense sense of agitation and scare. For most of the encounters in the temporary home, Giulietta does have the monopoly on the linguistic power to dominate their dialogues, thus declaring a homeland establishment in excluding the transient. But this fortress then gradually collapses as Sarah tells her inhuman story of fleeing from Ethiopia and their prison life in Libya. I'm sorry for my time. So this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all three of our presenters for very interesting presentations. We have about 20 minutes for question and answers. So I wanted to see if our panelists have any questions for each other. And if not, we can, if you have a question, go ahead and use the raise hand feature, or if you're more comfortable, go ahead and post the question in the chat.
I suppose if our panelists don't have any questions for each other, unless Alexa, you wanted to.
It looks like Luca has a question.
Yes, so Luca, I'll hand the floor to you if the panelists don't have any questions. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the presentations there. I have a question for Niccolò about the element of the obelisk you mentioned. I was thinking that, I mean, last year, I think it was, we have faced, you know, this problem of objects and public streets that had a political meaning related in the same way with colonization and racism. In this case, the obelisk was taken away from Italy, and you said that this space, this empty space, is a problem for the writer. Whereas my understanding is that here in the United States, the idea was exactly to extirpating these objects, the statues, from the public space. I'm wondering if you want to go in that direction, if you think that this symbol or this, I mean, it's an historic event in Italy, can illuminate what has been happening here, or the other way around.
Thank you for your question, Luca. So the specific example that Shego makes about the stele of Axam, that was an archaeological discovery that was brought to Italy. So it was not specifically a monument that referred to the colonial past. I mean, implicitly, of course, because if Italians take monuments from others and then they display them, of course it's problematic. So in that case, there is an empty space that Shego would like to be full with something that refers to something that addresses the problematic legacy of Italian colonialism. In the memoir, she makes other examples, and also what is interesting is that Shego was holding tours around Rome, and there is a video that you can watch online which is called Roma Negata, so neglected Rome, in which she did these tours of monuments in Rome, but monuments in Rome that directly referred to the legacy of colonialism. So those were monuments that celebrated Italian colonialism in a way. So I think there is a difference between the archaeological discovery brought to Italy and the monuments which directly address Italian colonialism. So yeah, she was very active, Scego, also when recently in a village somewhere in Italy, I don't remember, a monument was being built for celebrating basically the legacy of an Italian soldier who during the colonial, an Italian general, I mean, I don't remember right now, but he was deemed a war criminal, this figure, and in Italy they were building a monument for him, and Scego, she immediately started a campaign on change.org, and the building of the monument was stopped also because they were using very large amounts of money, of Italian public money. So yeah, I hope that this answers your question.
I have one question for Alexa, actually. So your story that you were covering, I think it was really interesting because it's not necessarily just about someone being from another country. It's about somebody almost hiding that they were from another country while living under their new home, it seems. I was wondering if you think that even like not just necessarily outsiders from a different country, but even different religions result in a lot of different discourse and discrimination among people in that country.
I feel like the novel contends with a lot of those questions. I think there's also the question of the relationship between ideas of nationalities based on dominant religions. I think also noting that like the Clash of Civilizations, as in like the original text by Samuel Huntington, was focused on this idea that there's a conflict between Western humanism, Western universalism, and what he perceives as the values of the Islamic world, which are very like basically saying there's no meeting point, there's no understanding, and conflict is inevitable. And I think by contrast, the novels point out where there are meeting points where everybody kind of misunderstands each other at the level of linguistic understanding or misunderstanding on the matter of understanding or not understanding where one is coming from in terms of faith. I don't know that necessarily faith is like the most prominently articulated matter. I would also note that Amadeo escaped a setting with the Algerian Civil War that was focused on extremist expressions of how the country should be run based on faith in Algeria and Islam. So I can sense it's almost like Amadeo as this character is also hesitant to articulate that. And I find by contrast his interlocutor is a little, I would not say, I can't speak to the religious specifics, but I can say that this character is more fixed on a very traditional relationship to their culture, the Algerian character, Abdel. So I think all of those are matters that these characters try to overcome and that readers are being encouraged to overcome. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, thank you.
Also, feel free to send questions in the chat if you do not want to raise your hand. Otherwise, I mean, I have a question for the panelists. I was wondering if each of you would want to talk about the question of genre. This is something that Nicolo picked up on most prominently with the idea of memoir versus like historical fiction, but it was something that I saw coming through in each of your presentations a little bit. So maybe we could start with Nicolo and then whoever wants to pick up after him.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you, Claire. So the memoir genre is, I mean, I wanted to make the distinction between autobiographical novel and memoir because they're quite different. In the fact that, I mean, an autobiographical novel would be indeed more complete and tracing each steps of a person's development, let's say, while the memoir is more focused in a memory, in focusing on what comes to your mind in that specific time that you're writing, and how you can link it also to history, for example, as we saw in Cego. And also, so it means basically you start in front of your computer and you write whatever you like based on your experience. And memoirs are basically organized by topics. One of the most important practitioners of the memoir genre in the Italian-American field that I see a little bit as a precursor of these Italian ethnic literatures that are starting to develop was Luis de Salvo, who wrote many memoirs and also theorized about the memoir as a literary genre. And she thought, well, she wrote many memoirs, as I was saying, divided into topics. There is one devoted only to the relationship with her father, one devoted to her adolescence, another one was how she affirmed herself in academia because she was a professor of English in a world that was male dominated. So there are many topics that can be explored. And she theorized in a book which is called Writing as a Way of Healing that this kind of writing also helps to overcome trauma. Because by writing about ourselves, it is difficult at the beginning, but then we start to feel better. So I hope this answered a little bit to what you were asking.
Yes, thank you. And if Alexa or Kian want to offer anything.
Yeah, I can mention very briefly. So I talked about the two films, but I mean, they're drama feature film, obviously. But I want to mention is that the Italian film that I touched upon, the Della Ferma, towards the very end of the film, for me, based on my interpretation, it's almost like a film that's not just the real dramas. So it depicts a heroic figure at the very end of the film. So the film, from the reality of the kind of the migration crisis, the local lives, to a kind of heroic epic. So maybe my interpretation in this film is kind of combination between realism and surrealism. But obviously, film are their drama feature film, so they're not documentary. So this is my response to your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very hard to follow up, but I'm reflecting on, especially as others noted, kind of pushing the boundaries of different genres. I think one thing for me, I think one thing I find is that in literary studies, we don't talk about the specifics of very defined genres like crime fiction or certain genres of comedy. So in returning to this project, I would want to learn more about the background, especially in the Italian context. But what I can say is we're looking at an Italian style comedy with archetypical characters, with characters in wacky situations. I did not get the chance to delve into the broader shenanigans and some of the funnier interactions between characters in the novel. I kind of focused on the darker aspects, which is also part of the Commedia all'Italiana, which is also kind of putting us between film and novel, right? But also knowing that this is a crime novel that's not necessarily focused on promoting, here's how we get to the truth, here's how we find out who the killer is. Instead, here's what are the forces that led to this situation, and what do we learn by witnessing this, and how is it possible to come together if the elevator is out of service? How do we bring the elevator back, make it better?
Sorry, I have a question in the chat. I'm just pulling it up. So I have one question that was sent to me directly. It says, for any or all of the panelists, all three papers touched on the difference between assimilation as a negative form of closeness and rejection/racism as negative distancing, ? Could we say that literature and film offer us the possibility of a distant ethics of care that would help define new attitudes to race and immigration? And what could these attitudes be?
So this is a question for all three or just for me?
It says for any and all panelists. So
Yeah.
if you would like to start, that would be wonderful.
I'm curious. I was kind of very excited. So yeah, I think if you're familiar with the Francophone studies, there's so many scholars that they criticize the European policies on migration. They're kind of a reterritorialization as a service to the European nation state. But I think the care on a personal style that I analyze can offer us another perspective that is in contrast with the political and collective views to migrants. So I think it's a kind of very powerful tool for us to destabilize our conceptions on the ontological beings of the migrants. So it's kind of very positive. So it has a very positive kind of significance in our understanding. Yeah, I don't know if I have understand this question well.
Thank you. And I don't know if Nicolo or Alexa would like to chime in.
I think what's interesting in the point of views of these Italian ethnic writers that are starting to emerge is the distance between the distance on which they write from the migration process of their parents, because this is mainly a second generation literature. And so maybe they have seen their parents becoming more assimilated into Italian culture. And in a way, they want to distance a little bit, they want to distance themselves from assimilation and find other ways to integrate themselves. That also means claiming back a part of their original identity. So I think that the distance is interesting, and the difference between Italian ethnic writers and Italian American writers, for example, is that the distance got shorter because Italian American literature is mainly a literature of third generation. So the granddaughters and grandsons of immigrants, while this Italian ethnic literature seems to be a second generation. So the sons and daughters of immigrants.
And I think also thinking about what closeness and distance mean, what does it mean to actually be close to somebody or distant from somebody? And what does it mean to have that idea? I know this person because I talk to them every day, as in the case of Amadeo and his neighbors. And then Amadeo saying, nobody understands me and nobody hears me and I'm wailing in silence, right? So I think they're calling for ways, some of the theorists that I describe and what all the panelists are describing are ways of listening and being with. And this kind of ongoing poetics of relation too. And not necessarily just accepting an imposed narrative or drawing a conclusion a bit too early.
Thank you. And I think Elka has one last question in the chat.
Yes, let me scroll to it. We have a question from Katie for Nicolo. In your last quote, Shego uses the phrase una futura Babeli. What do you think about this choice of words? Do they complicate her point with the mention of Babel and the city's usual negative connotation?
Okay, thank you, Katie, for your question. I think, well, it's interesting that she says una futura Babele che io mi porto dentro da tempo. So she's saying that she's bringing this Babel inside herself for a long time already. But then a little bit before, she was saying that the future is already there in Italy, and so all of these new identities already exist. And so I don't think she's it's seen in a negative way. In a short story, Shego, for example, talks about all of the different identities that can be found in a certain bus line in Rome, and if you catch the bus there, you can hear so many languages spoken, and it is so enriching. Even though some Italians pointed out that it is dangerous to take that specific bus line, but she's seeing integration in a positive way, and she's hopeful for the future, I think.
Thank you very much. I think that is our time. Thank you for a very interesting conversation and very interesting presentations to all our presenters. We have one last panel coming up on Italian contemporary music. It sounds like a very interesting and entertaining panel, so I hope you all can bear another. It's a short panel, so it shouldn't, and from the sounds of it, it should go by quick. So we have a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back on the same Zoom.
Okay, perfect. So welcome to this last panel on Italian contemporary music, and welcome to the dark side of humanities, because it's about popular culture and pop culture and popular music. My name is Leonardo Cabrini. I am a PhD candidate of Italian here at IU, and I also have my colleague Pietro. Introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Pietro. I am a PhD candidate here at the U as well, and welcome everybody.
Okay, so let's get started. Our first panelist is Giulio Minniti. Giulio Minniti is a graduate student at Harvard University, where he is about to complete a PhD dissertation on the origins of musical notation in Central and Southern Italy. His main research interests are solidly set in the early history of Gregorian chant, in particular in the intersection between its oral and written transmission. His heart, however, only beats for the Beatles and Tony Tammaro. Please join me in welcoming Giulio.
Thank you, Leonardo. And again, nice to meet you all. I'm kind of an outsider here. So please cope with me. Okay, and I'm also terrible at sharing screens and all of that. Cope with me with that as well. Also, I think you have to click some more buttons to share music as well, which I will need to. So maybe if it doesn't work, I beg you help me out. I'm just terrible. I'm a medievalist, so you can kind of understand.
There are a couple of, so if you click on share screen, there are a couple of things in the share sound and optimize for video clip if you have music videos. Or
sound, okay, great, that is, okay. You know, I'm always nervous when it comes to this, but that should be set, I hope. Okay, so let's get started anyway. So today I'm going to you about Squalor. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of this group. I don't think many. And actually one of the reasons why I gladly accepted and proposed an abstract for this dissertation, for this meeting, was just to kind of expand on their name and kind of make some advertising for them, because it's just great. Squalor are among Italian music most underground groups. The group was born somewhere in the early 70s and active until early 90s as a collaboration between 4 individual songwriters and composers. The 4 were usually independent, each working on his own, and then meeting up sometimes to produce music as a single group. It is out of doubt that Squalor is now seeing a renaissance in interest thanks to the web. And as I said, I myself take great pride in speaking about them here today, hoping that by doing so, I can contribute to the fostering of their fame. And what's definitely most striking about Squalor is that the 4 individuals were at the same time the establishment of the entire musical Italian music panorama at the time when taken alone, and its nemesis when fusing to become Squalor. And I now propose brief snippets of some of the most well-known pop songs that they authored. And I'm sure that at least Italian listeners will know all of them. So can you see the YouTube video?
No, not yet. Just if you click on share screen, you might see.
Oh, share. Okay, so it's more than just one. Yeah, okay, yeah. So this is the next 2 or 3 songs will just give you an idea of what songs they were authoring as single authors, as single songwriters. They're really cheesy pop songs.
Una rosa blu, come non ce n'è, ma una cosa rara sta.
And so on. Okay, that's enough. And then another one.
La verità, e forse capirà, perché la verità tu non l'hai detto.
And so on. This was Cuore Matto, of course.
Sarà perché ti amo, cade una stella, ma dimmi dove siamo. Che te ne frega, sarà perché ti amo. E vola, vola, si sa, sempre più in alto.
It's just unbearable. So we shall shortly see how it came that kind of like, you know, those deadly mushrooms you see on YouTube, they clinched on those very songs and turned them into musical zombies. That we will see the how. As per why they decided to do so right when they were at the peak of success in pop music, it is best explained by their paroliere, the writer of the lyrics. Parodiamo il nostro universo e in quel modo ci salvammo l'anima. That is, we decided to make fun of our own universe and that saved our souls. And this was Alfredo Cerruti, who by the way died last October, and he was the last of the 4 still alive. Squalor was indeed the relief valve of 4 artists too much beyond culturally, intellectually, socially, the target that their individual songs were framed at. They were just too much for the targets of these kind of songs. They turned Italy and Italian music's cliches and miseries upside down, redigesting them in sarcastic and unholy ways. And indeed, since it was them who were deciding what the next nationwide musical cliche would have been, they were first and foremost making fun of their own work, although the extent of their satire was truly encyclopedic and cannot be reduced to just musical cliches. They left no prisoner behind, and their music was the hallucinated mirror of the entire Italian society. And in the next snippets of songs, I would like to bring to the forefront of discussion at least 3 recurrent topos in their offer. One being a nonsensical dadaistic playfulness, 2 ridiculizing the Vatican, and 3 the twisting of perspective on love, and especially from the male side. And even just these 3 points, there are many, many others, but time is short. Even just these 3 points put them in as just too provocative to be taken seriously in their time. So they were seen as not blasphemous, but just not to be taken seriously back then. And thinking in the 70s of making fun of the Vatican through pop songs, that was just beyond. And so at that time, they were criticized for being too ferocious on Italian society, while today their songs, at least some, as we will see, will be just as unacceptable, but for the exact opposite reasons. They're just too politically incorrect. And now it comes, so the next songs, there won't be any lyrics following to them, and I didn't provide a translation because they're pretty much untranslatable. They're just bases on which they go and make fun of cliches. And the first cliche I will bring to attention, since this is also a French studies conference, is cliches on sad French love songs.
Quel est ton nom, chérie? Je m'appelle Marie. J'espère que toi, ce soir, viens avec moi. Je viendrai à casa tua. Con le taxi? Con le taxi, avec tout, avec tout, je viens pour toi, de toi, à toi. Qu'est-ce que tu me demandes? Les bachots ce soir. Les bachots pour toi.
This just gave you an idea. Of course, we don't have time to go through the whole of it. And this one, Italian people will immediately realize what it is about.
Adesso mi collegherei però con un altro avvenimento importante a Milano, dove c'è il derby, folla. Ecco, come sentite qui, pronto, vi parlo dagli spogliatoi, qui sono tutti nudi, si baciano tra di loro, non so perché, c'è il derby importante di Milano. Adesso non ricordo bene i titoli dei programmi nazionali dei due derby. Credo che si chiama Monumentale Musocco. Il derby è molto infuocato. Nella curva sud hanno lanciato un cazzo, no, mi dico un razzo che...
And so on. And I apologize if non-Italian listeners will get very little out of it. So, and again, it's these two songs were just pretty much untranslatable. It's Dadaism. It's truly undigesting popular culture. In this last song, for example, they were making fun, but just improvising. They had this idea of improvising on a football radio transmission, very popular up until 10 years ago or so, and turning a football play into chronicles of funerals and stuff. So this was the playfulness topos. We now get into the Vatican making fun of topos, and I shall introduce it with a song by Raffaella Carrà, a quite famous Italian singer. The Spanish, qui Spanish,
Da questa sera cambia la mia vita, da questa sera, non voglio fare più l'abbandonata, non voglio fare.
And this song was actually authored by one of the four. So they again, I think I really like to think of this as undigestions on songs. So they turned their own song and made this.
Los culatones. Olé.
mia terribile colpa. Ero al cinema del Corso Buenos Aires interno 3 al Codromodro e davano Fiesta che viene la meraviglia, che mi sedetti sulla poltrona centrale del numero corporale 3. Mentre stavo osservando la pellicola mi sentii un affare durissimo in mano e lo strettei fortissimo e lo pigliei. Esso non era un cioccolato e né una puglia.
Pornographic cinema was a cardinal. Next one, this is just outstanding.
Benvenuti, come tutti gli anni, qui a Pitti Prete. Con la vicinanza delle Pentecoste, il vostro amatissimo Fravolone, in tutta umiltà, vi presenta il Prêt-à-porter, che comprende alcuni oggetti che formano la collezione autunno-estate dello scorso anno. Vi presento i nuovi indossatori: Don Celentano, Don Costa, taglie forti Magnum e Don Lurio, sempre più curt. Altarone, in Monaco, in Mogano, scusate, l'anfiteatro, con uscita simultanea di Pietro, Paolo e che lucesse di Giuda con decapitazione. Storico Holding on the road offre messe riti all'aperto, ponteggi tubolari per allestimento altari, dimensioni 30x30 fa 80 e 110x1, tutto stretto, scoperta altarini, tovagliolino in pizzo calabro, crotone 100%, divisione pani e pesci come fece lui, incenso colombiano per happening e visione di massa, massa Carrara, massa Fatient, è andata tutta a massa. Aspensorio con vaporizzatore per benedizioni in 3 varianti, Chanel per matrimoni e cresimi altoborghesi, solo ricchi, poveri e ladri, Shalimar, assoluzione ricchi e poveri.
Little, but just snippets of the most hard to contextualize love songs again, and I'll try to share these others now. This is now a Italian song. It's actually just an Italian pop song.
Una sera di maggio, una dore rosa, dici d'angela che è fornuta tutta cosa, non va che più sbariana sotto a stu terrazza, ma rutto cazzo. Dici d'angela, maggio passato troppi guai e troppi pena, una storia e merda e mo che noi stiamo alla fine di la catena a mare chiaro, ma nell'indo casono cuculone cuculo e non tenevano anche i soldi per mangiare. Io la pregavo, stu coso tosto, fammelo mettere rosina in qualche posto, stu cazzo in
Do we have time for one last song? Can you hear me while I hope? Oh yeah, that is a yes. Okay, great, thanks. So again, one last song. It will be on the same kind of topic. Again, it's love songs turned upside down from the male perspective who feels as being rejected, and then it's authorized to say all sorts of things.
O tempo se ne va e tu non voglia va, ma quando chi sta amore sulla tua allora scoprirai la differenza che c'è sta fra un morso e un bucchino, e almeno può capire ognuna da campare, si torno la cucina questa coccola e babà, si pennacchio come su che si una cozza da diluvio e si torna stesso in culo che può fare, ma o tempo se va. Ma non si sa, si ammazza ma si arrizza, si non te carazizza, non si sa. La vita non dà te, e lo cazzo è come un re, e io che sono guaglione, tu ronco sto bastone sotto la luna.
So all in all, these two last songs aren't that different from Raffaella Carràs and the cheesy hits we began with, but they, at least musically, because again, you can really see they're the same authors, but then lyrics-wise, it's a complete turning upside down, it's a complete different world, and again, back then they would have been seen as shocking, not as much because of what they were saying to women, but just because of the text alone and the swearings and the bad words and all of that. While today we wouldn't just care about that, but then we'll see a whole host of new problems rising that wouldn't be acceptable. But the point here is that no one, I hope, would say Squalor is a misogynist and aggressive group. So it's really a subtle, it's a very, very subtle issue. And I think the key of it is in the liberating kind of musical flow that these songs were setting, as if to say, we've created this monster that is a far l'amore comincia tu, una rosa blu, sarà perché ti amo, but it is just too much for what we are, and so we need to use music as a relief valve and then say all sorts of horrible things that we know won't be harming at least these ones. I think it's much more corrosive songs against Vatican and priests than songs against women, love songs against women. So and I thought it was a interesting thing to bring on discussion on a conference like this. So I can't really bring out any hard and rock bottom conclusion, but I will be content just having you listening to a couple of songs by Squalor, and I hope you enjoyed them. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Giulio, for this vibrant presentation. I'm a big fan of Squalor, so
I'm glad.
Enjoy this. Okay, next presenter is Kyle Fulford. Kyle is a graduate student in folklore and ethnomusicology at Indiana University Bloomington. His research concerns rock music and social movements, mobilities, and sound studies. He is currently an associate instructor for world music and culture in the College of Arts and Science. Please join me in welcoming Kyle.
Thank you, Leonardo, and the other moderators. Pietro, it's good to see you. Thank you for having me. And now for something completely different. The world became the world. So this talk will examine musical mobility and language through globalization by way of a case study. I'll outline the early success of Italian rock band Premiata Forneria Marconi and their transition to English lyrics and the effects that this has had on their legacy. So in this paper, I will identify linguistic barriers to international success in Anglophone markets, music markets. And this term, progressive rock, the dark side of the humanities, as it were, progressive rock describes a genre that originated in England during the late 1960s. Psychedelic groups like the Beatles, Pink Floyd, influenced this style very heavily. One that is often associated with groups like King Crimson, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Genesis, and Yes. As this style became popular throughout Europe, symphonic rock in Italy, simply called Italian pop at the time, is perhaps best personified by PFM, or Premiata Forneria Marconi. So PFM began as session musicians for Lucio Battisti and others, led by drummer Franz de Ciocio. PFM featured Franco Masida on guitar, Flavio Premoli on piano, Giorgio Piazza on bass, and multi-instrumentalist and frontman Mauro Pagani. PFM combined elements of Western classical music and Mediterranean folk with traditional rock instrumentation. So before we get started, I have a clip here of one of their most popular songs, if not the most popular, E Festa, or Celebration. This version was recorded live on in 1975. So here we go.
Love swing.
So PFM released 2 albums in 1972, both highly successful in Italy and considered landmarks of the style today. The first, Storia di un Minuto, establishes the signature style, while Per un Amico is largely considered their masterpiece to this day. These albums catapulted PFM to local success, and they opened for Emerson, Lake and Palmer when ELP toured Italy. This initial connection would sort of pave the way for PFM to explore international markets. Lyricist Peter Sinfield, first of King Crimson and then later Emerson, Lake and Palmer, would introduce PFM to Greg Lake, the singer and bass player of ELP. And he was impressed with their virtuosity, local success, and would sign PFM to his fledgling Manticore label. Sinfield would handle the lyric duties. However, 1973's Photos of Ghosts, which was PFM's first English sung album on Manticore, would not feature translations of existing lyrics, but new stanzas penned by Sinfield. And this is most apparent on The World Became the World from 1974, itself a re-recorded version of an earlier song, Impressioni di Settembre, from their first album. Comparing these 2 audio examples, I think it's evident that, not only is the meaning kind of lost in translation, but You'll notice the arrangement is far more ornate in the re-recorded version than the original. So we'll first hear Impressione di Settembre from 1972, and then the re-recorded English version from The World Became the World.
Quante gocce di rugiada intorno a me, c'è col sole ma non c'è. Dormi ancora la campagna, forse no, la sveglia mi guarda, non so.
And here's the second version.
Outside my window, in the courtyard of the world, the gentle rain was falling. No breath of wind, no cry of beast or bird. Too quiet, too still, I turned.
Okay, so what's in her name? As PFM sought international airplay and prepared for their first US tour, one problem for English journalists and fans was their name. Premiata Forneria Marconi, or Marconi's award-winning bakery, takes its name from a panetteria in Brescia, often shortened to just La Premiata. In a recent interview, drummer Franz Di Cioccio jokingly explained that when asked what PFM stood for, he said, quote, pizza, fettuccine, macaroni, end quote. Italian stereotypes of PFM are evident in magazine articles from the 1970s when PFM toured Europe and United States. And on the eve of the US tour, frontman Mauro Pagani actually left the group to go solo and was replaced with Bernardo Lanzetti. So Bernardo Lanzetti left Italy to attend college in the United States. His band Acqua Fragile recorded 2 albums in English to very little success. However, his distinctive vocal style and mastery of the English language caught the attention of PFM, now in need of a singer. In an email interview with Lanzetti, I asked about the English lyrics, and he said, quote, rock music in all its many forms and variations is better sung using monosyllables than so that you can have accents every time they're needed. Italian language cannot count on many of the monosyllables, and very few words have an accent at the end. Also, singing in Italian, one should avoid screaming and making odd sounds. Plus, pronunciation and grammar should always be well respected. It is clear that, in the rock area, writing melodies to be sung in Italian severely limits the creativity of a composer. PFM, Lanzetti continues, when first singing in Italian, sort of got over it, singing very little and preferring long instrumental parts. A Festa, or Celebration, one of their most famous tracks, he says, is 5 minutes long but only has 21 words, end quote. For Lanzetti, singing in English was a pragmatic choice, but I was surprised to learn that he considers himself an outsider in the Italian progressive rock scene, despite singing for its most popular group. PFM is the only Italian band to place on the Billboard Hot 100 not once but twice. So Photos of Ghosts and The World Became the World both received radio airplay in the US, and PFM's follow-up Chocolate Kings, the first to feature Lanzetti, has no Italian version. The follow-up Jet Lag would move into more of like a fusion type direction, like jazz rock. Press. So in a 1975 article from Cream magazine, journalist Wayne Robbins reviews PFM, describing it as, quote, pizza rock. The article says, and I quote, Some of the most intelligent and free-thinking music of the last 2 years is coming from previously uncontemplated countries. Not the States or England, there's PFM from Italy. On this new album, their third stateside, they deliver a live performance which can be enjoyed on many levels depending on how much you want to get into it. Sort of like a pizza, which is good with cheese or with anchovies or pepperoni or black olives. The new European rock mostly employs pop and classical ideas together on a Wagnerian scale, and PFM is the prototypical example. Fusing the delicate intelligence of the classical idea with the power and energy of rock is not easy to do. On this album, PFM never runs an idea into the ground, but insists upon each one just enough to make sure you've paid attention to it. PFM Cook, this live album I've pictured here, the quote continues, Cook is a remarkably moody album. It ain't an easy record to hold on to. It is one of the few current albums that not only deserves but necessitates repeated listening. For a five-man group to call up visions of a huge orchestra without losing sight of the aesthetic fact that they are a small electric band is no mean feat, and it's only one of the delightful and superior effects that PFM commands. End quote. So as music tastes changed in the late 1970s, PFM would return to Italy following the release of Jet Lag, and despite international tours and radio airplay, progressive rock as a whole, as a genre, had mostly run its course. But while the birth of punk rock is largely seen as the death of prog, Franz de Chocho disagrees. He says, quote, no, the end of progressive is not punk. Punk is nothing but another musical current that came over. The end of progressive rock is an involution in social habits, where music was again considered just as a product to consume rapidly. Tastes had changed, and now progressive is again a genre of music with its own public, more or less like jazz. One musical form never led to the end of another, but it's always something that comes on the side, that comes from the previous generation, end quote. So this public has embraced PFM's music today, and it represents a vibrant and resurgent scene of neo-progressive rock and progressive metal as well. Progarchives.com, pictured here, calls itself the ultimate prog rock resource and intends to be, quote, the most complete and powerful progressive rock resource. It includes discographies from about 12,000 bands, 65,000 albums, 1.7 million ratings, and reviews from 65,000 active members, of which I am one. It is worth noting that PFM's classic albums are rated consistently higher than their English counterparts, with substantially more reviews, as you can see here in the case of Photos of Ghosts being rated lower than the first two albums respectively, and the same pattern with La Zola di Niente and The World Became the World. So following Lanzetti's final album with the group in 1978, PFM would begin a long-term collaboration with Fabrizio De André in 1980 and continue to tour and release albums until today. Founding member Franco Mesita left PFM in 2017 to focus on other projects, which left De Chocho as its only founding member. Lanzetti continues to perform and most recently recorded an album with Acqua Fragile in 2017 as well, and that album is sung in English. So some conclusions. This project was primarily archival research with some ethnography, but what I've found is that language has the capacity to both create closeness and distance. The new mobilities paradigm is an interdisciplinary theory that studies movement of people and cultural practices, including musical expression. The scholar Tim Cresswell describes the friction of distance as, quote, the distance between two or more points that provides its own friction in a world of immediacy where connectivity has become the most relevant variable in assessing in assessing accessibility, end quote. Mobility theories pay attention to the process of stopping, as it were. Cresswell asks, quote, is stopping a choice or is it forced? This paradigm is useful when considering the case of PFM, who overcame linguistic barriers but still experienced friction in the form of some of the Italian stereotypes that we looked at, and also in just the musical style itself, which largely fell out of fashion as taste changed in the late 1970s and into the 1980s. So that's all I have for today. I would like to thank Dr. Daniel Reed for his feedback on some of this presentation, and happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kyle. This is the first time that I hear the term pizza rock, and that was like, you know, very interesting. I would have a lot of questions for both of the presenters, but I would not take advantage of my position as a moderator. So if any of you has a question, feel free. Also in the chat, if you don't want to speak, you can raise your hand or just. Okay, so I will break the ice. I have a question. I have a question for Giulio. When I think about the squalor, I cannot think also about another group that is very important in terms of the whole spectrum of comedy rock or demenziale, which are the schiantos. What is the difference in your opinion? Between these two groups, if you're familiar with schiantos as well?
Definitely not as much as with squalor, but I think I know enough that I can answer, or you know, just give my point of view. Schiantos, well, yeah, okay, I'll be honest. I prefer squalor because they, you know, they like, well, I don't know what's the term in English, sabotatori. They sabotatori. They insiders, and they decide to blow up the world they themselves created, and very consciously so. Schiantos, they plain out outsiders who stand against what's the establishment, while, as I said, squalor is the establishment. So I think there's much more intellectual fun in listening to squalor than schiantos. Also musical, well, it goes without saying that squalor's music is more refined, and I don't quite give it as a value judgment. It's just that, you know, schiantos is closer to punk, and as such, they don't take musical refinement as a goal, while squalor's music is oftentimes without blemish. And yet, they can be just as corrosive as punk music. So again, I think squalor is more intellectually enjoyable. You know.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I totally agree with you. I mean, I love schiantos as well. I think they're very different because of what you said. I don't know. I think I can associate the squalor with the and being in the establishment with something that happened in the previous decade. Like many bands doing liscio used to do also record comedy songs like just for fun, doing you know, just for fun, just as a hobby or things like that. And I think that is maybe the tradition of squalor. I'm thinking about bands like Jack Mandrillo, I Suoi Sporcaccioni, or things like that.
Well, I'll be honest, I know absolutely nothing about liscio. This might be, you know, the usual Italian campanilismo. So I'm an expert on Neapolitan songs, like classical 19th century. That's another of my study fields. And I can definitely see squalor also coming from there. The two songs that you listen to of the sentimental kind of topos, they're heavily influenced by the standards of classical Neapolitan songs. So, this show, it might well be, I honestly just don't know.
Okay, perfect. So Giorgio has a question.
Yeah, I also have a question for Giulio. I know there is an issue now in the most recent years with the alt-right in Italy appropriating the squalor and endorsing the most horrifying aspects of their comedy, satire of gay men, or certain representation of women, of cultural otherness. I wanted you to say something about this, maybe if you wish.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. That's a very interesting point. While preparing for this talk, no, actually that was before. So well, the point is that Il Primato Nazionale, which is a almost fascist newspaper in Italy, a women journalist wrote a whole article saying why, that was like 2 years ago maybe, saying why squalor is great and why politically correct will just be harmful to musical creativity. And it's really, it's this topic, it's the world upside down. It's these women journalists writing on a fascist newspaper, pinpointing all the reasons why squalor today will be politically unacceptable. But those very things that, again, 30 years ago would have been seen as outrageous are now banned by left thinking and taken, and why they, and since they banned from leftist thinking, they got to be celebrated by these female fascist journalists. It's really like the world upside down. It's a huge mess of social debate. Yeah, it's also extremely fun to trace. Yes, so thank you for the question.
Was she Cristina Gauri from Primato Nazionale by any chance?
Can't quite remember. I'll try and dig up the, should be in the chronology.
I might ask you maybe later. I have a question for Kyle. I really enjoy your presentation. What strikes me is that, like in the previous decades, it was the other way around. So we Italian bands or singers used to make covers of songs from the Hollies or from the Rolling Stones or the Trogs, etc., etc. And that is a very interesting Italian thing, the negotiation between local and global, and the idea that, like in the 1960s, the idea was taking something from the Americanization or the British invasion and make it local, whereas here seems like it's the other way around. And do you think there are other examples beside the PFM, the PFM in Italy, or just others?
So I think absolutely. So I Quelli, which were sort of the pre-PFM group, they were primarily a cover band, and they did become or adopted or received a local following through their cover of American popular music, many of which you referenced. But PFM actually caught the attention of a lot of the progressive rock groups because their covers were so spot on. Like they covered Genesis songs, for example, King Crimson, and when those groups toured there, they were, just enamored with, how accurate their covers were. Can I think of another example? In which direction, Leonardo?
From Italy abroad. Because usually I know about Italian prog rock, I think about two groups, but three groups: PFM, Banco del Mutuo Soccorso, and Area. But I don't think that the other two groups these are mainly the most famous, but I don't think they have been exported as much as the PFM.
I think there are, there are a number of examples of, well, Banco, you referenced, also did an English version, a sort of anthology cover album in 1975, wherein they re-recorded many of their, most, I guess, famous, for lack of a better word, songs in English versions. Other groups I can think of, Maxophone is one that recorded an album in '76 in Italian and English. There are other examples, but I would agree that those are sort of the triumvirate of Italian progressive rock. I would probably throw Le Orme in there as well.
I'm not a big fan of Le Orme at all. But
see, I don't get that. I love them, but everyone hates them.
The use of organ. I mean, that's just a personal thing. I think they just did a concert like 10 years ago in New York, and I was struck about that. I didn't know that anyone would know Le Orme in the US. Any other questions from the public? Okay, so thank you so much for being here in this last panel, and thank you for your patience and for your, for being here. There is a convivial meeting later, Giorgio. Is that true? Right?
Yes, it is a date. I know we're all tired after spending hours in front of a computer, but if you want to meet again to have a drink together, we can, from 8 until when we don't want to be there anymore. Thank you.
Thank you so much.